Yuletide Yowl by Danielle Garrett. Narrated by Amanda Ronconi. Chapter 1.
Are you sure none of these smell like pumpkin? Or did you manage to permanently damage my sense of smell last month?
I frowned at my feline familiar, watching her with a glare as cold as the frosty air whipping across the town square, while she continued poking her small gray-black nose through the assortment of Christmas candles. "Will you give it a rest?" I asked, already knowing the answer. I tugged the rubber tote closer to me, still frowning. "This box has pine, cranberry vanilla, Christmas cider, and gingerbread. Not a pumpkin in sight. Or smell." Selene stretched forward and gave the contents another whiff.
Still getting pumpkin.
Grabbing the lid to the crate, I slid it into place, concealing the inventory from prying eyes and noses, especially the whiskered kind. We were in the town square, setting up a table and a handful of festive decorations for my vendor booth. The annual Winterspell Christmas market was opening the following day, and everyone was in crunch time mode to get prepared.
I'm just glad none of these candles are shaped like cats,
the overly opinionated feline continued, as she settled back on her haunches, smack dab in the middle of the table, wrinkling the embroidered tablecloth naturally. My gaze lifted from the creased fabric to my familiar as she strode along the table's edge, her tail aloft. "Why is that?" Selene turned, giving me the look, which usually suggested she was on the verge of complaining of hunger.
Don't play innocent with me, Cora. I saw that sick look of glee in your eyes every time you lit the wick. I mean, really, putting it in the tail?
I rolled my eyes. "Oh, for Merlin's sake, Selene. They were for Halloween. Black cats, skulls, pumpkins, ghosts. It's what sells during spooky season. I assure you it wasn't a targeted attack." Selene lifted her nose into the air.
Well, then I assume you won't mind if I build a wax-based voodoo doll that looks suspiciously like you and set it on fire every couple of days for the amusement of the guests in your esteemed shop.
Scoffing, I turned and used a puff of air magic to lay a swag of garland along a series of wooden pegs screwed into the sheet of painted wood that served as a backdrop to my booth, meant to give me additional display space and block some of the bitterly cold wind. Around the square, the other vendors and clusters of volunteers from the town council worked to transform the space into a magical winter wonderland. Winterspell was magical year-round, of course, but when the holiday season hit, things ratcheted up to a whole other level. From the outdoor skating rink to the enchanted decorations and festive lights spread throughout the already picturesque town, it could melt even the iciest of hearts. Though it was becoming apparent my own familiar might be impervious to the charm of the holidays. "You're in a mood." I glanced at my watch before adding, "It's only 11 o'clock, so there's no way you've already burned through your entire breakfast. So what's your excuse?"
I don't know why we're even doing this,
Selene groused, the tip of her tail flicking furiously.
All this market does is bring in a bunch of loud and obnoxious tourists, and this place is already bursting at the seams. Ever since the Winterspell chalet opened, it just gets busier and busier here in the winter. This time of year used to be quiet and calm, and now it's turned into a three-ring circus. I mean, look at these decorations, Cora. It looks like Santa Claus and Jack Frost went on a bender and barfed all over the town square.
"Selene!" A trio of witches stood within earshot, using their magic to weave pine swags and glittering strands of garland around the lampposts. At Selene's outburst, they turned and scowled. I gave the witches an awkward wave, while scolding my familiar from one corner of my mouth. "You're making a scene." Which, to be fair, was kind of her specialty. Selene continued, undeterred by my complaint.
The town wasn't meant for throngs of crowds. The infrastructure isn't built for it. Why that thick-headed Peabody can't see that is beyond me.
"Oh, I see what this is about." I I pushed the box of candles under the table to nestle alongside a matching tub. My backdrop was painted white, and I'd crafted an enchanted candle just big enough to cover my booth, which, once lit, would complete the effect and make it appear as though a gentle snow were falling all around me. Straightening, I brushed my gloved hands together. "You're just mad because your permit got denied. This all sounds like the little green monster is rearing its ugly head." Selene scoffed, her tail vibrating fast enough I was afraid she might take off like a helicopter.
"Ha! These peons don't deserve my top-shelf magic products."
"I said you could have a corner of my booth to sell your enchantments."
"I'm not a charity case, Cora."
I pinched my lips together and gave a slight nod. Weeks ago, when my mom convinced me to reserve a booth at the market, Selene caught wind and decided to follow suit. She submitted her application to the powers that be, only to be told she would need a human to run the booth. Apparently, Walter Peabody, or whoever was in charge of these decisions, had decided some guests might find the idea of exchanging money with a talking cat to be a little unnerving. Even in a magic town like Winterspell, there were certain oddities that fell outside the norm. Talking cats were a rarity, and up until fairly recently, Selene had been the only one. Of course, she'd spread her magic to Checkers, my aunt's familiar, and while there were some residents around town who knew of his ability, he was much more low-key than Selene. Selene, on the other hand, wouldn't know the meaning of the words low profile if they smacked her upside her furry little head. She preferred to run around town with the force of a tiny hurricane on 4 paws, barging into whomever and whatever and dousing them with her fire hose of sarcasm and snarky commentary. And, surprisingly to no one, it rubbed people the wrong way. I secretly imagined the rejection of her application was due more to her acerbic personality and less to do with the fact that some people might find it odd to purchase enchanted trinkets and jewelry from a cat.
"It's fine,"
she sniffed, though her ears remained pinned back as she surveyed the work going on around us.
"Just don't expect me to hang out here with you all day."
You do realize I'm not even going to be here all day, don't you? This was Mom's idea, so she's agreed to pitch in. I'll be at the shop trying to keep things running as smoothly as possible. Selene nodded absently.
"Good. These people don't deserve you either as far as I'm concerned."
Voices carried from across the square, where a few sentries stood gathered around on a tall ladder, watching as one of their robed members stretched to adjust the colorful beaded garlands wound around the enormous town Christmas tree. I wasn't sure who'd selected this year's tree, but it was a good 2 or 3 feet taller than last year. A seemingly minor detail, but one that surprised me all the same. The chair of the Winterspell Town Council, Walter Peabody, liked things to have a certain order, and he wasn't a fan of change. He was the type to ride around town with a ruler in his glove compartment in case he needed to measure the grass in someone's front yard and make a complaint to the appropriate department should he deem it too high. He was the personification of persnickety, wrapped in a collection of cardigan sweaters, complete with suede elbow patches, and refused to tolerate anything that wasn't up to his exacting standards. He'd been marching around with a clipboard all morning, barking orders and scurrying around wearing a variety of exasperated and scathing looks. Currently, he was shooing a group of younger witches, perhaps high school age, who were running around taking selfies in front of the completed sections of the decorations. Across the square from the enormous tree, a group of carolers gathered under the gazebo, its edges decorated with icicles and soft twinkle lights, going through a series of vocal warm-ups, ahead of the tree lighting ceremony set to take place this evening once all of the booths were set up. It was chaotic and busy, with several booths and sections unfinished, but even still, magic was in the air, and I could feel myself getting carried away with the spirit of the holidays. Somewhere nearby, a kettle corn vendor was starting a batch, and the salty, sweet aroma floated on a swirl of air, making my mouth water. Should we get some snacks before we head over to the town hall? Snacks always make you feel better, and that kettle corn smells divine. Selene hesitated, her whiskers quivering as her nose caught the salty sweet scent. But she shook her head decisively.
No, a boycott is a boycott, Cora. I'll simply settle for whatever seasonal treats they have at Whimsy's.
I marveled at my familiar for a moment. This was more serious than I thought. If she was foregoing food, she really meant business. A part of me felt bad, and I wondered if I should have tried harder to get her application passed. While not a guarantee, there was a chance that if I'd gone directly to Walter myself, I could have persuaded him to give Selene a booth. Why didn't you just ask Aunt Lavender to sign your name to the form? They couldn't have turned your application down that way. And knowing Aunt Lavender, she would probably forget to even show up, so it's not like she'd get in your way.
And let them win?
Selene replied, clearly aghast at the suggestion. Right. How silly of me. I leaned over and grabbed my purse from the folding chair placed behind the table. The totes of candles were stowed safely under the table, and the sentries would be here throughout the evening, keeping an eye on everything. So, Whimsy's for lunch? Selene hopped off the table and gave the marketplace one final scathing look before snapping around in a semicircle to follow me back to the street where we parked our car. We only made it a few steps before the sound of my name came from somewhere behind me. I turned in time to find my best friend, Liana, running across the cobblestones in a pair of heels so high I would have snapped my ankle just trying to get down the front steps of my house. She wore an eggplant-colored trench coat that worked beautifully with her tawny skin, making her complexion all the more glowing. An application of coordinating plum lipstick and smoky eye makeup suggested she was off to a party, despite the early hour. "Oh, I'm so glad I caught you," she said on an exhale as she came to a stop at the booth. "All right, Hollywood. And just where are you headed?" I asked, giving her a once-over. Liana flashed a wide smile. "It's parent-teacher conference day at the school." "Aren't you a little overdressed for—" Realization hit me, and I groaned. "Don't tell me you have your eye on one of the single dads?" Liana laughed and shrugged one shoulder in a way that suggested I'd hit the target right on the money. I scrubbed a hand over my face. "Lee, you know this always ends in disaster, and then next semester you'll be regretting your past decisions when you have to face them again at the next conference or field trip day. I can't help it if he is as hot as those chestnuts over there." She gestured across the market, where a chestnut vendor was shaking a wire basket filled with toasted nuts, steam billowing through the frozen December air. I quirked an eyebrow in my best friend's direction. "Really, Lee?"
Wait a darn minute.
Selene swished her tail, drawing our attention.
What happened to What's-His-Face from the wedding? I thought you two were off to Chicago to get married and have lots of spawn.
Liana gave Selene a cutting look. I nudged the cat in the ribs with the tip of my index finger. "We've talked about this before, remember? People don't really like when you call their children or potential future children spawn." Selene rolled her eyes.
This generation is so touchy.
Liana snorted a giggle. "Dean was fun, but the long-distance thing was too much." She shrugged with more casualness than I knew she secretly felt over her most recent breakup. Selfishly, a part of me was relieved when it went belly up. I didn't want to see my friend hurt, of course, but the idea of her moving across the country was more than I could bear. Whenever she'd entertain the idea, painting the whole prospect with a romantic brush, I'd had to force a smile and nod, all while my insides were twisting and bracing for the emotional punch of having to say goodbye. "He was also a really loud eater," Liana added, worry lines sinking into her otherwise flawless skin. "Oh, and he never, and I mean never, put the seat down." She shuddered.
Barbarian alert,
Selene chimed in. Liana snapped out of her reverie and gave the cat a sideways grin. "It wasn't that bad, but not right for me, that's all." "Are you coming to the tree lighting ceremony tonight?" I asked. "Well, hopefully not," she replied, with an impish grin and a little shimmy to show off her outfit. If my plan works, I'll be out on the town. Selene snorted.
That's rich. What are you two going to do? Split a basket of fried pickles at Whimsy's? Peak romance in Winterspell.
Ignore her. She's grouchy because Walter wouldn't give her a booth at the market, I explained. Liana's brows lifted as her mouth formed a small, "Oh." In that case, you should go commiserate with Jane Emberfall, Liana told Selene. She's holding court at Dragon's Gold, complaining loudly about how her idea for the market was too good and that Walter had to shut her down so he could keep the spotlight to himself. Selene canted her head.
She's a real ice witch, right?
Selene, I chided, that's not very nice. My familiar narrowed her frost blue eyes at me.
I mean literally, Cora. Her magic manifests as ice.
Oh, I said, my cheeks warming, as a vague memory tickled the back of my mind. Right.
She's some sort of Nordic royal, Selene added. She runs a booth selling ornaments and decorations made from ice that won't melt, even indoors.
I blinked. What is a Nordic royal doing hawking snow globes at a Christmas market? That's her, Liana confirmed, as she hitched her purse strap a little higher on her shoulder. She wanted to turn the lake into an ice village and host the market there. Walter didn't think it would be safe, which she took as a slight against her magic, and now she's spouting off to anyone who will listen. I think the outdoor market is nice just the way it is. It's a Winterspell tradition.
Cora is allergic to change,
Selene interjected with more than a pinch of scorn. I returned her sour look in kind, then shifted my attention back to Liana. Well, have fun on your maybe date. Liana beamed. I'm sure we will. Good to the Last Drop is doing a trial run for their Under the Mistletoe wine tasting event, and I got tickets for a table. Have you been in there since they put up the Christmas decorations? I shook my head. I enjoyed the occasional glass of wine, but tended to get a bottle from the market, as opposed to the upscale wine shop owned by the Good family. Oh, you have to go, just to gawk at it if nothing else, Liana continued, her eyes wide and sparkling. They've got this huge tree, frosted with real snow, enchanted, of course, and there's mistletoe and garlands and floating candles. It's stunning. And for the event, they've got catered food, wine, of course, and live music. Sounds like a lot of pressure for a first date, I replied, not fully thinking it through. Liana's smile dulled, and she fished in her purse, looking for something. Well, I think it will be fun. Sorry, Lee. I winced. I didn't mean anything by it. You know me, more of a Netflix and popcorn and sweats kind of lady. Don't worry about it. Liana dragged a keychain from the depths of her bag and forced a dash of enthusiasm into her smile. It's fine. I'll catch up with you later, okay? Okay. I wanted to say something further, to try and smooth things over, but she turned on her impossibly high heels and sauntered back the way she'd come, weaving through the clusters of workers putting the final touches on the decorations.
Brilliantly handled, Cora,
Selene said dryly. She licked her paw and swiped it over her face and whiskers. I didn't mean anything by it.
You want my advice?
Selene asked. I frowned. Almost never.
Whatever you're planning to spend on her Christmas present, add a 0. Or at the very least, get her something shiny and sparkling. She'll forget all about this little tiff. And if you say please, I'll even give you a 5% discount on one of the necklaces from my shop.
I rolled my eyes. Oh, gee, are you sure? 5 whole %? I wouldn't want to bankrupt you. Selene's eyes narrowed. Then she hopped down from the table, her tail whipping into the air until it stood straight as an antenna.
You know, just for that, I take it back. Now let's go, I'm starving, and you promised me lunch hours ago.
It's 11:30, Selene. Hours ago, you had your face smashed into a plate of poached eggs, complaining in between bites I'd cooked them too long.
Where is the lie, Cora?
Gritting my teeth, I followed the cat from the square. At least I'd get a basket of hot fries out of the deal. Chapter 2. That evening, as we circled back to the town hall building ahead of the tree lighting ceremony, we discovered that Selene wasn't the only one who should be expecting a visit from the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future. Ned Archibald, the owner of the local furniture shop, stood on the steps of the historic limestone building, clutching a poster board sign in his gloved hands, shouting in protest to the crowd gathered. On the sign, he'd drawn an X'd-out Christmas tree with the words, "Keep Winterspell local," above it.
"What in the pits of Hades is this mess?"
Selene asked, her eyes alight with curious mischief as we approached the scene. The small cluster of people gathered around Ned appeared to be arguing against him, not with him. "Stop the commercialization of Christmas!" Ned hollered. "Winterspell's magic should be for residents only. Keep Winterspell local." "Ned, stop this! The tree lighting ceremony is about to start," a woman exclaimed, waving a hand at the darkened tree in the center of the square. "There's a time and a place," a man added. Ned shook his head and took a small half-step back until he was nearly pressed against the 3-story limestone building, with its clock tower casting a long shadow over the square. "Back when I was a boy, this place felt special at Christmas time," Ned protested, his cheeks red from exertion and the chill in the air. "Now it's nothing more than a hollow shell, filled with schemes to wring every last penny from the tourists packed in here like sardines."
Sardines,"
Selene purred. "Not the time," I hissed. "I can't even take my wife out to dinner or enjoy a quiet cup of coffee anymore," Ned continued. "From November to January, it's wall-to-wall people and bumper-to-bumper traffic. If we don't do something now, we'll lose our town for good. Join me." He waved a hand, beckoning for those gathered to join him on the steps. But most people waved and jeered before going inside for refreshments, or starting to check out some of the booths and decorations while they waited for Walter to begin the ceremony. "He can't seriously think this is going to work, can he?" I asked, giving Ned a wide berth as I made my way up the steps to the large wooden doors. 2 miniature Christmas trees sat potted on either side, wrapped in blue and white lights, and a huge wreath hung on each side of the navy blue doors, bursting with red and white poinsettias.
"Ugh,"
Selene scoffed, glaring at the poinsettias as I held the door open for her.
"Are they trying to kill me with those things? They're highly toxic to cats. I'm finding it hard not to take this personally."
I rolled my eyes and scooted her inside with a nudge of my boot. "Good thing you can't die then, huh?"
"Well, yes, but they don't know that."
The inside of the town hall buzzed with warmth, chatter, and soft laughter. The vendors and volunteers had one final meeting plan before the ceremony, as Walter found it impossible to resist a final opportunity to beat it into everyone's heads what time to be there for the grand opening. At least he had the decency to ply us with cookies and punch. If Ned wanted to stop the swell of winter tourists, he should have started before the Winterspell chalet was put in. Now it's too late, I said, though I couldn't be sure whether Selene was listening or not. Ned's protests, misguided though they might be, weren't entirely incorrect. Before the Winterspell chalet opened several years ago, Winterspell was mostly a quaint small town, albeit with more than a burst of magic within its borders. The tourist boom was limited to the summer months, when families and travelers would come to enjoy a nice camping trip at the lake. The summer rush could get hairy, but it was more contained. The campgrounds only had so many cabins and spaces available for tents. There were a handful of hotels, motels, and bed and breakfasts in town, but even at max capacity, it wasn't enough to truly make the town feel chaotic. Over the years, things shifted as they are wont to do, and the campground expanded, offering more cabins and places for people to hook up small campers and motorhomes. Another inn or two cropped up here and there, and visitors in the summertime increased. However, once school was back in session, Winterspell went back to normal for the rest of the year. The feeling of living in a tight-knit community rebounded almost instantly as soon as the final visitors packed their bags and hit the highway. All that changed when the Winterspell Chalet opened. Not only was it a large hotel with dozens upon dozens of rooms, but there was a day spa and an increase in outdoor activities. In the summer, they offered guided hikes and excursions out on the water. The mountain ranges weren't high enough for skiing or snowboarding, but in the winter, they offered tubing and snowshoeing. And not that long ago, there were rumors they were trying to have the outdoor skating rink as a permanent feature throughout the winter months, rather than limited to just the weeks before Christmas. With the upscale lodging came a different type of crowd. Sure, the campgrounds were still full to bursting all summer long, with a reservation waiting list a mile long. But those spots were reserved by couples, families, or groups of friends who didn't mind roughing it. They weren't looking for high-dollar attractions and tended to walk or bike around town. But the chalet was far enough away it required a car to visit the main downtown area. So, the roads got clogged, the shops grew crowded, and the wait times at local restaurants swelled. Winterspell was packed to the gills twice a year, with only the middle of autumn into early winter in the spring to feel more like it once had. Personally, as a business owner in town, I generally welcomed the surge of traffic the chalet brought. In fact, while I didn't have a mental spreadsheet off the top of my head, spreadsheets were really more Clint's thing these days, I'd be willing to bet without the chalet, I wouldn't have been able to expand my candle shop into a second location in Bellevue. The income I made in the tourist seasons allowed for a nice cushion, which was even more important to me during the years between my divorce from Roger and marrying Clint. Without it, there was every chance I would have lost not only the shop, but my first home, and would have wound up living in my mom's guest room, squeezed into the space she used for her divination work. Still, there was a part of me that could sympathize with Ned's agitation. Tourists did make simple things like getting dinner reservations or a window table at Dragon's Gold harder to come by. Ned's protest followed us inside as the door swung slowly shut. "We need to band together and tell Walter and his lackeys to put a limit. Either they need to build more roads and shops or shut down the Christmas market."
"Cheese and crackers,"
Selene muttered, shaking her head.
"Shut down the Christmas market? Talk about putting duct tape on a busted water pipe. What does he think that will accomplish?"
Her nose twitched.
"Ooh, cookies."
She darted ahead, aiming for a large table pushed against the wall. During run-of-the-mill town hall meetings, there would be platters of cookies or cut fruit, and a dish of wrapped snacks like granola bars or marshmallow treats. 2 percolators sat on either end, brewing coffee, 1 decaf, 1 regular. Beside the table, a water cooler offered cold and hot water, and a myriad of tea bags sat in a wooden box on the makeshift drink cart. Walter and his fellow council members attempted to keep these stations neat and organized, but usually by the time the meeting was adjourned, it would look like a pack of hyenas had stumbled upon an unguarded henhouse. Tonight, the table had a decidedly festive bent. A red tablecloth was spread across the 8-foot table, with a garland of snowflakes and gingerbread men tacked in looping swags around the edge. A cocoa station sat on a smaller table alongside the main table, which was laden with trays of desserts, undoubtedly courtesy of Sugar Shack, the town bakery. Sugar cookies, frosted and decked out in Christmassy sprinkles, sat beside a towering pyramid of sticky buns, frosted with cream cheese icing and generously smothered with red and green sprinkles. A punch bowl of spiced cider filled the room with the scent of apple and cinnamon and made my mouth water, while my eyes tried to decide where to start.
"Quick, Cora! Get us one of those cinnamon roll things," before the rest of these peons get their grubby mitts on them,"
Selene exclaimed, suddenly finding her Christmas spirit after all, as she strutted toward the table, her tail and nose both in the air. At the front of the room, Walter Peabody, head of the town council, stood at the lectern, a pair of wire-framed reading glasses perched on the tip of his bulbous nose, as he considered a stack of crisp papers in his hands. He wore his typical uniform for town council meetings, which was also his everyday uniform, come to think of it. I'd never seen the man outside wearing anything other than a cardigan sweater, complete with elbow patches, a vest, and a jaunty bow tie. His salt and pepper hair was always neatly arranged, and while he kept his face and jaw clean-shaved, a neatly groomed mustache covered most of his top lip. Clusters of people from outside came inside, looking to warm up with a cup of something hot and delicious before the tree lighting, and soon the treats table was surrounded by folks balancing paper plates on their palms as they picked at the cookies and various Christmas treats. "Miss Harth!" a shrill voice called in a not at all pleased tone from over my shoulder. I turned and found Laney McGregor pinning me with a severe look before shifting immediately to my familiar, who stood balanced on the back of a chair, leaning as far over the pile of treats as she could manage without putting her paws on the table. Her blue eyes were wide and seemingly oblivious to the ire she raised. My cheeks warmed. "How many times have I told you it's not sanitary to have your cat where food is being served?" Laney snapped, her fists ramming into her soft hips as she marched towards Selene. Quickly, I scurried over, arms outstretched, ready to snag the miscreant before any of her cat fur could rain down and pollute the festive snacks.
"You know, for someone dressed up like Mrs. Claus, you sure don't seem to be the embodiment of Christmas spirit,"
Selene said, cutting a dry look toward Laney. Mrs. McGregor gaped and looked down at herself. She wore a red sweater with gingerbread men stitched into the design, paired with a red skirt, the tones of the two reds clashing ever so slightly. And sure, she had half-moon spectacles on, but those were her normal glasses. "I'm not dressed up," she protested. Before Selene could come up with her next insult, I wrangled her around the middle, turning her words into a disgruntled yowl, and yanked her away from the refreshments table.
"Geez, it's not like you paid for them out of your own pocket, lady," Selene exclaimed, as she scrambled to try and squeeze free of my arms. "Everyone knows these get donated so the bakery can get a nice tax write-off."
I shook my head and dropped the cat onto the floor. Just because they're free doesn't mean anybody wants your fur all over them. I don't know why you can't just leave her at home. All she ever does is terrorize people. Clearly, Laney McGregor was still on the warpath. "She's away from the table now," I said, turning to face the woman. "And I don't remember seeing the same level of food handling standards when your grandkids were in here last month, running their sticky little fingers all over the sheet cake for Gloria Tomlinson's birthday." Selene snickered. I nudged her with the side of my foot. I wasn't defending her antics, but it was a matter of principle. Laney reared back as though I'd backhanded her, one hand flying to the base of her throat as she gasped. My stomach fell, and I worried I had gone too far. Turning quickly, I said, "We're going. I'll keep her out of the food." Striding toward the front of the room to find a seat, I shot Selene a look. "Why do you have to do things like that? You know it always gets us into trouble. Couldn't you just fly under the radar for once in your 9 lives?"
"I think not. I spent most of my 6th life under the radar. Can't say I recommend it. Very boring."
I ran a hand over my face. "Well, if you want one of those cinnamon buns, you're going to have to at least try. I'm not going back over there as long as Laney is watching like a hawk." Selene hopped up onto one of the upholstered chairs and spun around in a circle a couple of times, as though considering whether it was comfortable enough for her precious posterior.
"Do we need to save seats for Lavender and Checkers?"
I took my phone from the pocket of my coat and considered the screen. I don't know. I texted Mom to meet us here, but she might still be at Evan and Cheyenne's house. Cheyenne had to fly home for a family funeral, and Mom's been helping Evan with the kids since the twins are out of school for winter break. And I think baby Pierce has a cold. Selene scoffed.
Face it, Cora. You're going to have to run that booth all by yourself, and you know it. Kids are like little petri dishes, swirling with all sorts of nasty germs. If she's taking care of them every time they get the sniffles, we won't see her again until New Year's.
Exhaling, I slid the phone back into my pocket and plopped down in the chair beside Selene. You're probably right. Selene blinked.
That was easy. What a refreshing change of attitude.
Maybe Aunt Lavender would run the booth for a few days? Selene snickered.
Sure, that's a great idea. As long as you don't mind her giving away half of your inventory because she got distracted while ringing up the sale. She also can't make change to save her life. Math's never been the witch's forte.
I sat back against the chair. Selene was also right about that, though I stopped short of telling her, if only to save myself from her gloating.
Why can't your newly minted husband handle it? Doesn't this kind of fall under his purview anyway?
She asked. He's busy getting things ready for tax prep. Now that we have the 2 locations, it's all a lot more complicated. At least for the next week, he's going through all of the extra inventory and trying to figure out how to offload as much of it as we can before the new year.
Fortunately for me, I don't have to worry about any of that,
Selene said, with a jaunty little bob of her head. Chuckling, I turned to her. And by all that stuff, you mean taxes? Because I'm pretty sure you do have to do that. Selene scoffed.
What, is the witchy IRS going to come and get me?
My mouth opened, fully ready to protest, only to realize I had no idea. Instead, I said, It's the proper thing to do, Selene. You're complaining about potholes in the road while refusing to pay your fair share? Selene ignored me, her attention snagging on the lectern where Walter stood, checking his watch. Lainey McGregor bustled up to him in a bluster of her red skirt and haughty importance. For a moment, I thought she was about to rat Selene out for getting too close to the pastries. But as Lainey whispered into Walter's ear, he suddenly stiffened, almost taking on the affect of a bloodhound catching the scent of his target. And in the blink of an eye, he bolted, as quickly as his overly starched slacks would allow, for the doors.
Oops. Something tells me Ned's about to get a Christmas boot up his—
Selene, I hissed. She flashed a feline grin.
I wouldn't worry about it. Ned will tire himself out quickly enough. Besides, it's not like anybody else looked eager to join his side. One can only maintain a certain level of morale on one's own.
For the sake of the Christmas market and Walter's sanity, I hoped she was right. Chapter 3. My husband, Clint, met Selene and me at the hall and stayed through the tree-lighting ceremony. Whatever Walter said to Ned seemed to have worked, however temporarily, as the man and his protest signs were gone by the time the town gathered to celebrate the official beginning of the holiday season. Additionally, there was no sign of Liana, which I took to mean her date with the single dad worked out after all. When the tree was lit, we headed home to make dinner. I meant to ask, how was the meeting? Clint asked, as he started cooking the meal. Oh, you know, the usual. Within the first 5 minutes, Selene nearly got us thrown out. Walter did his usual grumbling and public shaming of those he thought didn't pull their weight during the planning process. There were cookies and coffee. The end. Clint fought back a grin as I joined him at the stove, peeking around him to see the contents of the frying pan he was tending to. He wasn't much of a cook, but then neither was I. Between the two of us, we made do. Granted, not up to Selene's exacting culinary standards, but for the two of us, it was good enough. And if one of our cooking experiments went awry, both of us were equally skilled in ordering takeout from the local Winterspell restaurants. Dare I ask what the cat did this time? Clint asked, pushing a wooden spoon through a pile of caramelizing onions. Judging by the other assortment of ingredients placed on the kitchen island, we were in for fajita night. Fajitas were kind of Clint's specialty. Sighing, I crossed the kitchen and opened the fridge. A pitcher of unsweetened iced tea sat nestled in the door. I snagged it, along with a small covered dish of sliced lemons, and moved to the adjacent counter to pour myself a tall glass. Oh, Lainey got upset because Selene was drooling on the refreshments table, so I might have brought up the incident with her grandkids sticking their fingers in the frosting of a birthday cake. Clint turned, his dark brown eyes gleaming. Cora, you didn't. My cheeks warmed, but I couldn't help smiling all the same. Okay, so it wasn't my finest hour, but still. I get that Selene can be annoying, but some people just get so snippy about it. Clint arched a well-maintained eyebrow. And that's really more your job, isn't it? I snorted. Exactly. Somebody gets it. We laughed, and Clint added the sliced peppers, vivid oranges and reds, to the onions, and gave the whole thing a good stir. I do need to talk to you about the market booth, I said, when the laughter faded. I quickly filled him in on Cheyenne's trip out of town and Mom's absence. More than just my husband, Clint was also a full-fledged partner in my business. I'd run the place by myself for years, but once Clint made the decision to stay in Winterspell instead of returning to Chicago, it made sense to add him to the business in an official capacity. In doing so, he'd spearheaded the project of adding our second location. The day-to-day operations at the flagship shop weren't his typical duties, but he had a mind for logistics and creative solutions to personnel problems and the like. What do you want to do? He asked, his expression concentrated as he stirred the peppers and onions, keeping everything from charring. Do you want to run the booth yourself? Because if so, I think Lily could take over management at the shop, at least making sure things run smoothly, and I can take over for her days off. The market only runs for 2 weeks, right? 2.5, technically, I replied. I can handle the booth, although I don't love the idea of being out in the cold all day, of course. And Mom will probably be able to take some shifts. We'll make it work. I exhaled and sipped my iced tea. Clint, sensing I had something else to say, paused his stirring and glanced at me. I just wish I didn't have to, I admitted on an exhale. The booth was mainly her idea, and the only reason I agreed to do it was because she seemed so excited to help. And then she bails right before the market opens? And I get that Cheyenne is out of town and somebody needs to be there for the kids. I don't begrudge her stepping in to help. It's what grandparents are for, I guess. It's just... I paused, a bubble of frustration rising in my chest. It was one of those thoughts that sounded bad even inside my head, making me reluctant to voice it aloud. I get it, Clint said as I faltered. I nodded. I know she loves us both equally. I don't doubt that. It's just if the tables were turned, I wonder if she'd bail on Evan the way she sometimes bails on me. And it's not like there aren't other options. I mean, why can't Aunt Lavender watch the kids for an afternoon? They're not her grandchildren, but close enough. And in the last couple of years, ever since the whole Golden Lotus debacle, she's done a good job of being more present and available. She's not like the old Aunt Lavender, you know? Believe me, I wouldn't have left my kids with the old Aunt Lavender either. But she's different now, don't you think? Well, I don't think I can be a fair judge, seeing as I never really knew her before. But from the stories I've heard over the years, I'd be inclined to agree. I smiled. Right. Sometimes it's hard to remember what it was like before you were a part of the family. I forget that you weren't always just here. Clint returned my smile and leaned over far enough to pull me against his side. The peppers were nearly finished. Then he gave me a quick kiss before sliding his hand from my hip to prepare a plate for the vegetables. He lowered the heat on the burner and turned on a second, readying the cast-iron pan to heat up a stack of corn tortillas, while the other would wait on standby for the seasoned chicken. Is Selene joining us for dinner? Clint asked, as he scraped the peppers and onions onto the plate. I didn't see her at the tree lighting ceremony. Oh, I'm sure she'll come around. She said she had an errand to run first. I didn't ask. She's still surly about not getting her way with the Christmas market, and is probably off pouting or complaining. No, that doesn't sound like her at all. Clint deadpanned. I barked a laugh and pulled down a second cup from the cupboard, gesturing toward the pitcher in silent question. Clint nodded and I poured him a cup. More likely, she's working on some Mission Impossible-style plan to get any leftover sticky buns from the hall, I added with a grin. Clint hummed the theme music, and we laughed again. We both knew Selene would show up when she got hungry, which usually didn't take too long. But there was no point in waiting for her. She'd complain about the choice of meal regardless of when she wandered in, so there was no point in waiting and keeping the meal warm on her account. Selene would eat chicken, but much preferred seafood. And as it stood, we were fresh out of fish. As it turned out, Selene didn't interrupt the meal halfway through. And as the evening wore on, my concern grew with each passing hour. Following dinner, I went upstairs to my in-home studio, a room originally meant to be a den or family room, with large picture windows that gave a peek at Winterspell Lake. Shortly after moving in, we turned the space into my own personal workshop. Shelves lined both the left and right sides of the room, with neatly organized boxes of candle-making supplies. From wax melts to the various extras I added to the candles to aid in the enchantments. Clint and I originally started with a few folding tables, but Clint surprised me earlier in the year with a custom-built workstation. A large countertop with cabinets and drawers, painted a soothing and smoky shade of blue, a nice contrast to the butcher block surface. Additionally, a small door led to attic storage, providing a convenient place to stash boxes of surplus candles until they could be taken to either of the two shops. I'd recently taught Lily how to make candles, but her magic didn't lend itself to the enchantment part of the process. Some candles could be enchanted after being cured, depending on the various items included in the candle. Using crystals or various herbs and spices could hold the magic after the candle was made, while other, more complicated illusions required layers of enchantments along the way. I'd largely done away with taking custom orders, save for a handful of my most loyal and long-term customers. Intricate custom orders were always dicey, as there was a risk of not achieving the effect just as the customer imagined, but on the plus side, they fetched a high price. For the majority of my business's lifespan, they'd been essential to keeping the lights on. But now the shop had reached a tipping point, and custom orders were more of a rarity. Clint was still downstairs, watching some type of sporting event while texting with his best friend Dean. I'd never been much of a sports fan, and had a few ideas for some last-minute Christmas candles I wanted to tinker with before going to bed. My workshop smelled like cinnamon and cloves, and the sound of Christmas music piped through the wireless speakers Clint had mounted in 2 of the 4 corners provided a surround sound experience. The filmy curtains over the windows were pushed to the sides, and through them, over the roofs and trees a little way down the hill, a beam of moonlight in the clear, star-scattered sky reflected off the still, almost glassy lake. In short, it was the perfect kind of night. At least until Selene burst in like her tail was on fire.
"It's barely 8 o'clock, Cora. When are you planning on feeding me?"
she cried, launching herself onto my work table, narrowly missing a stacked arrangement of candles, red and white striped, meant to look like candy canes. "Do you mind?" I screeched, waving my hands in a shooing motion, to no avail. Selene leaped over my mortar and pestle, where I'd been grinding up fresh cinnamon, and landed with a near-silent thump on the other side, where a sheet of wax paper lay spread across a cookie-baking sheet. The metal clanged and set my teeth on edge. "I'm working here."
"Aren't we all?"
she retorted with a swishy tail.
"I just spent the last 3 hours finishing up some work myself, and I come home, expecting a nice meal, only to have your husband inform me there's nothing but cold fajita chicken in the fridge."
Her nose scrunched, her whiskers quivering as if being told to forage for a scrap of something edible in a pig trough. "And that's bad?" Selene scowled.
"We both know he uses too much garlic."
I exhaled and shifted the peppermint stick candles to the rolling cart I used for extra supplies. I shoved it out of Selene's way before she could knock the semi-fragile candles further. "There's a bowl of cat food in your quarters, Your Grace. If you wanted something different, you should have come home with me after the tree lighting." You know this isn't a 24-hour diner.
Well, maybe it should be.
You're being ridiculous, even for you. And that's really saying something. Why are you in such a bad mood?
All I'm asking for is a little respect. Do I need to sing the song?
Somewhere, Aretha Franklin was rolling in her grave at the very idea of Selene's screechy singing voice butchering her legendary song. I held up a hand. I will get you some food. Only if you promise not to sing. Selene's teeth flashed in a hint of a fierce smile.
I don't know. Those children at the bus stop seem to like my singing.
I groaned and raked a hand across my face at the mention of the incident that had nearly gotten me called into the principal's office for the first time since I left elementary school. Just before Thanksgiving, Selene decided to teach a group of children waiting for the school bus, let's say, alternative lyrics to some of the most popular Christmas songs. When the children returned to school and taught the off-color versions to the other children, they spread like a communicable disease. Eventually, one of the children cracked and fingered Selene as the culprit, and I received a visit from one of the teachers, who made it clear Selene was not to talk to children again. Liana, who worked in the school's office as an administrator, thought the entire thing was hilarious. No singing, and I'll see if I can find you a can of tuna in the pantry, I told my familiar. Selene, triumphant in her success at wearing me down, jumped off the counter and pranced to the door. Shaking my head, having been bamboozled by the cat for the umpteenth time in our relationship, I considered the state of the various projects strewn across the work table and decided it was as good a time as any to take a small break. Besides, I'd stashed a few extra sugar cookies in my purse following the tree lighting, and a little sugar rush seemed like just the thing to propel me through the rest of the night's work. Selene was already in the kitchen, sitting in the middle of the island, regardless of how many times she'd been told not to get on the counters, expectantly watching me descend the back staircase.
Oh, and while you're down here, maybe see about clearing up that mess on the porch. It looks tacky.
I stopped short and glanced over my shoulder toward the hallway leading to the front door. What mess?
Big box with a really obnoxious bow on it. The wrapping paper has neon-colored reindeer.
She snickered. Risking the cat's wrath, I altered my course to see what was on the porch before hunting down Selene's meal. I crossed through the living room where Clint sat watching his game. Basketball, from the looks of it. He glanced up from his phone as I passed through the room. Done so soon? The game is almost over if you're heading to bed. I shook my head. I've still got another hour or so, just taking a break to feed the miscreant. Did you hear anybody ring the doorbell? He shook his head. He started to say something, but his attention snagged when the crowd on TV began booing, and he leaned forward, sucked back into the action. I shook my head and forged onward. At the front door, I pushed aside the privacy curtains on the skinny windows flanking either side of the double doors and peered out expectantly. Sure enough, there on the welcome mat was a large box wrapped in garish wrapping paper I could only assume was meant to be used for white elephant gift exchanges. I pulled open the door, retrieved the package, and backtracked through the house to rejoin Selene in the kitchen.
Well, what is it?
She asked. I deposited the box onto the island and tugged at the bow, only to find it had apparently been affixed to the box with liquid cement. Do I look like I have X-ray vision? I asked the cat, my tone exiting irritated and headed straight for Grumpyville, USA.
No, but that would be a pretty neat trick,
Selene replied with a swish of her tail.
Do let me know if such a power ever crops up. I'd like to study it.
You'll be my first call. I rolled my eyes and tore into the paper. I unwrapped a cardboard box, sealed with enough tape to make it watertight, which gave me just long enough to wonder if it was wise to open an unmarked package. As far as I could tell, no one had bothered to leave a card indicating either who the package was for or who sent it. I don't know about this, I said, giving momentary pause to the unwrapping. The last time I received a gift without a card, I nearly ended up with a poison ivy rash 2 days before my wedding. Selene snickered.
You don't think this is from the home-wrecking harpy, do you?
I exhaled and reached for a pair of kitchen scissors to work through the packing tape someone had inexplicably used to secure the package. I don't think so. According to Clint, the last time he spoke to Dr. Fairbanks, he heard Naomi had accepted a job in New York and was dating an orthopedic surgeon. So either she's playing one heck of a long game or she's moved on. Selene made a sound like she wasn't fully convinced, but urged me on in the unwrapping all the same.
Just open it.
Begrudgingly, I did as the cat asked/demanded, and found a pair of fuzzy socks adorned with embroidered Christmas gnomes, the kind with pointy hats and large noses and full beards, their hats in a variety of Christmassy shades. Nestled among the socks was a matching throw blanket and a bottle of wine. "What is all this?" I asked, my nose scrunching slightly, as I plucked the socks from the box and held them up for closer inspection. They were soft, I'd give them that, but not at all something I would buy for myself.
Look, Cora, there's a note card,
Selene said. I set the socks on the counter and reached for the small white and gold card tucked between the blanket and the bottle of wine. "From your Secret Santa," I read, my confusion deepening. Secret Santa? Do you think this is a mistake? Maybe someone got the wrong address. I'm not participating in any Secret Santa exchanges this year. Lily and I talked about doing it for the store, but decided against it. I'm planning to just give them all a nice Christmas bonus next week. I considered the card for another moment, trying to identify the handwriting, only to jump back, the card fluttering from my fingertips to land on the counter.
What is it?
Selene asked. The stationery. I recognize it. Selene sniffed the card.
Okay. And?
I leaned in and lowered my voice. It looks just like those Christmas cards I bought when I was married to Roger. He went to one of those big box warehouse stores and bought Christmas cards. Well, of course, there was something like 500 in the pack, and I remember being so frustrated with him because it would have taken us years to get through them, decades even, and I hate sending the same card twice. Selene blinked.
Just when I think I know all of your neurotic little triggers.
The point is, the next year they changed the designs. What if this is, you know? Selene tilted her head.
How many frosted sugar cookies did you eat tonight? I think the red dye number 40 is rotting your brain and making you paranoid.
Selene, I'm serious. What if this is from Roger?
Who cares? But hey, if you don't want the blanket, I'll call dibs. It looks like it might be the right size for my cat bed anyway.
I pushed the box aside and replaced the scissors in the drawer. It's all yours. Then, pausing, I grabbed the bottle of wine from the box and went to the cabinet. Paranoid or not, I could use a glass. Chapter 4. I arrived at the Christmas market the next morning promptly at 7 a.m., with an extra-large latte firmly in hand and Selene at my heels. Though as we neared the town square, I wished she'd stayed home, as her complaints about the early hour were ceaseless. Despite being reminded multiple times, no one had demanded she accompany me in the first place. The market wasn't set to open until 10 o'clock, but several of the other vendors appeared to have the same idea as me and had gathered to put the finishing touches on their own booths before the first wave of shoppers arrived. In all the commotion the day before, I'd not yet had a chance to really see the vendors for myself, so before heading toward my own stall, I made a slow lap around the square, reading the signs and admiring the merchandise, while sipping my latte and humming along to the Christmas music playing through the outdoor speakers.
All this salt is caking on my paws,
Selene grumbled, taking awkward steps as she tried to shake off her limbs.
Why doesn't anyone in this town think of the animals?
I don't know. I guess because the customers will be on two legs and prone to slipping on icy stones.
Hogwash, I tell you.
A booth 2 rows down from mine had been transformed into a snow globe, the enchanted glass dome rising a good 2 feet higher than the rest of the booths. In passing, I noticed the vendor had set out dozens of snow globes, each in various sizes and imbued with their own magic. I hadn't stopped to take a closer look, but had seen similar items for sale at Christmas bazaars in the past. They were like any other snow globe, with swirls of flaky snow and glitter, but magic snow globes added a little extra oomph, usually featuring some type of moving parts, flying reindeer, shimmering frost pixies, or even a smell enchantment that would release the scent of Grandma's fresh-baked Christmas cookies with every shake. They were the exact type of novelty that tourists went bananas over. Everywhere I looked, I found hints of magic. Nutcrackers that could come to life and automate the process of cracking nuts, all while rattling off a variety of seasonal greetings. Christmas cards that folded into various snowbirds, cardinals, snowy owls, and robins, and could fly small distances to offer a unique delivery option. A lot of vendors sold decorations, too. Ornaments, strings of handmade garlands, and gorgeous stars meant for the tops of trees. The work on Santa's village must have been completed sometime during the night, as a cozy gingerbread cabin stood at the base of the huge tree in the center of the square, frosted with realistic snow, a picket fence made of candy canes, and gumdrop adornments. Elves, supposedly from the North Pole, though whether that was true or a marketing ploy was anyone's guess, would arrive later in the day and assist the Santa on duty as the children of Winterspell came to visit. Opposite Santa's village stood a row of food vendors, their carts and stalls forming a U-shape around a group of picnic tables, sectioned off with the same candy cane fencing outside Santa's gingerbread abode. The whole square was enchanted to look snow-covered, with the cobblestones heavily salted to ensure no slip-and-fall accidents happened under Santa's watch. The booths were coated in a layer of perfect white snow and gleaming icicles. Circling back to my own booth, my latte mostly consumed, I shifted gears and crafted a mental to-do list. My immediate neighbors stood in stark contrast to one another. To my left, a burly man with a full red beard and flannel shirt sold crocheted sweaters that were unironically perfect for an ugly sweater competition. But anyone who knew Jerry, owner of the town watering hole, Merlin's Well, knew he'd poured his heart and soul into crocheting each garment. Still, the colors were a bit garish, stepping a few toes along the line separating iconic from tacky. Something I hoped Selene would keep to herself to spare the gentle giant's feelings. To my right, a booth stood packed to its eaves with gift wrap options and small rustic trinkets and ornaments. Everything was in natural hues of beige and taupe and white, with subtle hints of sage green providing the only color in the entire booth. A chalkboard sign hung in front of their table, with loopy script advertising the booth as Santa's Farmhouse Designs. Personally, I had no idea what kind of interior designing Mrs. Claus got up to, but I had a hard time imagining her with an apron sink and chipped paint cabinets. It appeared a pair of twins ran the farmhouse booth, judging by their matching sweaters and identical faces. I'd seen them around town and at the multiple planning meetings for this year's market, but couldn't recall their names. They'd kept to themselves, not the type to raise a fuss or draw Walter's ire with what he called tedious questions. As Selene and I approached, the sisters glanced over at me, offering thin-lipped smiles, before dropping their attention back to the arrangement of hand-painted blocks, black with more chalkboard paint, spelling out Christmas sayings like, "Ho, ho, home for the holidays," and "We wish you a Merry Christmas." A friendly voice caught my ear. "Morning, Cora." Grinning, I turned to my left and saw Jerry lumbering toward his booth, his massive hand wrapped around a paper coffee cup that was somehow even larger than my own. Apparently, Dragon's Gold was holding out on me. "You're up early," I offered in greeting, lifting my own nearly empty cup in a silent toast. Jerry laughed, the sound hearty and warm. "Aye, there's a reason I only join these craft fairs once a year." "I can't blame you. I don't know how you close out the bar and somehow wake up on time to be here." "Fueled by the magic of Christmas," he explained. After ensuring everything was in its place, he dropped into the folding chair placed behind his table. The metal groaned under his weight, and I winced, half expecting it to give way. Jerry didn't seem to notice. He sipped his coffee and glanced around the open market with a twinkle in his eyes.
Should be a good turnout this year, do you think?
I'm not sure what to expect, to be honest. This is my first year having a booth. Jerry considered this for a moment, a wrinkle forming between his brows.
That's all. I figured you'd been at these things as long as I have. Seems like the booths are the same year after year.
It's the first year I've really had the staff to be able to split my time, I explained, which was partially true. I did have the staff, but I was also hoping Mom would come through and relieve some of the shifts before the market's end. Jerry gave a sage nod.
Well, the first days can be a little slow, but then it picks up and you'll be wishing for a chance to take a breath. Since we're neighbours, perhaps we can team up a bit, to help give each other coverage for the occasional break.
Lily had printed a "Back in 15" sign for me, but having someone watch the booth for a few minutes here and there to grab a quick bite or use the restroom wasn't a bad idea. You've got a deal. Jerry leaned back in his chair, the metal creaking once more, and glanced past me to the farmhouse booth. I followed his gaze and found the two sisters, heads together, whispering and hissing at one another in low tones, intense frustration written all over both of their matching faces. They were speaking too quietly for me to catch what the discord was about, but it wasn't my business anyway. So what first got you into crocheting? I asked, turning my attention back to Jerry before taking a sip of coffee.
My granny told me. She never was one to believe that there were things meant only for girls or for boys. So when I showed interest in the hook, she started teaching me. I stopped for many years, but about a decade ago, I was trying to quit smoking, a bad habit I picked up running the bar, and found I needed something to do with my hands to keep myself distracted. I picked it up again and just kept going. I haven't had a smoke in nearly 10 years.
Congratulations. Jerry beamed.
And it's nice to share with others. Anything I don't sell gets donated to a shelter for unhoused folks. Or pets, he added, gesturing toward a stack of doggy sweaters. My heart warmed, a wave of emotion rolling over me at the tenderness in the memory and the dedication to a great cause. That's really admirable, Jerry. I tried teaching myself to knit a few years ago to give myself something to do while watching TV that didn't involve scrolling on my phone. Jerry nodded and gave a knowing chuckle. I just never could figure it out. Maybe I'll have to try crochet instead. Well, if you run into any trouble, you know where to find me.
I laughed, imagining the look on Liana's face if I showed up for ladies' night at the bar with a tote bag full of yarn. That's not a bad idea, I told him, still smiling. A craft night at the bar, I mean. They have those paint and sip events where you paint a picture and work your way through a bottle of wine. You could do something like that and give us all pointers while we drink. Jerry used his free hand to run over his well-groomed beard a few times in thought. After a moment, he gave an approving nod, eyes aglow.
That's not half bad, Cora. I should put you in charge of the bar's marketing campaign.
Jerry, seeing some flaw in his layout, leaned forward and adjusted the stack of dog sweaters. Then shifted a meaningful look to Selene, perching on the corner of my booth, doing her best to clean her paws on the tablecloth.
I believe I sold one of these to Lavender last year. She said it was a gift for you, Selene.
Don't remind me,
she grumbled. Jerry shrugged and continued his merchandising. The morning passed quickly, as I spent most of it putting out my own wares until rows and rows of enchanted candles covered the table. Some were more traditional, pillars, tapers, even a few tea lights, while others were crafted in festive shapes, Christmas trees, snowmen, and stars. Jerry and I chatted as we worked, until the first wave of customers arrived and drew our attention. Selene wandered off at some point to investigate the other booths now that they were fully open. I had no doubt she'd circle back soon enough, going on about something that smelled too good to resist and begging me to hand over the credit card for her use. Her little boycott wouldn't last the week. I was quite sure of it. However, the first familiar face to stop by my booth, in between a string of successful sales, was Liana. She looked surprisingly fresh-faced, considering her ambitions for a late-night date, as she ambled over to say hello. "Wow, it really came together, huh?" she said, smiling as she looked around the row of booths. Her gaze landed on Jerry's brightly colored offerings, then on the man himself as he carefully packaged a pair of hot pink gloves with gingerbread men into a piece of tissue paper. Her eyes widened, and I pressed my lips together to keep from laughing. "It's starting out pretty slow, but steady. I'm sure it's only going to get busier from here on out. Are you sure you don't want to spend part of your winter break manning the booth?" I teased, already knowing her answer. Working at the school's office as an administrator gave Liana dedicated time off for things like summer break and winter break, times she cherished and guarded zealously. She was my best friend and would do just about anything for me, but I would need a far more urgent request to get her to agree to work during her break. So, when she seemed to consider the question earnestly, instead of laughing and running off on a nondescript errand, my brows knit together. Following her gaze toward the center of the market, I caught the moment a perfect smile tugged at her lips and identified the object of her new affection. The troop of Christmas elves had arrived and set up shop at the gumdrop-encrusted cabin. They wore powder blue and silver uniforms with intricately embroidered snowflakes sewn into the fabric. Supposedly, it was the garb of a real North Polian, though I had my doubts. In my mind, the whole thing was a touristy gimmick. Granted, a gimmick that drew a lot of attention. Including, it seemed, Liana's. An elf, standing a solid 6 feet tall, with a swimmer's build, dark brown skin, and a chiseled jawline, stood at the edge of the candy cane fence, handing out candy to passing children with a warm, engaging smile. It would be hard to guess his age, as it always was with elves, but based on the amount of stocky muscle and the wide set of his shoulders, I placed him firmly in Liana's preferred dating range. She was in her late 20s, and so too was he, by all visible metrics. I could never remember how aging worked among elves, but thought they might be one of the races of creatures who aged more slowly than their human counterparts, even humans with magic. "Uh-oh," I said. "I know what that look means. Who is he?" Liana caught the elf's attention and twinkled her fingers. "His name is Blake Silverstar, and he could make this a very Merry Christmas indeed. So you and Dean broke up because you didn't want to endure the Chicago winters, but apparently winters at the North Pole sound more up your alley?" I teased. Liana laughed and smacked my forearm. "I don't think he actually lives at the North Pole. I think that's just what they tell the kids to make the whole thing more authentically magical." "So I take it this means your date last night didn't go off without a hitch?" Liana's expression soured, if only for a moment. "Turns out he has a girlfriend. The whole thing was actually kind of embarrassing. Luckily, I didn't have to stay for the whole conference time, so I tucked tail and got out of Dodge before it got too awkward. Now I just have to hope he doesn't need to come into the office anytime soon." She tossed her long braids over her shoulder and fixed her smile back into place. "It's fine, though. I've moved on." "Clearly," I laughed softly. "And hey, I'm sorry if what I said yesterday came off poorly. I didn't mean to—" "Oh, Cora, you don't have to apologize. I know what you meant." The sound of something breaking caught my attention, and I turned to find my neighbor staring down at the shards of a hand-painted ceramic serving platter, which now lay in 4 broken pieces on the table. "Lucinda," the twin on the left hissed, "I told you I would wrap it." "And I told you I would handle it," the other twin fired back. The customer, a man in his 40s, stared open-mouthed, his wallet in one hand. "He's my customer," Lucinda added. "Is there perhaps another one just like it?" the man asked. The first twin straightened and plastered on a smile.
I'm afraid not, unless my clumsy sister has time to paint a new one. Would you be interested in a custom order? It would cost an additional $25. For the same tray? The man asked, gesturing at the shards still littering the table. Why should I pay more for the same item?
I can make it again, Liza. It's fine, Lucinda stammered, beginning to remove the pieces.
It takes time to recreate something like this, Liza told the man, her expression unyielding. The man scoffed and stuffed his wallet into an inner coat pocket. Well, then never mind. I'll take my business elsewhere. The man stalked off, and Liza rounded on her sister. Now look what you've done! I turned away from the train wreck and met Liana's eyes. Yikes, Liana muttered softly. Apparently not everyone is in the Christmas spirit today. I grimaced as a few shoppers scurried along, their steps quick as they passed not only the farmhouse booth, but my own along with Jerry's. If they keep this up, they're going to scare away customers from this whole side of the market, I muttered. I wouldn't worry about it too much. These are just early days, like you said. Maybe they're just working out the hiccups. Liana sounded sincere enough, but skepticism was written on her face as she leaned forward to look past me. Here's hoping. Well, I won't keep you. I just wanted to stop in and show my support. I'm going to do another quick lap, see if anything jumps out at me. By which you mean Blake's phone number, I suppose? I interjected with a cheeky grin. Cora Harth. Chapter 5. Over my years as an entrepreneur and as a small business owner, I've learned there are very few things that boost overall employee morale quite like sugary treats and free coffee. As we entered the official beginning of the winter tourist season, I decided to treat my staff to a morning sugar rush to set the tone. Luckily, between Dragon's Gold Coffee Company and Sugar Shack, Winterspell's premier bakery, sugary treats were easy to find at all times. This was especially true during the holiday season, when both places pulled out all the stops on their seasonal offerings. After a few agonizing decisions and a smattering of taste test samples, I headed to Wicked Wicks with a box from Sugar Shack filled with decorated sugar cookies, sticky buns, and cupcakes in one arm, and a cardboard carrier of lattes in the other. A bag of Dragon's Hoard cookies, my personal favorites, which had seasonally colored mix-ins for Christmas, dangled from my wrist as I pushed through the front door, greeted by the merry little chime. Lily and Cece stood at the front counter. A glance around the shop assured me everything was in order. Glittering Christmas displays, adorned with fake snow and twinkling fairy lights, dominated the window displays. The smell of gingerbread hung in the air, but not overpoweringly so. My candles relied on illusion magic instead of fragrance, and while most of them still had a scent, I preferred a more subtle approach, which helped keep the shop from developing a cloying or overpowering mix of scents. "Morning, ladies. I come bearing gifts," I said with a wide smile, as Lily and Cece looked over at the sound of the chime. Spotting the bakery box and coffee carrier, their expressions split into equally wide grins. "You didn't have to do that," Lily said, laughing at her own protest, as she made a beeline around the counter to take the drinks from me. The top of one of the cups bore her name, and she plucked it carefully and took an enthusiastic sip. "What's the occasion?" "No occasion," I replied, offering the other cup to Cece. "Thanks, Cora. This is really kind." "You're welcome. I just know that we have a busy weekend ahead of us, and I feel bad I won't be here to help as much as I'd intended. My mom is still helping with my nieces and nephews, so I'll be out at the market again today. But Clint is headed here shortly. He had a few errands to run first, so if you get swamped, he can jump in and lend a hand or run out for extra supplies if need be." Lily scooted past Cece to take her place at the register, still sipping out her latte as if it were pure ambrosia straight from Zeus's table. I smiled and slid the box of pastries onto the counter, then unhooked the handled bag of cookies from my other arm and set it alongside. "I figure these will last us a couple of days." Cece lifted the box lid and let out a groan. I don't know why I always think I can start a new diet smack dab in the middle of the holiday season. I smiled, even as I winced. Oops, I guess I'm an enabler. We laughed, and the tinkling sound of the door chimed again. We turned in unison, expecting our first customer of the day, only to drop our gaze to the floor and find Selene stepping through a shower of falling pink sparks.
"There you are,"
she said, with more than a hint of accusation, as though I'd purposely been on the run to keep her from finding me. In truth, she'd been passed out cold on her fancy kitty bed, complete with orthopedic mattress, her little paws kicking in the air as she ventured through some type of dream. I'd learned the hard way it was best to let her sleep when she was out that soundly. Not to mention, if I didn't have her tagging along, I wouldn't have to deal with any muttered comments or wary glances, as she refused to wait outside as I popped into Dragon's Gold and the bakery. Surprisingly, of the shops and eateries around town, only the fish market had dared to officially bar her from the premises, which was something of a small miracle in and of itself. But neither the patrons or proprietors of the other shops much appreciated the cat's presence around anything food-related, which made for an awkward experience, as she didn't fully grasp the meaning of the word no. I was about to explain this to her, but her nose turned up in the air, her whiskers twitching, and she took slow steps toward the counter.
"Is that one of your blasted candles, or are there actual cinnamon rolls in here?"
Lily snorted into her coffee. I rolled my eyes. "There's cinnamon rolls, but you only get one if you promise to behave yourself today. I'm headed to the Christmas market, and if you plan on sticking around here, you have to promise not to heckle Cece, Lily, or any customers. Got it?" Selene ignored me and jumped up onto the counter. Her whiskers were still vibrating wildly as she perused the selection of sugary treats nestled inside the box.
Choices, choices.
"Selene?"
"I don't know what you think you're going to do at the Christmas market, unless you want to slap on a pair of gloves and push a broom around or pick glass out of the cobblestones."
I frowned. "What do you—" My cell phone rang, cutting me off mid-sentence. I shook my head and dug into my pocket. It was Mom. "Hello?" "Hi, dear. I know it's early, but do you want me to stay here at the market and help with the cleanup, or should I head your way to restock?" "Restock? I'm not sure I'm following. Are you working the booth today? I thought you were with the kids." "Oh, well, your brother is sick now, too, so he's at home with the kids. I'm planning to drop off dinner later and check on them, but since he's there, I thought it would help out at the market. But the whole place got demolished sometime last night. Haven't you heard? Selene said she was on her way to tell you." I slid a glance down at my familiar, who was licking the frosting off a cinnamon roll under Cece's disgusted gaze. "Demolished? The whole Christmas market?" Lily paused mid-sip and lowered her cup, her pale blonde brows drawing together in silent question. "That darn cat," Mom muttered. "No telling what she got distracted by." Selene glanced up, cream cheese frosting clinging to her whiskers.
"She knows I can hear her, right?"
"The police are here. Templeton included, of course," Mom added, her voice dropping an octave lower. "Someone came through here with some kind of whirlwind spell, or maybe just a lot of anger and a baseball bat." Mom paused, considering the two options. "Anyway, they knocked over a bunch of tables, broke a bunch of the decorations, ripped down the garlands. It's a real mess. And half the vendor booths had stuff stolen. I'm afraid the thief got away with your boxes of overstock." My mouth dropped open. But there was supposed to be a ward to keep anyone from getting into the square after hours, and the sentries, they were scheduled to patrol, too. "I don't know. Either the wards were broken or someone forgot to activate them." I shook my head, stunned. Who would do something like that? The Christmas market is a Winterspell tradition. A cold fist plunged through my stomach as a memory surfaced. "Oh, dear. Is this about Ned's protest?" I asked, speaking to Mom but looking at Selene. She went back to eating her stolen cinnamon roll and ignored me.
I don't know at this point. The police will need to speak with everyone to see if anyone saw or heard anything. I'm sure they've already been made aware of Ned's protest. I wasn't even at the meeting, but word got around town so fast I heard about it the next morning when I was waiting in line to get a cup of tea at Dragon's Gold. I know he was upset, but to stoop to this level? I let my words trail off, shaking my head slowly. So what is the plan now? The market will be closed, at least for today, Mom replied with a sigh. It's pretty bad here, Cora. It's going to take time to get everything repaired, even with the help of magic. I headed for the doors. I'm on my way. I want to see this for myself. We hung up, and I paused at the door long enough to look back at Selene. Someone broke into the Christmas market? Lily said, piecing together what she knew from my side of the conversation. I guess so. Our candles were stolen. Lily and Cece gasped in unison. I know. It's hard to imagine anyone doing something so awful. This is Christmas. It's supposed to be the happiest time of the year. I shook my head, conjuring images of Ned's red-cheeked face and spittle flying as he waved his sign and ranted to the crowd in front of Town Hall.
I did tell you to invest in your own wards,
Selene said, still cleaning frosting from her face. Not the time, I growled. I'm going to head over there and help clean things up and then see what the plan is. Walter's gonna go apoplectic.
It's a little early for words like apoplectic, don't you think, Cora?
Selene asked, casually licking her paw. I suppose you think this is all just fine and dandy then, huh? Karma, even. Lily blinked and looked at the cat. Karma? For what?
For Walter's discriminatory policies,
Selene drawled. With that, she hopped down and trotted toward the door, leaving the remnants of her half-eaten cinnamon roll in the box, which Cece pushed to one side of the desk. I made a mental note to add the cost of the pastries to Selene's expenses this month, seeing as how she'd clearly ruined the gesture of goodwill for the other employees. Selene, don't be so heartless. This isn't a good thing, and not just because people's merchandise got stolen or destroyed. This is the time of year when the town should be unified and come together, a time of celebration and—
Yada, yada. You sound like a Hallmark card,
Selene interrupted. With a puff of magic, she sent the front door flying open wide enough for her to slip through and exit the shop. I exhaled slowly, counting to 10 somewhere in the back of my mind, before offering a long-suffering glance back at Cece and Lily. Looks like I'll be back sooner than anticipated. With the Christmas market closed, we might see even more foot traffic than we expected. I'll call Clint and give him a heads up, too. My cell phone is on, call if you need anything at all. They nodded, and Lily added a shooing motion, her way of reminding me she had it well in hand. Mom's description of it looking like the aftermath of a magic whirlwind ripping through the market was apt. As I arrived at the square, I gasped at the wreckage of broken furniture, shattered glass from lanterns and merchandise alike, shredded garland, and tangled messes of string lights. The icicles on the gazebo had been snapped off, leaving jagged shards that looked menacing. Santa's cabin lacked the enchantment that made it look like a life-size gingerbread house, and instead showed the plywood frame and cardboard props. The candy cane fences, made by a local sugar artist, were smashed into pepperminty powder. Stars, this is even worse than I imagined. Mom shook her head, surveying the littered scene. I just don't know who would do something like this. Even Ned. Truth be told, I didn't know the man that well, but it was hard for me to imagine anyone in Winterspell being so angry they would sabotage or vandalize such an important site that so many of their fellow townspeople had worked so hard to create. As Mom said over the phone, my own booth had been left largely unscathed, possibly due to its location. But the totes of candles were gone, and the candles left out on the table were toppled and scattered. As I'd been a late sign-up, my booth wasn't in the center of the market, which seemed to be the epicenter of the destruction. Jerry stood at his neighboring booth, rummaging around under the table. "Did they steal your stuff too?" I asked. Jerry grunted as he pushed to his full height.
"It's all gone, I'm afraid."
He scratched at his beard, fury in his normally jovial eyes.
"I'll tell you one thing. Whoever did this is banned from Merlin's Well."
"Hard to bar hop from a jail cell,"
Selene muttered. The stall to my right was vacant, but for their beaded table runners and display shelves, and I'd seen the twins packing up their merchandise the night before. Hopefully it was safe in one of their vehicles or homes. At the center of the disaster, Walter Peabody appeared on the verge of hysterics as he doggedly followed Sheriff Templeton and a deputy around the market, interrogating every participant. They were too far away for me to catch the gist of their conversations, but from the amount of arm-waving Walter was doing, it wasn't going well. "Poor Walter," Mom said, following my line of sight. "I know he's a prickly little hedgehog, but he does work very hard to make this event a success every year. To see it all torn down and trashed like this can't be easy."
"I'd offer to help, but he's made it clear I'm not welcome here,"
Selene sniffed. "Enough, Selene. Your grievances have been noted for the record repeatedly." Selene plopped down in the center of the table, her tail flicking back and forth like a metronome, bumping against the fallen and chipped candles. "I don't even know where to start," I said with a sigh. "I guess we'd better see how much of this is salvageable. But those overstock boxes were all I had set aside to sell at the market. I can't spare the backstock from the main shop." Mom gave the table of ruined merchandise a pained glance. "I suppose we should wait here and give our official statements," she said, her expression wavering a little as she looked up again, tracking Sheriff Templeton. Not that I could blame her for looking a little green around the gills. Our last run-in with the sheriff had ended in a threat of hexile, a magical banishment that would send Mom, Aunt Lavender, me, and the two familiars packing our bags for good. Logically, we all knew the threat was likely empty, and would require months or maybe years to pan out in the Arcane Order's legal system. But even if Sheriff Templeton didn't get his way, he could still make life pretty miserable for us as we were dragged through the magical courts. Not to mention the hit our reputations would take in the process. I trusted the Arcane Order would eventually rule in our favor, allowing us to stay in Winterspell, but the threat of hexile wasn't taken lightly, and most people wouldn't dig too deeply into the details. Nor would they know the background on the complicated and fraught relationship between the sheriff and our family. Without those details, it wouldn't be far-fetched to say most people would take Templeton's side in the matter, which could directly impact my bottom line, not to mention turning me into a social pariah. "We need to tread carefully," I said, giving my familiar a hard stare. "Honestly, Selene, I think it might be best for you to go back to the shop or wait at home." Selene turned her icy blue eyes up at me.
"What's this? Are you grounding me like I'm some kind of headstrong teenager?" She scoffed. "I'll stay right here, Cora Hearth. You may be my guardian, at least in name, but I am still a free cat, and I don't have to take your orders." I threw my hands in the air. "Fine, have it your way. But if you get us kicked out of Winterspell and we have to downsize to a smaller house, don't come crying to me when you no longer get your own room and have to use your litter box out in the garage like a normal cat." Selene gasped with true horror and recoiled. "You wouldn't dare."
I smiled sweetly at her. "Real estate is more expensive in the non-magical world. Clint might have money, but that doesn't mean we'll be able to maintain the exact level of lifestyle you are used to. Not to mention, in the non-magical world, you won't be allowed to follow me around everywhere like some kind of lapdog, and you won't have a magical business to run either. I imagine you'll have to spend most of your days at home, watching the squirrels."
"Well, if I have to use a litter box in the garage of all places, Then you're getting rid of that mouth-breathing drool box you call a dog.
I smiled sweetly at her. Pippin's not picky. I'm sure we could find a house with a yard that would meet his satisfaction. Selene shivered, her tiny canines flashing with disdain. It's your choice, Selene. Stay here and keep your mouth shut, no matter what Sheriff Templeton says or tries to do to get your hackles up, and you can go to sleep peacefully tonight in your fancy memory foam bed. Got it? Selene snapped around and jumped off the table, marching in the opposite direction, her ears pinned against her head as she muttered to herself. Mom snickered, once the feline was, most likely, out of earshot. Nicely done. You're really getting the hang of this whole Selene wrangling thing. It took Lavender much longer before she could even slightly bend Selene to her will. I snorted a dry laugh. Oh, I don't have any illusions of bending Selene's will. I think I'd have better odds of snapping a rebar pole in half with my bare hands. But with the proper motivation, she can be somewhat steered in one direction or another. Chapter 6. All right, everyone, let's take our seats and listen up. Walter stood in his usual place behind the podium. As it wasn't a scheduled town hall meeting, he was sans gavel, but made do by smacking the bottom of his stainless steel coffee thermos against the wooden podium. The effect wasn't quite as impressive or official, but it did the trick, and most of the eyes swiveled in his direction, however momentarily. What are we going to do now? Someone shouted from the back. The tablecloth on my booth was a family heirloom, and now it's in tatters.
Why would you put a family heirloom on a table exposed to the elements for days on end?
Selene muttered, a little louder than I would have preferred, though I couldn't argue with her question. It did seem unwise. Half my inventory is demolished. I don't have enough products to sell even if we could manage to reopen in time. Nora Langham, a local ceramicist, complained. If you ask me, Sheriff Templeton needs to round up Ned Archibald and make him reimburse us for the damages. Another angry voice chimed in. Walter slammed the bottom of the thermos into the podium in 3 rapid bursts. Bang, bang, bang. Order! I'm calling you all to order. Beside me, Mom shot one hand into the air, clearing her throat in a polite, notice me sort of way. Walter's bushy salt and pepper eyebrows arched in her direction. The scowl on his thin lips made it clear he didn't grant her the floor, but he couldn't help but acknowledge her more proper way of raising a concern. One moment, Lilac, Walter told her, his voice gruff but not unkind. Mom dropped her hand to her lap and slid a sidelong glance toward me. Now, obviously, this is an upsetting turn of events, Walter continued, as the room quieted. Those continuing to whisper and chatter along the outskirts of the gathering earned glowers from the chairman. Sheriff Templeton has assured me his deputies will be working day and night until they get to the bottom of this mess, and has asked that we all grant him the space to do so. A few grumbles ripped through the gathered vendors. In the meantime, Walter said, his glower intensifying, we need to pivot our strategy and work as fast as possible to reopen the market. We had a very successful first day, but tomorrow is when things really kick off. The weekenders will arrive, and they'll expect the market to be open. He paused and took a swallow, and I realized that behind his stodgy veneer was perhaps a quiver of panic. The Christmas market was, after all, one of the biggest draws to the area this time of year. Sure, lots of small towns had open-air Christmas markets, but one wouldn't find magic items and enchantments in most of them, setting Winterspell apart by a mile. In addition to the magical elements, snow was in the forecast, and once it fell, the town's transformation into an idyllic snow globe would be complete, further adding to the ambiance of the winter festivities. If
Your business suffered loss or damages. You need to file the appropriate paperwork with your insurance representative. And be sure to also turn over an itemized list to the sheriff's department." A few more scoffs and angry words rippled through the crowd. "As for the decorations," Walter raised his voice and held his thermos above the wooden lectern, ready to slam it down. "I think if we reconvene this afternoon, after everyone's had a chance to take inventory, I'm confident we can get the market back up and running by morning." "Are you kidding?" a man exclaimed from across the hall. "It took 3 months to make the candy cane fences. And where are we going to get another 30-foot tree? The branches are all bent and broken."
"And what about Santa's cabin? That gingerbread enchantment takes time, too."
Walter looked ready to spit nails, but he kept his composure and held up his free hand, quelling the onslaught of arguments. "I've already made a few phone calls and have extra reserves coming in. Many of our fellow citizens have volunteered their time to help set things right. The sentries will also be stepping in to aid in the cleanup, and we'll double up our security efforts should anyone make a second attempt."
"And what about those of us whose inventories were wiped out completely? All of my glass ornaments were shattered," a woman exclaimed. "Others had their merchandise stolen, and don't have enough at home or in reserve to reopen their booths, even if we could get the square cleaned up and redecorated in time." I craned around in my seat to identify the objection coming from the other side of the room. A woman with platinum blonde hair pulled into a tight top knot, harsh against a complexion as pale as the fake snow outside, scowled up at Walter, her arms crossed over a leather folio.
"And I suppose you have a solution to this, Ms. Emberfall?" Walter asked, his voice as icy as the witch's magic creations.
"My solution was given to you months ago," she stated, marching to the front of the hall, her pricey-looking stilettos clacking on the polished floors. "If you'd approved my permit, the entire market would be out on the lake and safe from vandals."
Walter exhaled sharply. "Oh, yes. And I'm sure something made entirely of ice would be indestructible. That makes all the sense in the world, doesn't it?" He looked around, clearly eager for an ally, but none stepped forward to take his side. Jane's thin lips curled to one side in a flash of satisfaction.
"Actually, yes. It would have been indestructible. My magic is quite powerful, I assure you, Mr. Peabody. But I was referring to the security measures I detailed in the plans. Did you not even bother reading my proposal?"
"Let's just move it to the lake, then," someone shouted from the back.
"I have extra sweaters to keep us all warm out there," Jerry interjected, flashing his signature easygoing smile and spreading his large hands wide. "No, we're not moving the market. It's always been in the town square, and that is where it will remain," Walter snapped, then glowered at Jane. "If you want to help, put some of that magic to use by recreating some of the damaged ornaments. No one will stop you."
"With what water? Unless you're okay flooding the square."
Jane lifted her chin toward Walter in an unspoken dare. "We don't need to uproot the entire tradition because of a small setback." Walter accentuated his points with a bang of his thermos. "We're wasting time. Everyone, get out there and start cleaning up. The sooner we get started, the sooner we can reopen the market and put all of this unfortunate business in the past." Objections flared, but Walter was already marching away from the podium. Clutching a leather folio with one hand, his thermos clenched tightly in the other. Exhaling, I sat back in my seat. "Well, that went well." I slid a glance toward Mom. "What were you going to say?"
"Oh, I just spoke with Betty over at the insurance office. and she asked me to spread the word that she and Marvin are coming down to the square to help everyone sort out their claims. I think she was worried about their office getting clogged. Aha! I rose from my seat. Well then, I guess we'd better go help clean up. It's a lot of work, even with magic.
So what's the damage?
Clint asked, arriving at the market not long after the emergency meeting broke up. He rubbed the back of his neck as he slowly turned and assessed the damage. The cleaning efforts had started, though some of the tension from the meeting spilled out into the square, and several people stood gathered in small clusters, continuing to vent their frustration and suspicion. The sentries hadn't yet arrived, but a few members of the Winterspell PD milled about, finishing their reports. Fortunately, there was no sign of Sheriff Templeton, and I assumed he was back in his heated office, under the guise of getting a jump on the investigation, which more than likely involved watching a fair amount of fishing videos on YouTube. Most of our inventory was stolen, I said, gesturing at the table. I'd gathered up the scattered candles, finding most of them scratched, chipped, and broken. Clint would need to know exactly what was damaged, though, for inventory purposes. The totes are gone, I exhaled, keeping my own anger and disappointment from overtaking me. I honestly think we should just chalk this up as a loss and focus on the shop. If we take candles from the shop to replenish the booth here, it'll leave us short at the shop and potentially cut into this week's supply run to Bellevue. I chewed my lower lip. Mom was across the square, speaking with her beekeeping friend who sold local honey. Honestly, this whole thing was a mistake, I said, knowing she was out of earshot.
You couldn't have known something like this would happen,
Clint said. No, but I mean, we're already maxed out with work, and it's the holidays. I shook my head, trying to gather my thoughts. We wouldn't be the only booth shutting down for good. A few others are in the same predicament. Clint grimaced.
Walter's gotta be a wreck.
Presently he was overseeing the efforts of a local spell weaver as they attempted to replace the enchantments on Santa's cabin and return it to its gingerbread exterior. The gumdrop button, serving as trim on the life-size cookie siding, sprouted with a series of pops, springing from the wall as large as Walter's head, and he jumped back, clutching his chest. I still just don't understand who would do something like this, in a town like Winterspell. If anywhere is safe, it's here, especially at Christmas time. Selene stared up at me, her tail flicking.
What about the last couple of years has told you that this place is safe?
She asked with disbelief.
Have we not dealt with a kidnapping, at least one murder, robbery, and deception, all here in our cutesy little town?
I hate to say it, but she has a point,
Clint agreed. Jerry, from his adjoining booth, leaned over with a supportive smile.
You can't let this crush your spirit, Cora. There's still plenty of time before Christmas.
Thanks, Jerry. What are you planning to do? Do you still have enough sweaters to stay open for the rest of the event? Jerry nodded, a hint of pink showing on the patch of cheek above his full auburn beard.
Aye, there's plenty more where these came from in my attic. It's been a rough year, and crocheting is my stress reliever.
He shrugged his wide shoulders.
I don't think anyone would blame you for pulling out. You have a store to mind. Folks will understand.
I nodded absently, my gaze roving around the marketplace to see if I could get a reading on the other participants. Some were picking up their goods, seemingly to go home. Jane Emberfall stood holding court in front of her booth, the glittering shards of her ice sculptures and enchanted snow globes still littering the cobblestones at her feet. Those gathered around her wore angry expressions and nodded vigorously at whatever she was saying.
I tend to agree,
Clint said, exchanging a look with Jerry.
And once they have the culprit in custody, people will rally, and by the end of the month this will all be a flicker of a memory.
Unless they're planning a mutiny,
Selene interjected, her ethereal blue eyes still focused in Jane's direction. The ice witch had her folio open now, and those gathered around her were peering down at a leaflet within its cover.
Now that would be some lasting entertainment. What do you think they're saying?
I don't know, you little chaos goblin. Why don't you go listen in and find out? Selene shot me a scathing look, but moments later slipped under the table, emerging on the other side. She stalked off in Jane's direction, giving the group flocked around her a wide berth, before circling back to get near enough to listen in. I shook my head and gave Clint a long-suffering look. She probably thinks this is some sort of retribution for keeping her out of the market. Clint chuckled. Give her time. I'm sure she'll get there. We worked in silence for a few minutes, tallying up the candles that were left and comparing them to the spreadsheet Clint prepared ahead of the event, coming up with the numbers we needed to report for our insurance claim. When we finished, Clint slipped his stylus into the loop on the outside of his tablet case and glanced up at me. About what you said earlier, regarding Selene being upset her application was denied. He began, his tone hesitant. I nodded. Yeah? He frowned, the sides of his mouth wavering, as if he were debating whether or not to continue. Clint, what is it? Well, a frown tugged at the corners of his mouth. It's just, she's been so grouchy about the whole season, which for her is really saying something. And, well, she didn't come home last night. I blinked, realization hitting me. You don't think. I glanced around the square, looking for the pint-sized tyrant. Sure, she's been moody, especially about anything Christmas-related, but she couldn't have... she wouldn't take it this far. I hesitated, my teeth biting into my twisted lower lip. Could she? Wouldn't I have felt her pulling that much magic from me? This goes way beyond opening a door or setting simple charms on things. You're probably right. Forget I said anything. Clint closed the cover of his tablet and zipped his coat all the way up to his chin. But it was too late. A gray-blue head poked out from under the edge of the tablecloth, and a pair of brilliant blue eyes glowered up at us.
You think I'm the one who destroyed the Christmas market? You think I'm that petty? Or desperate for attention?
The icy ire in Selene's voice was enough to send a shiver from the top of my head to the tip of my toes. You're right, Selene, I said, starting out with two of her favorite words to hopefully soften the blow. We just got carried away. Obviously, you didn't do this. Selene swiveled a pointed glance toward Clint, her chin lifting expectantly.
You know, Cora, I told you this one was trouble. She sniffed. From the very beginning, that's what I said. Too posh and stodgy and way too much aftershave. And now here he is, planting these ideas in your head, as though he's not suspicious. Everyone knows it's always the ones with the shifty eyes who suspect everybody else is up to something.
I don't have shifty eyes, Clint bristled. I rubbed the palm of my hand along my forehead, wincing. Not really the point here, love. Clint huffed an exasperated sigh and held up both hands in surrender to the barrage. Selene, I'm sorry. Selene's eyes narrowed into icy slits.
You know those Italian wingtips you keep on the highest shelf in the closet?
Selene, I warned.
I'm just saying, it would be a real shame if something happened to them.
I extended a hand in Clint's direction as a stream of protests bubbled from his lips, my other hand flicking out toward Selene. Both of you, knock it off. Selene, we apologized, and that's all we can do. Leave Clint's shoes out of this.
Well, I suppose there's also that new couch you put in the den.
She glanced down at one paw, lifting it carefully to flex her long claws one at a time.
The fabric is quite plush. Has a nice texture.
Touch the couch, and I'll be wearing a Selene-shaped stole to the New Year's party next month. Selene stamped her paw down.
You know what? You two can kick rocks. I'm going to get to the bottom of this once and for all, and when I do, I expect both of you to bend over backwards to make this up to me. So far that your spines snap like toothpicks."
She launched herself from the table and strode down the alleyway between booths, her tail ramrod straight, her steps a quick staccato on the cobblestones. Well, that was colorful. Clint exhaled and ran a hand through his hair. Seems like she's been storing up some of that frustration for a bit now, huh? Groaning, I massaged my temples. You should probably move those wingtips to an unmarked box in the garage, just in case. Chapter 7. Clint and I stayed at the market, helping get things back into some semblance of order. By the time dusk fell and the temperature dropped too low to continue without the risk of the volunteers succumbing to frostbite injuries, we'd made good progress. Walter went around barking orders to ensure everyone would show up the following morning, bright and early. Even with the progress made, everyone looked pretty miserable as they made their way out of the square. People walked in small groups and clusters, with more than a few still grumbling and complaining as they departed. If Walter doesn't show up here tomorrow with free coffee and donuts for everyone, he's definitely going to have a mutiny on his hands, Clint observed. I looped my arm through the crook in his and leaned my head against him as we trudged to the car. I feel so bad. Having candles stolen isn't ideal, of course, but we have enough business coming from the two shops. I wasn't relying on the income from the market. But that's not the case for many of these small businesses. Clint nodded, his expression solemn. And with the popularity of the Christmas market, I imagine more than a few of these people were counting on the profits to cover at least a few months' worth of income. And not all of them have official business insurance to help cover the loss. It went unsaid that the market itself still looked rough, and even if a handful of the vendors were able to rally and soldier on, it was never going to recover to its full splendor. Over the course of the afternoon, most of the garlands were deemed unsalvageable and thrown into the back of a flatbed truck, ready to be carted away and turned into compost at the Winterspell waste management plant. The street lamps were repaired, and new strings of lights were hung between the posts, but without yards and yards of lush garland and the glittering ornaments, the effect looked a bit bare bones. Likewise, the gazebo was strung with colorful blinking lights, which a volunteer had taken from his house and donated to the cause. Another volunteer promised to bring glowing candy cane lights the following morning to add to the gazebo's edge. The tables and chairs were the easiest thing to replace, as residents brought unused tables from home or trotted dusty card tables from their basements and garages. Several booths had mismatched tables of varying shapes, sizes, and heights. The asymmetry alone was enough to make Walter's eyes start twitching. He looked on the verge of a mental breakdown all day, wringing his hands, chewing the cap of his pen, and darting glances around the square. And before we all headed into the night, he made a show of setting the security wards in front of the lingering volunteers, testing them twice, before dismissing everyone. The Christmas tree from the center of the market was absent, leaving a gaping hole that no one knew how to fill. I wish there was more we could do, Clint said, as we got into the SUV. He started the engine and I cranked up the heat, though it only blew cold air as the engine sat idle in near-frozen temperatures all day. There are some leftover ornaments from the shop tree, he offered. If they manage to find a replacement tree, we could donate them. I squeezed his hand. That's a nice idea. I wonder if there is a way we could use your illusion candles to recreate parts of the market, like the candy cane fence, Clint said, as he pulled out onto the road and headed toward home. That's what they're using on Santa's house, right? Illusions? Not a bad idea. Although I don't know how I would enchant just a fence, and people would be able to walk right through it, which could cause confusion. But maybe there's a way to use illusions to help fill in some of the gaps at the edges of the square. Clint glanced over as he slowed to wait at a stoplight, the red glow flooding the front seat. How so? Well, my booth had the snowfall effect, right? What if I could make it bigger, to make it seem like the entire square is in a snow globe? That might be kind of cool. What would you need? Could you make it one big candle, or would it have to be, say, half a dozen smaller ones? I tapped a gloved finger to my lips, my mind churning with ideas and mental calculations. Then it hit me, and my finger jabbed into the air. I know! I can remake the Christmas tree. I have a frame of reference fresh in my mind after staring at it last night for an hour during the tree lighting ceremony and Walter's long speech. I paused to interject a soft eye roll, which I immediately regretted. After all, the poor man had been through enough. I could give him a pass on the droning speech. That's a great idea. One candle in the center of the square. And it's all roped off anyway, so no worries of someone bumping into it or interrupting the illusion. Or setting the square on fire, I added with a wince. Want me to swing by the shop? Or do you have enough supplies at home? I should have enough. A dark ripple of doubt unfurled in the corners of my mind. I've never made an illusion quite so tall before. I might need something to help amplify the spell upward. On autopilot, I turned, expecting to find a sullen, furry face in the back, only to remember the afternoon's misstep. Frowning, I righted myself and adjusted my seatbelt. Right, I almost forgot. She's probably home shredding the new couch into confetti. Clint grimaced. Somehow I don't think that would be covered by the accidental damage clause in the extended warranty. I suppose it's what we deserve. I sighed and dropped my head back against the seat. We shouldn't have suspected her. Or at the very least, we should have been more careful. We know she's always skulking around. I keep saying we need to get her a collar with a little bell on it, Clint interjected. I smiled briefly. Well, I was still looking for something to put in her stocking this year. Clint chuckled, and I laughed along. Pippin is easy to shop for, I added with another laugh. But somehow I don't think Selene would be much impressed by doggy jerky and fresh tennis balls. Yeah, and a slab of fresh salmon tucked in a felt stocking all night could kind of ruin the Christmas morning ambiance. As we turned down the next street, a light dusting of snow started to fall, flecking the windshield. Soft swirls floated down, illuminated by the glowing yellow light from the street lamps. At least the decorations out here are fine, I noted, pointing out the passenger window to the ribbon-wrapped light posts and street signs, the ribbons culminating in large bows, like the kind used in holiday-themed car commercials. Little glittering lights hung in swags between street lamps, and someone had suspended large enchanted snowflakes between the stoplights at the intersections, their colors changing from silver to gold to white to blue. See, that's kind of weird, Clint said. I mean, if someone was trying to ruin the Christmas season, why leave all these decorations untouched and just go after the market? I shrugged. That part of town is quieter at night, since there aren't any shops or restaurants. It would be easier to get away with it without the chance of being seen. And if it turns out Ned is the one behind all of this, he seemed particularly upset about the market. True. Clint nodded thoughtfully. I guess, for all we know, Templeton already has him locked up. The conversation lulled after I hummed in agreement, then shifted to discussing dinner options before we got too far from the main road through town. This created another moment to realize Selene's absence, as she surely would interject her opinions, i.e., demands, on the subject. I guess we can get something for Selene and take it home with us, I said. A peace offering? Clint chuckled. My phone chirped, and I fished it out of my pocket. Hey, Mom, we're just leaving the town square and thinking about dinner. Cora, you need to get to Ned Archibald's house. He lives off Aspen Drive. I can get you the exact address in a minute. I straightened in my seat. Hold on, why do I need to go to Ned Archibald's house? Clint gave me a confused glance, and I held up a hand, signaling him to wait. My friend Denise works at the police department. She's a dispatcher for the non-emergency line. She just sent me a text saying Ned Archibald called, requesting the police to remove a trespasser from his property. When she asked for a description, he described that little gray hellcat. His words, not mine. My eyes squeezed shut, and a wave of exasperation washed over me. She sent the text to give me a heads up, but she has to call it into the station. The deputies will be on their way soon if they aren't already. Right, we're on our way. Send me the address when you have it. Will do. Thanks. I hung up and pointed forward. Change of plans. Aspen Drive and step on it. Chapter 8. My newly minted husband is good at many things. However, if someone was looking for a slick getaway driver, Clint would be picked last. To his credit, he tried. To further complicate things, the roads of Winterspell itself weren't exactly designed with speed in mind. Even less so during tourist season, when Sheriff Templeton stationed extra deputies on the streets, directing traffic through most of the busy intersections to ensure the safe passage of pedestrians. So, by the time we reached Ned Archibald's house, a squad car with its lights flashing was waiting in the driveway, like an ominous welcome wagon. First we get a couple $1,000s worth of inventory stolen, and now we have to come up with bail money, I muttered, unhooking my seatbelt. This day just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it? Clint let out a grunt, caught somewhere between amusement and irritation, and got out of the car. I followed quickly behind, and we raced up the driveway to the covered front porch of the ranch-style home. A deputy, thankfully not Sheriff Templeton himself, stood with a notepad in hand, taking notes, as Ned Archibald railed against the 10-pound cat sitting nonplussed on his welcome mat. "If you don't get her out of here, I'll set my dog loose," Ned bellowed. Selene laughed.
Sure, go ahead and send Fido out here. I could use some target practice.
She accentuated her point with a blast of fiery pink sparks, aimed at a small terracotta planter sitting on a tree stump in the front flower bed. The rust-colored pottery exploded, sending a spray of potting soil and what looked like the withered remains of a small houseplant across the concrete. I covered my face with one hand, imagining the figure in our personal bank account decreasing with every passing second. "Whoa, Selene!" Clint exclaimed, stepping into the fray. "Let's all turn the temperature down here." The officer turned to him. "Back up, sir. This is a private matter." "And private property," Ned snapped. "We're with her," Clint said, shooting Selene a glower. "And believe me, it costs something to admit that out loud." She flashed her canines and flicked her tail. "This is your cat," the deputy blinked. "By marriage," Clint replied bitterly. "Or adoption?" He looked at me, unclear on the terminology.
"Ah, I'm touched," Selene retorted. "I hope I didn't spoil your Christmas surprise. Let me guess. You were planning on wrapping up a tube containing the official adoption paperwork? Do I have to get microchipped now?"
Her sarcasm was always biting and unpleasant, but when delivered under the alternating glow of blue and red lights of a police car, I found myself even less tolerant of her devil-may-care attitude. Planting my fists on my hips, I strode forward and sent a lasso of wind straight for the cat. The spell caught her around the middle, her breath exhaling in a surprised oof as I reeled her in like a prize-winning trout. She struggled ferociously, but knew better than to use her teeth or claws for fear of permanent banishment. "That's enough, Selene." The deputy took his eyes off Clint and turned his withering glance toward me. Only then did recognition fully bloom across both of our faces. "Jake!" I exclaimed, a smile winning over my irritated scowl. "How are you?" Jake Gonzalez was a former classmate of mine, who'd recently returned to Winterspell to plant his own roots.
Cora!
He glanced down at the cat, and the puzzle pieces in his mind clicked together.
Ah, so this must indeed be Selene. She wouldn't officially give me her name, he added dryly.
I rolled my eyes. Of course she wouldn't.
You hear that, Cora? I'm infamous.
Breaking news. Full report at 11. I rolled my eyes, still holding her tightly to my chest.
I know my rights,
she exclaimed, attempting another wriggle to try and loosen my hold on her. I secured her against my side like a football, or what I imagine it would feel like to carry a football, having never attempted to. I'm surprised you two haven't crossed paths yet, I added. You've been back for, 6 months now? Jake tapped his pen against his notepad.
About that, but I've spent most of it behind a desk. I broke my ankle playing basketball and had a boot and a scooter, the whole enchilada.
I winced.
Ouch. Excuse me? This is not over,
Ned interjected with a huff. Jake held up a hand in Ned's direction. Then, looking at me, his expression hardened, but without going cold. Calmly, he explained,
Selene was asked to leave the premises multiple times and failed to comply. Technically speaking, I should write her up.
I wasn't sure how much a ticket for trespassing would cost us, but frankly, I wasn't in the mood to find out. So I searched my memory bank for everything I knew about Jake, and a light bulb illuminated in my mind. Are you sure there isn't something else we can do? I promise I'll take her right now and she won't come back. I paused to glower at the struggling cat in my arms. She went limp, her limbs dangling over the arm I had barred across her chest.
I'm pressing charges, Ned declared. She came over here accusing me of wrecking the Christmas market, when I've already given my alibi to the officers who were here earlier. And frankly, I don't feel I should have even had to do that. The fact that I was considered as a suspect is offensive, and I'll be sure and voice my concerns about this directly to Sheriff Templeton at his next campaign rally. I thought I saw the slightest flicker of an eye roll on Jake's face, but his official mask quickly slipped back into place. We're just doing our job, Mr. Archibald. We received several tips putting you at the center of the investigation. I wasn't anywhere near the market, Ned exploded, slamming one hand against the doorframe. Not since my protest, when I was so rudely assaulted. Someone tore my sign up. Another lady sprayed perfume in my face to try to get me to leave. I don't see you out there arresting those people.
I'm sorry, Ned, I said, leaning slightly to brace Selene more snugly against my hip. Now that she wasn't struggling, it was like trying to hold on to a wet bar of soap. Listen, this is partially our fault. I gestured toward Clint with my free hand. We wrongly accused her of being behind the damage, and she set out to clear her name. Flicking my attention toward Ned, I frowned. And I don't think you can really sit up on the high horse of justice and act like you're being targeted for no reason. Not when you were the one protesting before the tree lighting ceremony. What with your whole down with the Christmas market spiel, it seems reasonable to think you might have had a hand in this. Or at the very least knew who did. Ned sputtered, his cheeks flaring bright red.
How dare you?
Listen, Clint interjected.
We're going to leave, and we'll make sure Selene doesn't come back here. If you want to file charges, that's on you. But I don't think it's going to accomplish what you want.
Ned clenched beefy fists on his hips and leaned forward, menace in his eyes.
Oh, yeah? And what is it you think I want? Something tells me that you wouldn't have the first clue.
He looked down his nose at Clint's tailored attire and expensive loafers, then offered a dismissive snort.
You want to be left alone, and that's what I'm offering you,
Clint said plainly. Listen, Jake, what if I sweeten the deal a little bit? We don't really want to trouble the sheriff with this kind of thing anyway, right? And I happen to know your boyfriend, Mark, right? He's a long-time customer of my shop, and the last time he was in, he was eyeing the Christmas spa day gift basket. I bet if he found one of those under the tree this year, he'd be pretty happy about it. The set's already sold out, but I could make one up just for him."
"You're bribing an officer of the law," Ned bellowed, thoroughly scandalized.
Perhaps it was wrong to try and sweeten the pot, but the little sparkle in Jake's eye let me know I'd hit the exact right button. Jake closed his notebook and slid it into the pocket of his department-issued coat, a smile playing at his thin lips.
"You can't be serious. I'll go call Templeton right now," Ned argued, taking a step back. "Mr. Archibald, there isn't much we can do. She didn't damage anything while on your property."
Ned waved frantically at the shards of terracotta strewn across the corner of his driveway. Selene rolled her eyes.
"You got that from the dollar store, and we both know it."
Clint reached into the pocket of his coat and produced his wallet. He thumbed through a handful of bills and offered a pair of 20s to Ned.
"Will this cover it?"
Ned looked at the cash, then back at Clint. He snatched the money and squirreled it away up the sleeve of his sweatshirt with a speed that would make me wary of playing him in a game of poker. Then he took a step back, scowled at all three of us in turn, and slammed the front door of his house. The deadbolt clicked. Jake scratched the beginnings of a beard on his jaw and nodded to himself.
"Well, I guess that solves that. Now, about those candles."
Chapter 9. When it came to Selene, there was only one form of apology she would accept. Fish. And lots of them. In fact, for best results, it was preferable to attempt to match the size of the grievance to the size of the fish. So, as irritated as I was with her over the ridiculous scene at Ned Archibald's house, I directed Clint to stop by the fish market on our way home. While Selene sat in the car pouting, I went inside and purchased a large fillet of halibut, a pound of prawns, and a few clams just for good measure. There was a reason the owner of the fish market and I exchanged Christmas cards every year. He'd started sending them, as I was one of his best customers, and I felt obligated to return the favor. Now, it was an annual tradition. I carried the sizable paper bag out to the car and found Selene with her face pressed against the window, her brilliant blue eyes looking even more enormous as they squished against the fogged glass. No sooner had I opened my door than the cat vaulted over the center console and started tearing at the paper bag with eager claws.
"You didn't get salmon, did you? I told you I'm over salmon."
Yes, I remember. It's not like you haven't reminded me a dozen times since your original proclamation 2 weeks ago." Clint gave the cat and me a long, suffering sigh and turned on his blinker before pulling back out onto the street. "This doesn't mean you're completely off the hook," I told Selene, yanking the bag out of her reach before she could stuff her entire face inside it. "Also, this fish is for everyone, not just you, so keep your paws out of it. You need to wait until we get home and cook it." Clint's arm flung out across the center console a heartbeat before he slammed on the brakes, sending Selene flying toward the dashboard. His arm somewhat broke her trajectory, but she hit the center panel hard enough for the radio button to jam and changed the station to something that sounded like yodeling. A cacophony of horns and angry shouts accompanied the swell of warbling vocals. "Sorry," Clint said, tearing his eyes away from the vehicle in front of us, entirely too close to our bumper, and looked at me. "Are you okay?" He lowered his arm from my chest. I hadn't been in any real danger as my seatbelt was fastened and we had airbags. Selene, on the other hand. Both of us glanced down at the gear shift where my familiar lay, stunned. "Selene?" I scooped the cat into my lap. "Are you okay? Please say something." "Bet that's the first time you've asked her to do that," Clint added, as the cat righted herself. "Are you hurt?" I asked her, ignoring Clint's dry remark.
"My ears are bleeding," she shrieked, glaring toward the nearest speaker. "Someone turn off that racket."
Clint fumbled with the buttons and eventually silenced the radio. The horns died down, and the car we had narrowly missed rear-ending lurched forward. A deputy in a caution-tape yellow vest began waving people through the intersection. We slowly joined the procession, leaving the main drag through town, and turned onto the road leading up to our quiet hillside neighborhood.
I swear, maybe Ned was onto something with this whole keep Christmas local thing, Clint muttered. The city isn't big enough for all this extra traffic. They need to think about adding more public transportation. Maybe some trolleys. In the summer they could call them beach buses, and in the winter they could be Christmas cable cars or something.
Selene and I both blinked up at him in unison.
Well, Mr. Marketing, maybe you should run for town council, Selene said, her eyes already glowing with possibilities. You can tell them what's what. I'd offered to be your right-hand feline, but my services are very in demand these days, so I couldn't guarantee my availability. But have your people call my people. We'll do lunch.
Spoiler alert, you'll be paying, I said in a stage whisper. Clint chuckled, his posture relaxing slightly as we drove onto our street, without another car or pedestrian in sight.
I don't think so. But are you sure you're all right, Selene? You took a pretty solid hit there.
I'm better than all right. I'm immortal, remember?
With that, she hopped over the center console and landed in the back seat. Well, you could just as easily be immortal in a body cast, I reminded her. She muttered something under her breath and turned her attention out the window as Clint pulled into the garage and parked. Pippin, our recently rescued golden retriever mix, greeted us at the door, his hind end wiggling and chocolate brown eyes gleaming. Selene scoffed loudly and pushed past the dog, making a show of spitting out any stray hairs she might have collected from his fan-like tail.
I keep telling you to shave that beast down. I'm tired of being battered and assaulted with a feather duster every time I walk into the house, she called, as she strutted down the short hallway and into the kitchen.
Don't listen to her, boy, I said, rubbing behind Pippin's right ear. You're puppy perfection, just the way you are. Pippin, without a care in the world, licked the back of my hand before turning to lope after Selene. The poor thing desperately wanted to be friends with her, but that wasn't likely to happen any time this century. Clint chuckled as we watched the dog skid to a stop, long enough to collect a tennis ball, then barrel down the hall to show his newly acquired treasure to Selene.
Maybe we should get another dog for him to play with, Clint suggested, as we shuffled inside, wiping our wet shoes on the mat.
Shh, don't let Selene hear you say that, I hissed, giving him a playful smack on the arm. You don't need to give her anything else to complain about. She's got more than enough as it is. Clint chuckled as he removed his jacket and driving gloves, then took the bag from the fish market out of my hands and pressed a quick kiss to my lips. He headed toward the kitchen, already talking to himself as he listed off the ingredients he'd need to gather to cook dinner. After removing my coat and gloves, I crossed through the house and went to check the mail. A metal box was affixed to the front of the house, and our carrier deposited the day's letters inside it, safe from the elements. Upon opening it, I spotted a small red and white striped gift bag nestled between the envelopes. The size suggested it was generally used for gift cards, small trinkets, or jewelry. Frowning, I pulled the bag out of the mailbox, and a card dropped out. The stationery the same as the first anonymous gift. My stomach sank. I studied the handwritten note, "From your secret Santa," and tried to decide if it matched my memory of Roger's penmanship. So many years had passed, I couldn't be certain. Stepping back inside, I closed the front door and tipped the rest of the bag's contents into my hand. Upon peeling back the layers of red and gold tissue paper, I found a hand-carved ornament in the shape of a kayak, complete with an impossibly small paddle glued across the bow. I tucked the ornament back inside the bag and carried it inside, sorting through the rest of the daily mail as I went. "I got another secret Santa gift," I said, upon entering the kitchen. Clint was at the stove, wearing his Kiss the Cook apron, occasionally fending off Selene with the business end of a metal spatula, as he waited for the skillet to reach the right temperature. He unwrapped the large fillet of fish and portioned it into 3 segments, striving to keep them as equally sized as possible, an essential when dealing with Selene. Even though her stomach was 1/10 the size of ours, she insisted on being served a comparable slice of whatever we cooked. "A gift," Clint said, distracted as he shooed Selene away with the metal spatula before setting it on the counter and returning to the fresh herbs he was gathering from the fridge. "I'm serious, Cat. Set 1 more paw on the counter, and for each offense, I'm carving an inch off your finished fillet and feeding it to Pippin." Across the kitchen, Pippin wagged his tail, his tongue rolling from his mouth as he happily panted and watched Clint with expectation in his doggy eyes.
"You'd waste premium fish like this on that thing?" Selene gasped. "Do you know what he spends most of his day licking? He clearly has no taste, because I doubt anything down there tastes like lollipops and rainbows," Selene remarked.
"Selene, can you please just not?" Selene blinked at me.
"I'm gonna need you to be more specific."
I rolled my eyes at her, then set the mail and small gift bag on the counter. "Oh, never mind. I'm too tired." Clint chuckled and pushed a bottle of wine across the island, quickly following it with a stemless glass. "Aren't you supposed to have white wine with fish?" I asked, then quickly shook my head and dismissed my own question. Forget it. At this point, wine is wine.
"What did they give you this time? Don't tell me. It's something gnome-related?"
Selene asked, nosing toward the bag. "It's a tree ornament in the shape of a kayak," I told her, pouring myself a glass of wine before showing her. Because, well, priorities. Selene inspected the carved ornament with a careful eye, then gave a single nod and wandered off, clearly no longer interested. "Who do you think is behind this? Maybe I should text Mom." "You should text her anyway, and let her know we got to Selene before she ended up having to spend the night in the slammer," Clint replied, working to chop the variety of herbs he'd gathered. He paused and added a generous dollop of butter to the hot pan, and the sizzling sound set my mouth watering. Good call. I got off my stool long enough to grab my phone and send Mom a quick text. Her reply came back almost instantly. "Good to hear about Selene. Too bad she doesn't believe in Santa. Threatening to write a sternly worded letter to Santa and Mrs. Claus is doing wonders for Ruby and Emmy's behavior this time of year." She added a menacing, smiling emoji. I barked a laugh, then tapped out a follow-up question, asking if she knew who was leaving the mysterious gifts. She replied quickly, letting me know it wasn't her. I thanked her and wished her good night, then set my phone face down on the counter, determined to ignore it for the rest of dinner.
"Well?"
Selene asked expectantly as she reappeared in the kitchen.
"Is it lilac?"
I shook my head and took a sip of wine. She said she doesn't know who they're from. "Do you think they could be from Aunt Lavender?" Selene spat.
"I doubt Lavender even knows we're in December at this point. She's far too busy with her Atlantis plans."
The scoff that followed communicated her present thoughts on the matter. I frowned, but didn't argue. As eccentric as Aunt Lavender could be, I had a hard time believing she was completely unaware it was Christmas time. Maybe a few years ago, the idea would have seemed more plausible, but she'd come a long way in the past few years. And while she might not be the secret Santa type, I fully expected her to be front and center on Christmas morning. I just feel bad someone is getting me these gifts when I have no way to reciprocate, I admitted. I guess I can ask Aunt Lavender about it on Tuesday. She's supposed to be at the family dinner this week. Mom wants to do a trial run of a few recipes she's been eyeing for her Christmas Eve menu, and the girls want to make Christmas cookies. That perked Clint up, and he turned halfway in our direction as he dropped the aromatics into the pan to sauté. "Sounds like I'll be skipping lunch on Tuesday, then." I snorted a laugh. "Do we still want to go get our Christmas tree tomorrow afternoon? I told Lily I was taking the afternoon off, but that was before this whole market fiasco. What do you think?" Clint stirred his spatula through the pan, sending a fresh wave of delicious aromas through the kitchen.
"I definitely think we should get our tree tomorrow," he said. "The closer we get to Christmas, the harder it will be to find the time. And besides, I think we could all use an extra dose of the Christmas spirit."
Selene flicked her tail.
"Speak for yourself. I'd like to be immunized against the Christmas spirit if that's an option."
I lifted my glass and raised it in the cat's direction, smiling sweetly as I said, "Bah humbug." Chapter 10.
"Looks like we should have picked a different day after all,"
Clint said, grimacing as traffic came to a complete standstill on the highway. And, judging by the sea of flashing right turn signals, everyone had the same destination in mind. Granny Pinkerton's tree farm, a Winterspell staple, sat a quarter of a mile off the main road, at the end of a long gravel driveway, with fields of Christmas trees stretching as far as the eye could see on either side. I'd gone to Pinkerton's farm every year since I was a child, as it was where Mom always took Evan and me to pick our tree. But I couldn't remember ever seeing it this busy. I strained against my seatbelt, leaning forward to try and get a better look past the stalled traffic. Was there some kind of fender bender up there or something? Clint slid the gear shift into park, silently giving up hope of moving anytime soon, though he thankfully left the engine running to keep heat flowing through the air vents. More snow had fallen overnight, and with it came a snap of northern wind that might make even Jack Frost himself think twice about going outside. Yet another reason why the overwhelming numbers at the tree farm made no sense. If not for my overly packed schedule, I'd have suggested going another day, due to the weather alone.
"Let's just give it up,"
Selene groused from the back seat, where she was burrowed under an electric blanket, a much-beloved Christmas gift from the year before, seeing as it had a USB adapter and could plug directly into the car to keep her warm and cozy. In truth, it was a gift to Clint and me almost as much as it was for the cantankerous cat. A warm Selene was less prone to complaining. Happy cat, happy life. We're not giving up, Selene. I've never had a Christmas without a real tree, and I'm certainly not going to start now. I rubbed my gloved hands together, then pressed them against the heating vents. The last time I'd asked for so much as a corner of Selene's oversized electric blanket, she'd carried on as though I'd asked for her firstborn litter. Which, of course, would be a pointless demand, as Selene, to my knowledge, had never shown an inkling toward motherhood, which was for the best, especially for her potential offspring.
"There are trees everywhere,"
Selene continued.
"Why don't we take that monstrosity in the Hendersons' yard? I think the squirrels use it as some kind of barracks."
I turned up the Christmas music to drown her out, and eventually she tucked her head back under her blanket, like a small turtle retreating inside its shell.
"Ugh, we've heard this song already,"
she complained. Ignoring her, I filled my thoughts with hot chocolate and the smell of a fresh Christmas tree, and did my best to wait patiently as the line of cars slowly inched closer to the driveway. A steady stream of cars exited the driveway ahead, some with Christmas trees stowed in the beds of pickup trucks or tied to sporty roof racks. Though as we idled, I noticed a lot of the cars leaving were treeless. And while Pinkerton's farm did have a small gift stand, it certainly wasn't anything to draw such a crowd. Most people gave the gift items a cursory glance while warming up with cocoa and paying for their fresh-cut tree. It wasn't until we got closer that we realized the traffic wasn't coming or going to Pinkerton's at all. Once off the main highway, the driveway forked, with the Pinkerton's property to the right and a different driveway to the left. In years past, I'd never paid much mind to the second driveway, and instead followed the line of glowing candy canes and lights to the tree farm. The Pinkerton sign was still there, a simple wooden board affixed to 2 posts. It could use a fresh coat of evergreen paint, but it was charming, with the gingerbread men painted along the bottom. In sharp contrast, The sign to the left was a glittering thing, at least 4 feet tall and 6 feet wide, and made entirely of ice. The words across it were engraved with precision and some sort of enchanted glow to make it easy to read. Frosty Acres Farm, a winter wonderland for all ages. Car after car slowly rumbled up the driveway, crunching over the gravel, as the majority of them veered to the left, following the ice sculptures and glitzy blue lights hanging from a low fence lining the driveway, with only 1 or 2 cars diverting to the right, toward Pinkerton's tree farm. Frosty Acres? Is this new? I asked, frowning, as we finally broke free of the gridlock and headed up the slight incline to Granny Pinkerton's.
It's Jane Emberfall's place,
a muffled voice said from the back seat, from within the folds of the electric blanket.
I swear, Cora, for someone who religiously attends the town hall meetings, you miss a lot.
Oh, I blinked. I guess the ice makes sense then.
It's all a little showy for my taste,
Selene added, poking her nose out long enough to glance at the sign as we drove past it. So you've been there already? When? Selene shifted her blue eyes toward me.
I have a life, you know. You should try it sometime.
Then she was gone again, back to her fleece-lined cave of solitude. Do you think they sell trees too, then? I mean, it says farm, I guess.
They do, but they're made of... Wait for it. Ice.
Selene interjected. What? A whole Christmas tree made of ice? Sounds messy. Selene scoffed.
Honestly, Cora, you have got to start paying attention. The ice is enchanted. It doesn't melt.
I rolled my eyes. I do pay attention, but I also have this pesky little thing called a job.
Yeah, a job. We get it. Somebody will get you an award someday. You just hang in there, champ.
You know what? Clint cleared his throat before I could land on which particular threats I wanted to employ at the moment. I ran a hand over the strands of hair peeking out from my knit cap, smoothing them to one side as I forced an exhale and sat back against my seat. Well, in any case, the Pinkertons don't appear to be hurting for customers. Looks like we'll be lucky to even get a tree this year, Clint said, his expression grim as we followed a soft curve up to the Pinkertons' historic farmhouse. The normally stuffed fields and pastures nearest the house were practically decimated, with only a handful of trees grouped in sporadic formations. Either that or we'll have to hoof it out to one of the further fields. I think they rotate through every few years. Though, as I exited the car, I shielded my eyes from the early afternoon sun and scanned the farther fields, only to find them looking just as sparse. We were a little later in the season than when I normally go tree shopping, but it was hard to imagine nearly all of the available trees already having been snapped up. A Bavarian-themed outbuilding sat adjacent to the farmhouse's wide wraparound porch, little more than a large tool shed, with just enough space for a checkout counter and a few rows of shelves to display handmade Christmas gifts and decorations. Squeezed into the back corner was a hot cocoa stand, with cups of wrapped candy canes. As we stepped inside, an infrared heater blessed us with a warm glow, and I smiled softly as memories of Christmases past began to stir, of Evan and me in our little rubber rain boots, chasing each other around through the trees, arguing playfully over which tree was the best, or begging Mom to let us get a really big one this time. Afterward, Granny Pinkerton, a sweet woman with an almost Mrs. Claus-like affect, would offer us candy canes and hot cocoa, while her husband helped Mom get the tree tied securely to the roof of the car. Of course, there were other memories, too, more bittersweet ones. Like the first time I brought Roger, not long after we moved in together. And then there was the Christmas after that, our first as husband and wife, and we'd picked out a handmade ornament to mark the occasion. The Christmases that followed were a mix of happy and sad, too. Liana had to all but drag me to pick out a tree the year after the divorce. Even though I knew ending the marriage was the right thing to do, that first Christmas after the divorce was still hard. And if not for Liana's needling, I probably would have bought a sad little poinsettia at the grocery store and spent December burrowed under the covers, eating my weight in cookies. Now, everything was different yet again. It was my first Christmas as Clint's wife, and only the second Christmas spent together in our new home. Even with the busyness of the season, I wanted to carve out these special memories and take the time to fully appreciate them, knowing that life is unpredictable and often surprising. Being present in the moment, especially at Christmas time, became a little more important to me with each passing year. Before closing my car door, I noticed the absence of Selene's complaints and leaned inside to address the sentient lump in the back seat. "Are you coming, Your Grace?"
"Do I get any say in which tree we pick out?"
came the lump's reply. I arched a brow in the lump's direction, though she likely couldn't see through her cocoon's walls. "Don't you always? Besides, why leave the house at all if you're just going to sit in the back seat? I'm not leaving the engine running, so your blanket is about to power down." A moment of silence stretched just long enough to where I backed up and made to close the door. At the crunch of gravel, Selene poked her head out.
"Wait."
"Yes?"
"Did you bring that thing?"
I froze. A tiny smile teased the corners of my lips, but I fought it back before it fully spread across my face. Leaning back again, I kept my voice saccharinely sweet. "You mean your Christmas sweater?" Selene groaned. Last Christmas, Aunt Lavender gifted Selene with what could only be described as an ugly sweater. Of course, Aunt Lavender thought it was beautiful, but to anyone else with eyes, it was a tad on the atrocious side. The stitching was well done, but the color choices and design details were mismatched and over the top. The sweater was Christmas tree green with red stripes, and a floppy golden star sagging across the front, too heavy for the garment. I felt a little guilty, cackling over it, now that I knew it was one of Jerry's creations and crafted with love. But still, a spade was a spade, and an ugly Christmas sweater was an ugly Christmas sweater. As for Selene, she had no qualms about hurting Aunt Lavender's feelings, and had immediately declared it a
tacky Christmas Where's Waldo getup,
and refused to even try it on. We took it home, after repeatedly telling Selene she wasn't allowed to incinerate it with a magic spell, and it got packed away in the closet. As a general rule, I hated throwing away gifts, even when I wasn't particularly crazy about them. I felt a sense of obligation to keep them, as if the sender would somehow instinctively know the moment I donated or threw away an unwanted gift. This year, when I dragged out the boxes of Christmas decorations for the mantel and front of the house, I rediscovered the tacky Christmas Where's Waldo sweater and promptly chased Selene around the house with it, threatening to stuff her into it. Our chase ended abruptly when she cast a shield spell at the end of the hallway, and I smacked into it face first like a bird hitting a sliding glass door. Selene laughed so hard she inadvertently inhaled a flurry of her own fur and wound up in a coughing fit. I put the sweater in the car and decided to donate it to the local animal shelter, an act Selene determined was not one of charity but cruelty. Amid my never-ending to-do list, I hadn't yet made it to the shelter's donation box. "You'll really put it on?" I asked, already scurrying to the trunk. A shower of pink sparks appeared, and Selene emerged, with every bit the dramatic effect, as she padded across the loose gravel drive to join me at the back of the car.
"What choice do I have, Cora? It's colder than a witch's you-know-what out here."
Selene sniffed.
"But if this thing starts lighting up or singing, I'm shredding it into tinsel and leaving it outside for the birds to decorate their nests."
"That's thoughtful." Fighting back a smile, I held out the sweater and assisted Selene into it. When she was dressed, I reached one hand toward the pocket of my puffy winter coat.
"Don't even think about it,"
Selene snapped. "Come on, just one photo for posterity. It would make Aunt Lavender happy." Selene flashed her claws.
"Try it, and it will be the last photo you take before losing your pretty little eyeballs."
Pouting, I dropped my hand and abandoned my quest to grab my phone. Fine. Selene flashed her teeth at me and sought shelter inside. Clint came around to the back as I shut the cargo door, and with a maniacal grin, extended his phone, displaying a side photo of Selene in all her Christmas glory. I slapped a hand over my mouth to keep from busting up laughing. "She's going to kill you." He chuckled and stowed the phone away. 100% worth it. He kissed me on the cheek, then looked around, his smile fading. "It looks like it's been clear-cut." A sense of apprehension crept up my spine. Something's wrong. Hand in hand, we headed for the cocoa hutch where the elderly Mrs. Pinkerton, well into her 80s by now, sat in the same Christmassy dress I remembered from childhood, with little reindeer embroidered along the hem in classic red and white. Her white curls peeked out from beneath a red cap. There was no sign of Selene. "Is that Cora Harth?" Granny Pinkerton asked, looking up from her large print paperback, featuring an idyllic snow-covered gazebo on the front cover. "Merry Christmas, Granny," I said, crossing the room to give the woman a gentle embrace. "You remember my husband, Clint?" "Oh, of course. I always remember the handsome ones." She tossed a wink in Clint's direction. "Merry Christmas, you two. I heard about the wedding. Congratulations to you both." "Thank you." I took Clint's hand again, and he squeezed it. "How are things here? We're worried you might not have a tree for us. Has it been that busy?" Granny's smile fell, and her age peeked through in the lines on her soft, peachy complexion. "Oh, I'm afraid not. There's been some tomfoolery afoot, and all our trees are dying. There's a few good ones left, of course, but if this keeps up, we might not be able to open next year." My heart twisted. "What? What's happened?" The door opened, letting in an icy gust of wind. Granny tugged at her blankets, one around her shoulders, the other across her lap. Bill Pinkerton, Granny's oldest son, stepped inside, stomping the dusting of snow from his well-worn leather boots. "Hello, folks," he said. "Oh, Cora, I didn't recognize the car. Is it new?" I smiled. "New to us, anyway." "Bill, this is Cora's new husband," Granny interjected. "Clint Harth," Clint said, stepping forward to clasp Bill's gloved hand. Granny's eyes glittered as she peered up at me. "Convinced him to keep your family name. Well, that does this old heart some good. We need to keep our witch lines going, don't we?" "It was his idea," I replied proudly. "What size of tree are you two looking for?" Bill asked. "I have a few blue spruces around 7 feet. The lone survivors from that section, so maybe they're lucky." He smiled, but there was a bitter twist to the edges. "What is happening to the trees? Some kind of disease?" I asked. "We don't fully know," Bill replied on a heavy exhale. "It started last year. The trees were fine one day, and then the next, they began wilting. We made it through the season and were able to serve all of our customers, but over this past year we've lost more and more trees. We had an arborist out here, but they need to do some more testing to figure out what is going on, and by this point, I'm not sure we'll recover. We'll have to start from scratch, and that would take years." A silence fell, but for the sound of the wind buffeting the side of the structure and the faint buzzing of the heater overhead. "Well, we're happy to take the 2 biggest trees you've got," Clint said after a moment, his affable charm drawing a new smile from Granny. "And we might need some more ornaments, too. Don't you think, Cora?" "Definitely." "Right this way, then. I'll help you get those loaded up." Bill smiled, giving a grateful nod as he opened the door. "Thank you for supporting us." Clint left me to my shopping, and as I turned to consider the assorted ornaments for sale, I thought I caught sight of a cat tail slithering under one of the tablecloths. Chapter 11. "That should do it," Clint said, giving Bill Pinkerton an appreciative smile as they secured the last tether holding the enormous Christmas trees on top of our SUV. They were the largest trees I'd ever dared to buy, but our home, despite its many flaws, had the perfect spot to display them. One would go front and center in the window of the formal living room, for everyone passing by to see and enjoy. The other would decorate our more casual family room, open from the kitchen, to fill the more lived-in space with Christmas cheer. As the two men worked, my mind wandered, envisioning the ornaments twinkling in the lights, and which garlands I wanted to use on which tree. As they'd worked to bag and load the trees, I purchased nearly a dozen ornaments from Granny Pinkerton. "Thank you again for all of your help," I said to Bill, as he and Clint shook hands.
"Oh, any time," Bill responded. "I always enjoy this time of year. My job's pretty stressful, so it's refreshing to take a break every December to come home and help Mom with the Christmas tree farm."
He paused, a shadow crossing his face.
"Though at this rate, I'm not sure I'll be able to justify taking the time off next year. There might not be any trees left to sell, even if we could draw folks away from the sideshow carnival that opened up next door."
He glanced up, a bit sheepishly, as if he'd inadvertently voiced something meant to stay private, but then quickly smiled.
"Don't mind me. I haven't given up hope."
"Well, you've always got a customer in us," I assured him. Then, scanning the gravel driveway, I realized Selene was nowhere in sight. The last I'd seen her was inside, sniffing around the cookie table.
"Looking for something?"
Bill inquired, seeing my search. "Oh, just my familiar," I began. Suddenly, the soft sound of paws on gravel reached my ears.
"Don't get your tinsel in a tangle, I'm here,"
Selene announced. A flicker of pink sparks preceded her, flinging the back seat door open. As she leapt inside like one of Santa's reindeer, she quipped,
"I'm practically her security blanket. She's lost without me."
The door slammed shut. After a momentary pause of surprise, I shook my head. Bill laughed.
"You've got your hands full. I've never seen a talking cat in all my years in Winterspell." "Then you're fortunate,"
Clint remarked, with a hint of sarcasm. Bill chuckled.
"I have to admit, I like her sweater. Very festive."
We briefly went inside to pay for the trees and ornaments, and grabbed a couple of cups of hot cocoa for the road. On our way out, we thanked Granny and wished her a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. Bill waved goodbye, then ducked inside the outbuilding to warm up. As we carefully navigated down the driveway, 3 cars passed, heading toward the Pinkertons' farm. A glimmer of hope rose in me, though it was tempered by the realization that the newcomers might find the tree selection lacking. "It's heart-wrenching," I murmured, watching the cars. "I can't fathom what could wipe out an entire field of trees. Even if it was some fungus or disease, you'd think there'd be a solution. The Pinkertons are such good people, they don't deserve this." Clint nodded, his expression solemn. "Any ideas?" I asked, twisting in my seat to peer at my familiar who'd burrowed back into her cozy cave. No reply. "Selene," I prompted, "do you have any idea what would cause all those trees to die like that?"
"Crank up my blanket another 2 degrees and maybe I'll think about it."
"Just give it a minute. The car is still warming back up again. And I'm serious, do you think this is connected to what happened at the market?" A pair of blue eyes peeked out at me.
"How so?"
I worried my lower lip for a moment, my jumbled thoughts still organizing themselves. "I just mean, if someone is trying to sabotage Christmas in Winterspell, going after a Christmas tree farm, especially one as popular as Pinkerton's, seems a logical step. After all, Christmas trees are such an important part of the festivities. For me, it never really feels like Christmas until the tree is up." Clint nodded in agreement.
"Didn't you say this Jane woman, the one who runs the place next door, was upset because her proposal to host the Christmas market was shot down by Walter Peabody?"
I nodded. For all I know, she's at the market right now staging a coup against Walter. She's really upset, and from what I've gathered, she's swayed several people to her side. I pulled my phone from my pocket and checked my notifications. I shook my head. Nothing from Mom, so maybe she hasn't launched a full-on mutiny, but she's definitely not happy about it, that's for sure. I looked at Clint, studying his solid granite profile. What are you saying, though? Do you think Jane sabotaged the Christmas market and the Christmas tree farm? It would be aggressive, but she has a pretty good motive, don't you think? Clint hitched one shoulder, keeping his eyes firmly on the road as we pulled out around the tail end of the traffic, still waiting to get into the driveway leading to Frosty Acres Farm. Without the Christmas market, she can draw more people here to her attraction. And if they sell Christmas trees, even ones made of magic ice, which I'm still not clear on, by the way, that puts her neighbors, the Pinkertons, as direct competition. But the Christmas market is a huge tourist draw. If she's trying to make money off having tourists visit her ice palace or whatever it is, it doesn't make sense to sabotage one of the main reasons people come here for Christmas in the first place. Does it? Clint chewed this over for a minute. Selene, her head fully sticking out from under her blanket, stared up at me.
Unless it's a long con. Have you seen today's paper?
No, I frowned. Why?
She took out a huge ad on the front page. Anyone passing one of those Winterspell Gazette dispenser boxes would see it. And most of the guests at the chalet get a copy of the paper dropped at their door each morning. Shut down, or at the very least hobble the market, and then she swoops in with an alternative for tourists and locals alike. It's actually impressive.
It's evil, I argued. Dishonest and underhanded, and not at all in the spirit of Christmas.
Cora, I swear, if I have to hear you say the words spirit of Christmas one more time between now and January, I'll throw myself into the lake.
I narrowed my eyes at her. You promise? She bared her fangs. Twisting around in my seat, I adjusted my seatbelt and crossed my arms. I just hate that any of this is happening. All sorts of wild things have happened these past few years, but Christmas was always this safe bubble where nothing could go wrong, and the world was as it should be. Someone trying to take that away just feels awful. Selene huffed.
Is this at least your way of acknowledging that you no longer suspect me of all this chaos?
I groaned. We've already been over this. We both apologized. It's time to move on, Selene.
I think I'll be the judge of when it's time to move on, seeing as how I am the victim.
Victim?
The aggrieved party? The offended? The maligned? Any of those suit your liking better? Oh, slandered.
Clint cranked up the radio again, and a jazzy rendition of Silent Night sent a not-so-subtle message to the grumpy feline. Upon getting the Christmas trees home and in their stands, Selene rattled off a laundry list of perceived flaws, claiming the branches were unevenly spaced, the needles too pointy, and the overall shape asymmetrical and painful for her eyes to look at.
Oh, and that tree stand isn't big enough, she concluded. One whack of the mongrel's tail and the whole thing's going to topple and break through my favorite window. You mark my words.
Pippin, who was thrilled to find an entire tree in the front room, offered me a doggy smile and wagged his tail. Selene scoffed with disgust. I booped the dog on the nose, sending his tail wagging even faster. Just remember, this tree is okay to have inside, but you still have to leave your sticks in the backyard. Got it? He licked my finger. Selene made a retching noise. All right, knock it off. I turned and grabbed the stepladder, ensuring it locked into place before climbing to adjust the top. Looks like the tree stand is holding it just fine. The only way this thing is going to fall through the front window is if you get confused in the middle of the night and try climbing it looking for squirrels. Selene shuddered.
You'd better hope one of those little devils doesn't get in here.
Clint came in from the garage, carrying 2 stacked rubber bins, each containing various decorations for the tree. I decorated the mantel and set out a few decorations on the front porch the weekend of Thanksgiving, but the main event was decorating the Christmas tree. I think it's perfect, Clint said, picking up the tail end of the argument as he crossed through the first floor to find us in the formal living room. Can't you ever just enjoy something? Clint asked, directing this part toward the surly cat sitting on the arm of the sofa.
I enjoy fish, but I don't suppose anybody thought ahead to dinner plans.
I groaned. That reminds me I need to call Mom and see what she wants us to bring for dinner this week. I can always run to the store tomorrow, Clint said, setting the bins down on the coffee table, where I'd spread out a sheet of brown craft paper to keep from scratching the wood. He lifted the lid, and Selene launched into a dramatic coughing fit.
Oh, those bins are filthy. You're getting dust everywhere.
They're not filthy. They were in the garage. And why are you so grumpy?
I just told you, Cora. I'm hungry, and no one has thought of what to do for dinner.
She hopped down from the arm of the couch and trotted off in pursuit of food. Clint and I shared a glance as he handed me the first bundle of Christmas lights. Maybe we should book her a package of sessions with a pet therapist for her Christmas gift. Grinning, I shook my head. Wouldn't that be more like getting a gift for ourselves? Clint chuckled. We began unwinding the string of lights, working together to get them wrapped around the base of the enormous Christmas tree. The mood lightened significantly without Selene's dark cloud hovering overhead. But once the lights were up and we began placing individual ornaments, I couldn't help but think of Granny Pinkerton and the Christmas tree farm. A good amount of my personal collection of Christmas tree ornaments had been purchased at the farm's gift shop over the years, so each one served as a small reminder. Maybe I could talk to Liana. She knows that plant witch, the one who spoke at the school assembly. Maybe she could visit the Pinkerton farm and get to the bottom of what's affecting the trees. Clint passed me a glass ornament featuring a family of penguins and a snowdrift. Thanks to a simple enchantment, whenever the ornament moved, the penguins flapped their wings, and one even fell on his belly, sliding down the drift. When the movement stopped, the penguins reset to their original pose. It's worth a try, although it sounds like there's a bigger issue at play. I nodded and hung the ornament on a branch. I wonder where Jane was the night the market was destroyed. The police asked us all where we were that night, so it's possible she has an airtight alibi. But it's not like I can walk down to the station and ask Sheriff Templeton to take a look at his notes. Clint's face hardened. Definitely not. Let's just say I bought you a pretty expensive gift this year, and I don't know if I have bail money. I smiled and stole a quick kiss. You just want me to ask about my gift. You've been teasing me with hints all month. I'm fine waiting until Christmas morning, sir. Clint laughed and passed me another enchanted ornament, this one featuring a flying reindeer. In truth, I was dying to know what Clint got me, but so far my efforts to snoop for clues around the house hadn't turned up anything. We finished decorating the tree and wandered into the kitchen, discussing the possibility of ordering takeout since neither of us had the energy or motivation to cook from scratch, especially not 2 meals, which was often required when dealing with Selene's persnickety palate. I expected to find the cat parked in front of the fridge, tail whipping furiously, ready to lecture the moment we stepped into the kitchen. But both the kitchen and casual dining room were vacant. Frowning, I went to the informal living room, checking her usual spots, but found them empty too. Pippin, lounging on his overstuffed doggy bed, looked up and wagged his tail as I passed to search down the hall. Selene, it's dinner time. Nothing. Oh boy, Clint said, following me into the hall. Here we go again. Chapter 12. My Aunt Lavender had never been the best gift giver, usually selecting something off the wall and random. That is, when she managed to remember the special occasion in the first place. However, there was one gift I treasured, a familiar tracking spell. I don't use it often, to save myself from the full force of Selene's scorn, but when the occasion calls for it, I always whisper a word of thanks to my aunt just before performing the enchantment. Once cast, the spell guides me to my wayward familiar, saving a ton of time, considering the cat couldn't exactly carry a cell phone around with her. Not that she'd likely answer my call anyway. And she'd balked at the idea of having a GPS placed on her collar. She refused to wear a collar in general, let alone one wired with a tracking device. And while I'd never had issues with the tracking spell, there was always a moment, right before casting it, where I doubted it would work this time, half expecting to run into some kind of magic block. I imagined Selene toiling away for hours, trying to undo or hide herself from the enchantment's reach. If there's one thing Selene loves, perhaps even more than fish, it's her autonomy, which was the one thing she couldn't fully have in her life as a witch's familiar. I couldn't speak to her past guardian's behavior, beyond Aunt Lavender anyway, but I personally gave her plenty of leeway, and it still wasn't enough. She always wanted more independence. That is, right up until someone reminds her that living on her own would require her to forego her cushy orthopedic pet bed and her automated litter box. She was only willing to rail against the system so long as she maintained her creature comforts. Tonight, the tracking spell led me to the Winterspell Christmas market, which appeared as popular as ever, despite the slightly shorter list of vendors. It took me several laps up and down the side streets until I scored a parking spot alongside the curb in one of the older neighborhoods. The night was clear and cold as I hoofed it down the hill to the main street running through downtown, following the glow of twinkling lights all the way to the plaza in front of Town Hall. I'd always preferred the market at night. There's a special kind of magic to be found on a cold winter night, underneath a clear, starlit sky, only to step into a ring of lights and music, like a festive Yuletide oasis. A choir sang Christmas music under the illuminated gazebo, the sound of carols floating through the brisk evening air, accompanied by the soft chatter of the crowd and the vendors pitching their merchandise to passers-by. The food carts were doing brisk business, with lines of people in serpentine formations spreading from each one, savory and sweet scents mingling on the breeze. I passed Jerry's booth, now fully restocked, and found the burly bartender charming a couple of middle-aged ladies wearing knit caps and gloves. From the snippet of conversation I caught in passing, it didn't sound like Jerry was making a sale, but more so exchanging tips and tricks of the trade with fellow crafters. The space where my booth would have been was now occupied by a small round table, covered with a red tablecloth that wasn't quite the right shape, falling short enough to reveal the wood on two sides. It appeared the sisters running the Santa's farmhouse booth were using it for overstock. Clearly, they'd been able to replenish following the theft earlier in the week. The twins stood on either side of a Christmas tree, perched on yet another round table, this one more of an end table, and missing a tablecloth altogether. As I passed, I couldn't help noticing the woman on the right shooting daggers at her sister, who was in the middle of showcasing a basket of assorted wooden ornaments to a young couple. Santa's cabin stood in the center of it all, though it looked somewhat odd and barren without the enormous tree behind it. At least someone had managed to get the enchantments back in place, and the candy cane fence, though made of plastic and not real candy, helped infuse some cheer and whimsy. I circled the cabin, peering around as the tracking spell jerked at my psyche. Selene had to be somewhere nearby, and there was a non-zero chance Liana was here too, looking for her pointy-eared bow. Before I could find either of them, the sound of angry voices caught my ear, and I followed them to the backside of a small shed. Gumdrops the size of volleyballs and candy-coated chocolate stuck on a siding. "Even after all of this, he's still stubborn as an old goat," a woman was saying. The voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it offhand. A male voice replied, using a soothing tone. "It sounds like a real bummer." Frowning, I scooted closer to the corner of the faux gingerbread construction, using the volleyball-sized gumdrops as cover. I should just run for council and pry his gavel out of his bony little hands, the woman hissed. She had to be talking about Walter. He was the only one I knew with a proper gavel in Winterspell. Footsteps sounded behind me, and I whirled around to find Selene poking her head around a bush made of licorice and green frosting. Or at least, that's what the enchantment made it look like. Underneath was probably some type of styrofoam or rough wood framing, with the enchantment draped over the top like set dressing. "Selene," I whispered, clutching toward my racing heart. "Don't sneak up on me."
You're going to lecture me about sneaking? When you're the one out here using your little stalker spell to find me?" the cat retorted with a snort. "Or am I supposed to believe this is all just some sort of coincidence?"
"Okay, fine, you win." I placed a finger to my lips and glanced over my shoulder. "Now hush, I'm trying to listen." Selene sauntered forward, her stride nonchalant, and flicked her tail before coming to sit beside my boot-clad foot.
"It's Jane Emberfall and one of those elves. She's been harping on about Walter to anyone who will listen to her for the past hour, and the elf seems too polite to tell her to stuff it. Apparently our frosty friend has a hard time letting things go."
"I suppose I should get back to my booth," Jane continued. "I can at least try to make some money, I suppose. Although the way things are going at Frosty Acres, it's not like I really need it." She barked a chilled laugh. "That newspaper ad was the best money I've spent in a long time. Have you been out to see it yet? It would probably remind you of home." "I'll try to make it," the elf replied. "Oh, please do," Jane said, putting on the enthusiasm of a car salesman who just spotted someone walking onto the lot. "You really must come and see. In fact, I'd love to pick your brain about some of the design choices for next year's expansion. I hope this isn't stepping on any toes, but we're planning to put a Santa's toy workshop on site so people can bring their kids to watch the elves make their toys. For an extra fee, of course." I made a gagging gesture, and Selene snickered. Jane's voice trailed off as she continued to talk to the elf about her grand ideas for Christmas dominance. "Come on," I said, still keeping my voice low as I turned away. Maybe Ned had a point after all. This is getting a little out of hand.
"Come to the dark side,"
Selene purred, as we stepped from the shadows of the gingerbread house and back into the main part of the market. The choir was taking a break, but a group of high school-aged kids took over, playing a rendition of "I'll Be Home for Christmas" on assorted wind instruments. "All right, so do we need to talk about why you left without saying goodbye?" I asked my familiar, following her toward the line of food trucks and booths across the square.
"I was hungry."
"We have a ton of leftovers from last night. Fish, clams, prawns."
"Cora, you know how I feel about leftovers."
I slid my hands into my pockets. Even with my gloves, my fingertips were starting to chill. "That's not what this is about, and you know it. Just tell me what's bugging you."
"Nothing,"
she insisted, though the flick to her tail was a dead giveaway.
"I'm here looking for clues, and if a snack happens to be thrown in my direction, so be it."
"Okay. Well, then tell me what you've gleaned so far. You think Jane had a hand in this?" Selene hesitated, choosing between the various food options. Eventually, she landed on a food truck selling a variety of Belgian waffles, some savory, some sweet. I opted for one smothered in chocolate, topped with sliced strawberries and a generous heap of whipped cream. "I'll start combating my sugar addiction come January," I mumbled to myself, balancing my plate and making my way to a picnic table under a large white tent. Selene, meanwhile, seemed to have turned her attention away from the spectacle of Jane, who was back at her booth, energetically engaging with customers and showing off her enchanted ice decor and gift options. She sat on the table, swishing her tail, a grin on her feline face. "What's so funny?" I asked, wiping at my upper lip in case I was sporting a whipped cream mustache. Selene's eyes gleamed.
"Oh, you really don't want to know."
I narrowed my eyes. "Try me."
"I was just thinking about your wedding reception, under that giant piggy tent, hot pink with a snout and curly tail painted onto it."
she cackled, throwing her head back.
Sometimes I swear you're cursed, Cora.
It didn't have a tail, I muttered, digging into the waffle with enough gusto to rip the flimsy paper plate beneath it. Selene continued her snickering, and when it stopped abruptly, I looked up and found her blue eyes narrowed, looking at something across the square.
Don't look now, Selene hissed, but perhaps you were right about your secret Santa suspicion.
Ignoring the first part of her sentence, I immediately twisted in my chair and followed her gaze. The square was teeming with bundled-up shoppers, townspeople and tourists alike, and I was just about to ask for clarification when I found the subject of Selene's attention. My heart fell through the bottom of my ribcage and plummeted into my stomach. "No," I whispered, shaking my head to emphasize the word. "He can't. I mean, what is he even... You really don't think he..."
Maybe try complete sentences, Cora.
I yanked back around in my chair and glowered at my cat. "Under no circumstances are you to..."
Yoo-hoo!
Selene called, sending up a shower of pink sparks into the air above her head like a tiny emergency flare. Scowling, I leaned over and judged how much space there was available under the table. "This time I mean it, Selene. I'm going to evict your furry little butt and let you become a full-time alley cat," I hissed. She flashed her dainty white canines in a fierce grin.
"He's coming this way."
My hands started to clench into fists, my nails dragging along the wooden surface of the tabletop. I shot Selene a final death glare, then plastered on my best Merry Freaking Christmas smile and turned around just as Roger, my ex-husband, wandered up to the table wearing his usual puppy dog grin. "Well, this is a surprise," he said with a warm chuckle. "Though I suppose it shouldn't be. You always did like coming to the market, didn't you, Cora?" "Roger, this is a surprise," I said, keeping my smile in place, though it felt like the grimace that followed a punch to the gut. He looked good. He'd always been lean, with a swimmer's build, and even under the layers of warm clothing he was well-defined, as though his coat were tailored to highlight his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His face looked leaner, and the dark circles under his eyes had faded. His skin smooth, and almost like he'd... No, Roger wouldn't get Botox. Or would he? He wasn't alone, either. A beautiful woman with a petite and curvy frame stood beside him, honey blonde hair falling to her shoulders from under a cream-colored knit hat. She had one arm linked through his, and gripped a little tighter, subtle lines at her eyes giving away her nerves as she glanced up at him, awaiting an introduction. "Kara, this is Cora," Roger said.
"Her name is Kara?"
Selene snorted into her waffle.
"Oh, this just gets better and better."
Calmly, I slipped off one glove, and with a twirl of my finger, conjured a tiny cyclone and blew a tablespoon's worth of whipped cream into the cat's face. She sputtered madly and pawed at her cream-covered whiskers.
"Ugh! What are you doing, witch? Trying to blind me?"
"I'm sorry about her," I said, my cheeks hot as I stood and extended my bare hand toward the woman. "Oh, I've told her all about Selene," Roger said with a chuckle. Kara looked less amused, but she shook my hand politely. Selene's face was clean within a matter of moments. I'd wait and get a more proper revenge later. Sometimes, in my idle moments, I dreamed up scenarios that could be used as effective punishments for her antics. At present, my favorite idea was to make her watch while I boxed up all the tubs of her expensive gourmet cat food into the donation box at the local pet shelter, only to drive home and present her with a 50-pound bag of dry kibble in the blandest possible flavor I could find. Was spinach-flavor cat food a thing? If so, she'd be looking at years of the stuff. For her part, Kara's eyebrows, perfectly maintained, unlike the shaggy edges of my own, which were threatening to turn into full-blown caterpillars by Christmas if I didn't find time to book an appointment with the esthetician in town, lifted as she looped her arm back through Roger's. "This is a surprise?" Roger's smile widened. "I told you, Winterspell is a small world." Kara slipped her gloved hands back into the pocket of her chic wool coat. "We're just in town for the weekend," Roger said, still smiling that casual smile. "Kara's never been, and we thought it would be nice to go somewhere ahead of Christmas. And what better place than Winterspell?"
"Oh, I think you made the right choice,"
Selene purred. No, on second thought, spinach-flavored cat food would still be too good for her. I'd have to keep brainstorming. Maybe something with a Brussels sprout base. "The market is really beautiful," Kara said, seeming to recover from being introduced to her boyfriend's ex-wife, though she eyed Selene with more than a little suspicion, which, to be fair, was completely warranted, in my opinion. What had Roger told her about Selene? She clearly knew who I was, too, which made sense, I supposed. It seemed reasonable to mention an ex-spouse, although it did beg the question, what specifically had he told her about me? Our marriage had ended amicably enough, but like most relationships, we hadn't always been on our best behavior. I'm sure with a little effort he could recall a handful of stories that painted me in a less than flattering light. I shook my head, pushing that line of thought to the back of my mind. It didn't matter what Roger had told her about me. I no longer cared what Roger thought, so I certainly shouldn't care what his new girlfriend thought. But Roger's presence in town did raise one other question. Could he, in fact, be the one leaving me the gifts? The stationery had raised my suspicion, at least at the moment. In hindsight, though, it made little sense. Roger didn't live in Winterspell anymore, and why would he come into town for the holidays with his very pretty girlfriend just to sneak around at night and leave presents on my porch? And how would he even know where I lived? As far as he knew, I still lived in the house we bought together. Unless... No, she wouldn't. "I saw your mom at the market yesterday," Roger said. Apparently she would. My mother and Roger were always close. Even after the divorce, she maintained something of a friendship with him. When he'd returned to Winterspell a couple of years ago, right after I met Clint, they had some sort of reunion. And while I knew she accepted and loved Clint, in her mind, Roger was my first love and would always hold something of a special place in her heart, too.
"Is that so?"
Selene cooed, giving me a significant look, her amusement evident in her bright blue eyes.
"And what did you two talk about?"
Before Roger could answer, a commotion across the town square caused a ripple effect of gasps, and the four of us craned to see what was going on. "What is this puritanical nonsense?" A woman spat. I recognized the voice. It was Liana. What in the... An elf, wearing a powder blue and silver uniform, complete with a pointy hat and curly-toed shoes with jingle bells on them, marched past a group of curious onlookers, one hand clenched around Liana's upper arm. "Why put out mistletoe if you don't approve of kissing?" Liana continued, vigorously attempting to tug her arm free of the elf's grasp. I got to my feet and scrambled over to her, just as the elf released his grip. He gave her a stony-eyed expression and marched back toward Santa's village in the center of the market. Liana straightened her camel-colored coat, glaring daggers at the elf's back. "Are you all right?" Liana jolted, not having seen me there. "Cora!" "And Roger?" "Haley, this is Kara," he replied, gesturing to the blonde, who was now looking more than a little put out by this chummy reunion. "What happened? Why was that elf dragging you away from Santa's village?" I grabbed my cup of cocoa and handed it to her. She took a sip and handed it back. "You don't happen to have any Irish cream you can throw in there, do you?" She sighed heavily. I was just visiting Blake. He was on break, and I was bringing him some cookies from Sugar Shack, because the other day I was talking them up and he said he wanted to try them. It was all perfectly innocent. I raised an eyebrow at her. A sheepish look crossed her face, if only for a moment. As I told that elf, there was mistletoe, so we took a moment to immerse ourselves in the custom. Apparently that was deemed inappropriate for children, and I've been asked to steer clear of the Santa village until further notice. Selene snickered. My lips twitched, but I held back a laugh. Liana thrust her shoulders back, but even she had a touch of a smile. Honestly, if that's how they act at the North Pole, then they can keep it. We should get going, Kara said, pulling gently at Roger's sleeve. We have those dinner reservations, remember? Roger frowned. We do? Kara's eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, Roger said, a little too loudly. Right. Dinner reservations. We should get going. He flashed another winning smile, looking at the three of us in turn. It was good to run into you all. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Roger. Liana echoed me. Roger waited a moment, giving Selene space to offer her own well wishes, but when it was apparent none would come, he smiled at Kara and let her lead him away from the food court. Liana leveled me with a hard stare. Okay, your turn. What was that about? I looked at Selene. I think you're right. I am cursed. Chapter 13. Dad, Ruby is eating all the dough. My brother, Evan, lumbered into the kitchen where Mom and I stood making sugar cookies, assisted by my twin nieces, Ruby and Emmy. Although assisting probably wasn't the right word for it, seeing as they spent more time sneaking bits of dough and arguing over who got to use which sprinkles than they did helping roll out the chilled dough and prep the trays to go into the oven. Evan, who'd worked a 12-hour day, sagged against the archway leading between the kitchen and living room, and gave his adorable daughters a less than amused look. Girls, we've talked about this, remember? You two are supposed to be setting an example for your baby brother and teaching him how to share. Ruby, perhaps the more mischievous of the two, though it was a close competition most days, held out her hands and glanced around the kitchen. I don't see Pierce. Evan arched his eyebrows. I bit back a laugh and slid a glance to Mom and found she was also holding back a grin as she moved the rolling pin over the lump of sugar cookie dough on the well-floured countertop. I picked up a snowman-shaped cookie cutter from the pile in the center of our workstation and handed it to Emmy. Come on, kiddo, you're up. Scooting her over to take my place, I went to the wine rack on the other side of the counter and perused the bottles. Want me to open one of these? I asked, giving my brother a quick grin over my shoulder. Yes, please. For as much as Selene could give me a run for my money, there were times I thought she had nothing on a pair of 7-year-old twins. I honestly had no idea how Evan and Cheyenne managed, especially since welcoming their son. And with Cheyenne out of town, Evan looked haggard, to say the least. This is how you do it, Emmy said, making a show of pushing up her sleeves and using both hands to hold the cookie cutter steady as she pressed it into the rolled-out dough. That's what I did, too, Ruby argued, sticking out her lower lip and the beginnings of a pout. Then why do yours look all bubbly? Emmy asked, flashing a wicked grin as she gestured to the wire rack where Ruby's batch of cookies sat cooling. You're both doing a great job, Mom said, swooping in before things could turn ugly. Let's hurry up and get these cut out. This is our last batch to bake. Then we can get to the fun part. The diversion worked just as planned, and Emmy changed from antagonizing her sister to helping her choose which cookie cutter to use next. All right, I've got the wine. Are we ordering pizza or what? I asked, looking between my mom and brother. Mom usually cooked enough food to feed a small battalion of soldiers on our weekly family dinner nights, but had spent today baking pies to take to a dinner hosted by a witch from her gardening club, then made the cookie dough, leaving her no time to prepare the usual feast. As for me, I spent the entire day at Wicked Wicks, barely getting more than 10 minutes to myself from the time I arrived to the time the shop closed down for the evening. With the Christmas market's shopping options slightly reduced, I was seeing an even bigger spike in foot traffic than expected. Of course, that seemed to be a trend in general, as Winterspell's popularity grew year over year. "I can run out and get some pizzas," Evan said, all but jumping at the opportunity to leave the house, and his borderline bickering daughters.
"There'd better be anchovies,"
Selene called from the other room. We'd banished her from the kitchen to ensure the cookies remained cat fur-free, so she was sulking by the fireplace. "Ugh!" Evan puffed out his cheeks, and the girls giggled wildly. "You can put them on my half," I told Evan, "and maybe, just for good measure, see if they'll give you a serving on the side, too." "I can give you some money," Mom said, brushing her flour-covered hands off on the front of her frilly pink apron as she moved for the doorway. "I've got cash in my purse." Evan sidestepped to block her progress. "I've got it, Mom. I swear, sometimes you still think I'm a teenager left home for the weekend." Mom chuckled softly. "Well, thank you. We'll see you back in a little while." Evan left, and we got the last batch of cookies in the oven. The girls scampered off to wash their hands and check on their brother, who was in his portable playpen, playing with some kind of animated storybook that read aloud and played sound effects when Pierce pressed his chubby little fingers against the buttons. Mom exhaled as she closed the oven door and set a timer. I popped the wine cork and poured us each a glass. "I owe you an apology, Cora," she said, as I passed her the first glass. I frowned. "For what?" "For bailing on you earlier this week. I feel awful, especially when it was my idea for you to rent the stall at the Christmas market in the first place. I know you only signed up because I said I'd be there to help you run it, and then I shook my head. "Mom, you don't have to apologize. Things happen. I know you had to take care of the kids. We didn't know Cheyenne would have to go out of town. These things happen." Mom's lips twisted to one side. "Honestly, with the way things are selling at the shop, I wouldn't have had enough inventory to keep my booth open for the entire 2 weeks anyway. I've already sold out of the fireside candles. I'm gonna have to stay up late this weekend to try and replenish." "That sounds like a good problem to have." Mom smiled. I nodded encouragingly. "It's good to be busy, but I'm already looking forward to a little downtime between Christmas and New Year's." "I'll bet."
"Oh, yes. After all, your life is so exciting in the wintertime,"
Selene quipped, patting into the kitchen on almost silent pause. I stared at her over the rim of my wine glass before taking a big sip. "Sorry my life doesn't live up to your expectations." Mom, sensing tension, shifted the conversation. "What have you been up to this month, Selene? Are you helping Lavender and Checkers with their Atlantis adventure?" Selene scoffed.
"That old biddy is madder than a hatter, if you ask me. Which is exactly what I told her. Let the record reflect. If she wants to waste her time and life savings, that's on her. As for Checkers, I've done what I can. He's too easily influenced. I should have had a more thorough vetting process in place before selecting my familiar. Well, I wouldn't call him my replacement, seeing as how that's impossible." She paused and puffed out her chest, her little chin lifting as though she were hearing the chants of invisible admirers throwing praise at her. I rolled my eyes. She spent most of the month moping around like a real Scrooge because Walter Peabody turned down her application to have a booth at the Christmas market. Selene's ears flattened against her head as her narrowed gaze swiveled in my direction. "Well, that's too bad," Mom said, ever the peacekeeper. "It's not worth mentioning. It's his loss."
Selene's ears rebounded, a smile forming on her feline face.
"Besides, Cora, isn't there something else you wanted to ask your mother?"
Mom looked at me expectantly. "What's that, dear?" I gave the cat a glower, but couldn't resist pulling at the invisible thread all the same. "We ran into Roger," I said, eyeing Mom for a reaction. "Last night at the Christmas market. I don't remember you mentioning he was in town." Mom nearly choked on her wine. As she gulped down a swallow, a flash of pink swept across her cheeks. "Is that so? Well, I'm not sure why I was expected to pass along the news. I'm not Winterspell's town crier." I arched an eyebrow. "We know you saw him at the market. He told us." Mom set down her wine glass with a definitive clunk. "Okay, all right." She tossed her hands in the air. "So I bumped into him at the market. How was I supposed to know the two of you would run into each other?" I stared at her, rendered speechless for a moment. "It's Winterspell, Mom. Of course I was going to run into him."
"Also, she's cursed,"
Selene interjected merrily. Mom exhaled and reached for the stem of the wine glass again. "Fair enough. You got me there. Still, I didn't think it was worth mentioning. You've both moved on." "It doesn't really matter," I started to say. Selene grinned wide.
"Unless he's Cora's secret Santa."
"What?" Mom asked. "Pot stirrer?" I told the cat.
"Maybe you should have gotten me that booth at the marketplace. Then I'd be too busy making sales to go around indulging in the local gossip," she countered, giving me a smug, self-satisfied look. I drained the rest of my wine. "You think Roger is the one leaving you gifts?" Mom asked, swiveling her gaze back toward me. "No." I paused, then shook my head. "No. I mean, it couldn't be. But the timing does seem suspicious, and he always was pretty terrible at knowing what to get me." Selene snickered. "Gnome pajamas. Can you believe what they'll print on fabric these days?"
At Mom's increasing confusion, I explained about the stationery, though she quickly dismissed it as a coincidence. "They must sell hundreds of those big packs of holiday cards. I don't see how that could conclusively point to Roger. Besides, he was in town with his girlfriend. Carla, I think."
"Cara,"
Selene corrected with another peal of laughter.
"He went from Cora to Cara. They even looked a little alike."
"She was blonde," I protested, then looked back at Mom. "When you bumped into him at the market, you didn't happen to give him my new address, did you?" Mom took this moment to take a lengthy sip from her wine glass.
"Busted,"
Selene cried in a teasing tone, entirely too amused by the situation. I groaned and buried my face in my hands, my elbows propping against the edge of the counter. "Why? Why would you do such a thing?" "Well, I was there buying some Christmas cards, and he mentioned still needing to send his out this year. He mentioned stopping by and dropping one off at your house, so I told him you don't live there anymore. And then, well, I offered to give him the new address. You know, in case he wanted to pop one in the mail when he got home." Mom's face crumpled. "I'm sorry. I thought you two were friends now." "He's my ex-husband, Mom. There's only so much friendship we can have, and it doesn't include swapping Christmas cards. For what it's worth, dear, I doubt he is your secret Santa. He seems quite happy in his new relationship, and he says he's enjoying his new job and city life. I don't think he's as stuck in the past as you think he is. I believe he thinks of you as an old and dear friend and wanted to wish you happy holidays. That's all." Selene grinned at me.
"See, Cora? That's all."
"That's enough from you. I didn't even want to talk about this tonight. I'd rather discuss what happened at the Christmas market. That seems a bit more pressing than some random and semi-ill-selected gifts." The timer dinged, and Mom rose from her seat to check the cookie's progress. "Do you have a theory?" she asked over her shoulder as she opened the oven door, releasing the scent of perfectly baked sugar cookies, their edges just starting to turn a golden brown. We brought her up to speed on our working theory involving Jane Emberfall and about the potential sabotage of the Pinkertons' farm. "How awful," Mom said, using the hem of her apron to carry the tray of cookies to the counter. She set the tray on a cork trivet, leaving them to cool slightly before scraping them off to sit alongside the other cookies. From the other room, festive music played, and the sound of 3 happy children wafted in, drawing a maternal smile from Mom, before she returned to the somber conversation at hand. "I meant to get out there and buy a tree," she continued, "but time got away from me this year. And while I know Bill Pinkerton always offers help to get it loaded up, it's all on my shoulders to get it into the house and set up." I frowned. "Why didn't you ask Evan or me to help? One of us could have come over." Mom waved her hand through the warm kitchen air, fragrant with vanilla and the apple cinnamon-scented candle glowing near the sink. "You kids are busy, especially this year. You've got so much going on with the shop, and Evan is working long days, and now with Cheyenne out of town, it wouldn't be fair to ask him to do more. And it's all right. I got that little tree out there from the florist. It lights up the window nicely, don't you think?" I nodded in agreement, thinking of the 3-foot tree in a silver bucket with bits of burlap spilling over the sides. It was a little more rustic than I was used to, but it did look nice in the window, with the white twinkle lights and silver ornaments. And the best part is, when the season is over, the florist takes it back and sends it away with some company. They'll plant it and let it grow into an even bigger tree for someone else to enjoy next year. Very eco-friendly.
Second-hand Christmas trees, but I guarantee they charge full price,
Selene added, infusing her usual cynical flair into the conversation. "That's too bad about the Pinkertons, though. They're a Winterspell tradition for many families, ours included." I nodded sadly. "We're going to try and get to the bottom of it. The plan is to go out to Jane Emberfall's ice farm and take a look around to see if anything shakes loose."
"Are we doing that tomorrow?"
Selene asked.
"Because between the sugar cookies and anchovies, you're going to have to roll me home like a beach ball."
My stomach churned at the idea of the disgusting combination, and I grimaced as I replied, "Not tomorrow. Tomorrow night we have to attend Walter's annual fundraiser."
"Oh, Cora! Do we have to?"
the cat whined. "We RSVP'd weeks ago, and you know how he'll be if we don't show up. And honestly, prickly though he might be, he deserves a win. The market being destroyed is really weighing on him. I saw him last night when we were leaving the market. He looked all beady-eyed and wiry, like he was waiting for the next disaster to strike. It's really sad." Selene rolled her eyes. But before she could protest further, the front door closed, and the sound of the kids cheering at their dads, or more specifically, the pizza's arrival, interrupted her, and we shifted our attention to preparing a space to eat the meal. Chapter 14.
"I still don't see why we have to go to this party,"
Selene complained.
"Walter's been a miserable old goat since the market got trashed. Now we have to cough up cold hard cash for the pleasure of spending time with Sir Judgy. I'll bet he brings his gavel and bangs it if he deems someone is taking too many pinwheels from the appetizer table."
Careful not to stab myself in the eye with my mascara wand, I shifted a skeptical glance to Selene, in the reflection from the large bathroom mirror where I stood applying my makeup. "That's pretty rich coming from you, don't you think? You might not be a goat, but you've got the miserable and old parts down pat."
"Hey, I have a good reason. I'm being actively discriminated against for having 4 legs instead of 2. Walter is just cranky because his one claim to fame, the one useful thing he actually does for this town, got messed up. And only for, like, a day."
I applied my final coat of mascara, silently cursing the clumps at the corner. Frowning, I studied the tube as I screwed the wand back into place. How old was this? Which probably was a question I should have asked myself before application. It wouldn't matter how pretty my candles were. No one would want to buy them from someone with a raging case of pink eye. I shoved the tube of mascara to the depths of my makeup bag, mentally making a note to order a fresh one the following day. Then I shifted my attention back to my reflection and finished teasing my hair into place. I kept my hair short, just long enough to do some finger waves for formal, or in this case, formal-adjacent, events. For tonight's Christmas-themed fundraiser, I'd accessorized my short locks with a bejeweled headband, studded with tiny crystals. I was too curvy to be mistaken for a proper flapper girl, but I thought the effect was somewhere in that ballpark. We're going to the fundraiser because it's for a good cause. And because Walter, prickly though he may be, is an important part of the Winterspell community and he needs our support. Despite what you might think, he does a lot more for this town beyond organizing the Christmas market. Yes, the town hall meetings all too often devolve into chaos, but imagine what they'd be like without Walter and his annoying little gavel. Selene lifted her furry chin.
They should put me in charge. I'd have the whole lot of them whipped into shape in no time.
Talk about a nightmare before Christmas, I muttered. Selene scowled at me.
Fine, we'll go to the party. At least there'll be food there.
I rolled my eyes and turned off the bathroom light. Clint, are you almost ready? I called into the depths of our walk-in closet, where the slight sounds of rummaging could be heard. Knowing Clint, he was locked in a mental debate over which festive-themed necktie to wear. Despite Winterspell's decidedly casual vibe, Clint maintained most of his professional attire from his life in Chicago as a business consultant, accustomed to wingtips and high-rises, and his tie collection alone took up several hangers' worth of space in the large closet, each hanger with hooks for at least 10 ties. "Be right out," my husband called. "Should I go with the red one or silver?" Smiling, I crossed to the foot of the bed where I had left the small clutch I had planned to carry. It was also the only clutch I owned, so it made the decision easy. "Silver, so we don't clash," I called back, considering my reflection in the full-length mirror. My dress was a burgundy color, with silver beading, and my jewelry was white gold.
"There will be food there, won't there, Cora?"
Selene said, following closely on my heels. Yes, if there wasn't, I would make you stay home so I wouldn't have to listen to you complain about it." I held up a hand, preemptively expecting her next question. "Before you ask, no, I don't know if there will be a seafood option. And if you don't like anything at the party, you'll keep that to yourself and wait until we leave. Behave yourself, and I'll see that you get a fish sandwich from Whimsy's afterward. All right?" Selene made a huffing sound and plopped down onto her rear end.
"You're in a mood."
The truth was, I was in a mood. I already had the beginnings of a headache percolating, following another hectic day at the shop. Not to mention, Mom and I had polished off a bottle and a half of wine the night before, so I'd started the day on a little bit of a downhill slide. The slight hangover, when combined with a nonstop day on my feet, a barrage of customer questions and requests, and the constant ringing of the cash register all day, left me on the edge of wanting to back out of the fundraiser myself. But what I'd said to Selene was true. It was for a good cause. And besides that, I didn't want to give her the satisfaction of thinking she won. So we were going. At that moment, Pippin ran into the room, tail swishing wildly, with one of my fuzzy slippers clenched gently in his mouth. I smiled at the dog as he dropped the slipper in front of me. "Don't tempt me."
"I'm out of here,"
Selene said, as she skirted past the dog, giving him and his wild tail a wide berth, and skidded out into the hallway. I scratched the dog's ears. Good boy, scaring away that nasty little kitty. Honestly, I don't know why it took me so long to realize that getting a dog was the ultimate Selene repellent. The fundraiser was in full swing by the time we arrived at Town Hall. Members of the committee had volunteered to help with setup, and they had done an excellent job. The somewhat plain hall was converted into a cozy retreat, with twinkling lights and Christmas tree formations made from potted poinsettias. The tables were arranged in a cocktail hour formation, most of them the taller bistro-style tables, without chairs, for better mingling opportunities. On the other side of the room, several clusters of more traditional tables with chairs sat for people who wanted to park themselves for the evening. The food was buffet-style and smelled wonderful, and Sugar Shack seemingly pulled out all the stops, providing an entire table's worth of festive desserts. The Bewitched Bebops, a local jazz band, largely made up of middle-aged dads, played in the corner, sending jazzy renditions of Christmas classics through the room as background to happy chatter and warm greetings. My headache still pulsed in my temples, but it was easier to ignore as we got swept into the merriment of it all. Selene predictably made a beeline for the buffet, and I looked around for signs of Lainey McGregor, who would undoubtedly be watching and ready to object to Selene's presence, especially anywhere near the food. Clint, dashing in a navy suit, offered me his arm as we made our way through the hall, occasionally pausing to point out the various decorations to each other. The fundraiser was meant to benefit a local children's program, and some of their artwork was displayed on a large bulletin board, while another table showed gingerbread houses the kids had made in the days leading up to the event. Several of the young benefactors stood proudly alongside the displays, eager to show off their creations to anyone who stopped long enough to engage with them. Opposite the buffet was a table featuring items up for bid in a silent auction that would take place later in the evening. Walter's clever way of working in an opportunity to wield his gavel. So far, there were probably 60 or 70 people in attendance, giving the room a feeling of fullness and life, without seeming stuffy or overcrowded, even with the displays and decorations. Glancing around the large room, I expected to find Walter surveying the party, but didn't see him anywhere. Clint caught me frowning as I stood on the tiptoes of my sensible heels and asked, "Who are you looking for? Liana?" I was looking for Walter, actually. But good point. Liana said she'd be here. Clint chuckled. "Maybe she got thrown into elf jail," he teased. I'd brought him up to speed on Liana's steamy spectacle at the market the night before, though I'd left out the part about being in proximity to my ex-husband at the time. It wasn't that Clint would care. He wasn't the jealous type, and we were both secure enough in our relationship to know Roger wasn't some kind of threat, but it still seemed awkward to bring up. Of course, I fully expected Selene to mention it at some point. "Yeah, that's weird. This is kind of his whole thing, isn't it?" Clint asked, joining my search efforts. "Yeah. I mean, he literally doesn't shut up about it for weeks leading up to the event. He'll go so far as to show up on the front porch of anyone who dares not to RSVP within 8 days of receiving the invitation." "That's oddly specific." Clint blinked. "Promise me that if I ever get that bored in retirement, you'll make me go back to work." A smile ghosted across my lips, my eyes still roving through the room for any sign of Walter. "Oh, trust me, I'll make sure you keep busy." Clint grinned, wagging his eyebrows. "Now, Mrs. Hearth, does that mean what I think it means?" Heat flushed across my cheeks as I realized how the words could be taken. "Well, that, and the endless amount of home repairs and work around the shop. Assuming I ever get to retire, I imagine there will still be plenty to do, unless I shut the candle shop down entirely." Clint laughed, the sound deep and rumbly. "The first part sounds a lot more fun." I laughed and leaned my head against the side of his arm. "Then perhaps we should make the rounds, have a little snack, and get home early." "You don't have to tell me twice. Where should we start?" "Let's go check out the items up for grabs at the auction and see if there's anything we want to put a bid on. I need to text Liana, too." Several minutes later, Clint and I stood debating between a couple's spa package at the Ice and Fire Day Spa and a whitewater rafting excursion, when a commotion from somewhere near the buffet caught our attention. Turning, I fully expected to find Lainey lecturing Selene about leaning too close to the tray of deviled eggs or mini quiches, but found the cat nowhere near the food. Instead, I found her faced off against Jane Emberfall, the latter of whom had a small posse of supporters, all wearing the same pinched expression as Jane herself.
"We know you sabotaged the Pinkerton farm and the Christmas market, so you could put yourself in a position of being the big shot and sucking up all the tourists in town."
I dropped the clipboard containing the list of bids for the whitewater rafting trip and bolted toward the cat as fast as my short legs, form-hugging dress, and stubby heels would allow. "You're out of your mind," Jane fired back, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, which only made the effect of her low-cut dress all the more revealing. Though I had to admit she had the body for it. "I had nothing to do with the vandalism, and I resent being accused. What proof do you have?" Behind her, the posse of supporters nodded and echoed the demand.
"You want proof? Ha! I'll give you proof."
Selene turned and signaled with a flick of her tail. Nothing happened. Selene cleared her throat.
"I'll give you proof,"
she repeated, this time a little louder. When still nothing happened, and a titter of whispers and jeers filtered through the crowd, Selene groaned.
"Checkers! We practiced this."
The crowd parted, and a black and white cat with medium-length fur burst from between the full skirts of two women in evening gowns. "Sorry, Selene," the cat replied, the words muffled around the rolled-up piece of paper clenched between his tiny teeth.
"Honestly, a trained monkey would be more reliable,"
Selene scoffed. The pounding in my head grew louder. "Selene, what are you doing?" I hissed. Checkers dropped the rolled-up sheet of paper at Selene's feet, then slithered away and disappeared into the crowd. "Cora, can't you do something about your animal?" Lainey McGregor demanded, from the outskirts of the crowd, wearing the surly expression usually reserved for schoolmarms in British plays as they attended to a flock of unruly schoolchildren. "Oh, how I wish I could," I muttered, even as I took a few more steps toward Selene and got close enough to inspect what was written on the paper at Selene's feet. "What is this?" I asked, bending over to grab the paper.
"I'll show you,"
Selene cried, blasting the paper with a shot of pink sparks just before I could read it. The paper flew from my hands, high above my head, and I was about to scold the cat for her antics when the flyer blew up to the size of a sandwich board sign, making the print easy for everyone in close proximity to read. The date at the top was for the following year, and advertised Frosty Acres Farm as the exclusive Winterspell Market and Tree Farm. The flyer boasted a fully functional Santa's workshop, cocoa stands, apple cider brewed on site, and a child-sized railroad running through a real Christmas village. There was also an illustration of an open-air skating rink, complete with nightly productions of an ice-based adaptation of the Nutcracker. I frowned. "What the?" Jane thrust her platinum blonde hair back over her shoulders, further highlighting her décolletage, and set her jaw in a defiant look so sharp it could cut through glass. "So what? It's a marketing flyer. This doesn't prove anything." "Where did you even get this?" I whispered, as an aside to Selene.
"Straight from the horse's mouth. Or shall I say, reindeer, since we're being festive and all that jazz. I got it from that pretentious little folio she carries everywhere."
"Why does it say exclusive?" I asked, setting aside the bone I had to pick with Selene for the moment. "The exclusive Christmas market and tree farm of Winterspell implies there won't be alternatives. And it seems like there's only one way you could really ensure something like that." Jane flapped a dismissive hand. "This is just a mock-up. Everyone's getting their tinsel in a tangle over nothing. So, we're just supposed to believe that everything going on around here is a coincidence?" I asked, my arms crossing over my chest to mirror Jane. "The Pinkertons' tree farm, a long-standing tradition in Winterspell, going back at least 40 years, suddenly has a strange tree rot destroying their trees and threatening to permanently shutter their business. And of course they happen to be right next door to you. But I'm sure that's just a coincidence, right? And the market, upon rejecting your idea to turn it into some kind of ice palace, suddenly gets sabotaged the night before opening, and a bunch of inventory gets stolen, to the point where several vendors had to pull out altogether. But again, I suppose that's all just a coincidence." The whispers, swirling around Jane, grew all the louder, and several of her would-be supporters standing at her back quickly scurried away to melt into the crowd. Even the jazz band stopped playing, the musicians leaning forward with perked ears. A flash of color brushed over Jane's otherwise pale cheeks, her arms growing tighter around her midsection as she twisted and turned, desperate for allies. "It wasn't me. I didn't do this. You have to believe me." "Where is Walter?" someone in the crowd asked. "He would know what to do." Another person shook their head.
"Maybe he was too upset about the market to come tonight. He's been so upset since the market was vandalized."
Another voice chimed in.
"He doesn't even want to talk about it," they added. "Last night, Sheriff Templeton's deputies were going around asking follow-up questions to some of the vendors, and Walter all but had them kicked out of the town square. He said we should put it all in the past and focus on moving forward."
"Really?" I frowned. Normally, Walter would be the one leading the charge to get justice and rain down hellfire on whoever dared to try and sabotage his most cherished event. But that didn't matter now. What mattered was getting justice served, and it was increasingly looking like that meant getting Jane a comfortable seat in one of the Winterspell PD's holding cells. "I have an alibi. You can ask—" Jane hesitated, tripping over her words as her eyes darted through the crowd. "Him!" Everyone in the crowd followed the tip of her manicured finger to the buffet table, where a seemingly oblivious elf, in his powder blue and silver uniform from the town square, stood stuffing chocolate truffles into his mouth at an alarming rate. At the heat of a dozen stares on his back, he turned, one more truffle disappearing behind his lips, and gave an awkward, chocolate-tinged smile to the angry crowd. Jane stalked toward him, her heels clicking menacingly on the floor. "Blake, tell them the truth," she demanded. "Tell them we were together at your hotel the night the market was attacked." "Blake?" I cringed and slid a glance toward Clint, who stood beside me. "Liana's Blake?" He winced. "If you don't believe us, you can go to the Winterspell chalet for yourselves and ask to see their security footage. I assure you, you'll see both of us going into Blake's room. And not coming out again until morning." She thrust her chin into the air as she said this, shaking off any trace of humiliation. "Poor Liana," I murmured under my breath. The elf in question wandered over, his steps accentuated with the jingle of the bells attached to the curled tips of his shoes. He reached Jane and tried to sling a supportive arm around her shoulders. She quickly sidestepped out of his reach. "Go on, tell them," she urged. Blake nodded.
"I was with her, and the hotel concierge can confirm it. But please," he gave the crowd a pained look, "don't tell Santa. He doesn't like when we fraternize with the townspeople on our tours."
"And what about the Pinkertons' farm?"
Selene fired back, her tenacity that of a dog with a meaty bone. Jane glowered at the feline. "I knew about the Pinkertons' farm going under, but I had nothing to do with it." She shrugged. "Besides, my trees are made of ice and snow. So fine, you have a point. Perhaps I should change my wording to say premier rather than exclusive. But I was hedging my bets that by next year, my farm will be the top choice for Winterspell families as they look for their Christmas trees." From somewhere in the crowd, a woman in a red velvet dress, with a formidable posture, stepped forward and raised her finger, signaling for attention. I acknowledged her with a nod and beckoned her forward. She was about my height, with a fuller figure, and likely 10 or so years my senior. She had a kindly oval face and honey-brown eyes. "I'm Winnie Post, and I study magical plants. The trees at the Pinkerton farm and the other farms in the area aren't magical. They're the same varieties commonly used for Christmas trees elsewhere. Blue spruce, Douglas fir,
etc. And the disease plaguing them, and others in Winterspell, isn't magical in nature as far as I can tell. So, Jane couldn't have cursed them or something? I asked. The woman shook her head, soft curls bouncing off her round cheeks. No, I don't believe Ms. Emberfall could be responsible. If the disease is what I think it is, it's not something anyone could deliberately spread to the trees. I'm working on a magical remedy, but I haven't finished testing it, so I've held off on offering my services to the Pinkertons to avoid giving them false hope. Selene swore under her breath, looking deflated. Above our heads, the magically enlarged flyer shriveled back to its original size and fell to the floor in a crumpled heap. She smacked the ball of paper with her paw, sending it skittering across the room and out of sight. "Is that all, then?" Jane asked, her tone taunting. "Or do you have more wild accusations you want to toss around? Because if so, I might call my lawyer and see if she should come down here and take notes." Selene opened her mouth to retort, but I quickly stepped in front of her, knowing that whatever she intended to say would not help if Jane's threats of legal action were more than bluster. "That's all. Everyone, let's return to the party. Even if Walter isn't here, we can still make the most of the night and raise funds for a good cause in his honor. I think he would appreciate that, don't you?" I signaled across the room at the band leader, twirling my finger in the air. The jazz musicians perked up and resumed playing, and the crowd that had gathered around the showdown gradually dispersed, lured away by the promise of appetizers and sweets. Jane stormed off in a haughty exit, followed quickly by Blake. However, as they reached the door, Jane whipped around and berated him, sending him scurrying away like a scalded dog with its tail between its legs. Whatever had occurred after their tryst evidently hadn't ended well. In any case, I didn't relish the idea of telling Liana about it when she arrived. Once we were more or less alone, I looked down at my familiar with a frown. "Are you out of your mind? Why didn't you tell me about any of this? There was plenty of time. You didn't even want to come to the party." Selene looked up at me, her blue eyes a shade dimmer than usual.
"I hedged my bets, figuring you'd insist on going. Checkers was prepared for it to happen. Our fallback plan was to do it tomorrow at the market. And why do you think I didn't tell you? I knew you'd say this was a terrible idea."
I held up my hand to stop her. "I can't believe you dragged Checkers into this mess." I shook my head in exasperation.
"I still think she's guilty,"
Selene insisted, with a flick of her tail.
"I'm half tempted to march over to the Winterspell chalet and demand to see those tapes for myself. Who knows? She might have used some sort of magic spell."
"Give it up, Selene. It's over," I said, feeling the weight of the day press upon me. I leaned against Clint as he wrapped an arm around my shoulders. "I think we'd better go home. It's been quite the night." I nodded in agreement. "Walter isn't here anyway. Let's put our bid on the spa package. Merlin knows I could use a bit of pampering." Clint squeezed me in close. "I'll handle that. Why don't you go snag some goodies from the dessert table and meet me out front? I'll bring the car around." He pressed a quick kiss to my temple and set off to jot down our bid. I shot Selene a wry look and made my way to the dessert table, determined to at least get a sweet treat or two out of the miserable night. Chapter 15. The sound of Clint snoring filled our bedroom, a soft and rhythmic sound that could often lull me to sleep, but tonight it felt grating and distracting. My mind turned with scattered thoughts that felt murky or somehow just out of reach. There was the unfortunate scene at the fundraiser, of course, but the roots of my mental turmoil went much deeper. Eventually I gave up on sleep and tiptoed from the room, bundling into my favorite well-worn robe as my sock-clad feet padded down the hallway. I debated between heading for the kitchen, thoughts of a comforting mug of tea or cocoa tempting me, and the quiet of my workroom, where I could lose myself in candle production until my mind finally wore itself out and I could return to bed. Ultimately, by the time I reached the stairs, I decided I could do both. I'd stop at the kitchen for a mug of something warm, and then make my way upstairs to the office. However, upon entering the kitchen, I spotted Selene's dark silhouette reflecting in the panes of glass in the door leading to the backyard. She sat still as a statue, almost gargoyle-like, and if she heard me come into the kitchen, which she undoubtedly did, she did not acknowledge it. I flipped the switch, and the 3 pendant lights over the newly installed island popped on, sending a warm yellow glow over the majority of the kitchen. Still, Selene did not so much as turn her head. I frowned at the cat's stony backside as I made my way to the electric kettle, tucked under the cabinets in one corner. I lifted the kettle, gauging how much water it contained, then replaced it and hit the switch on the side. While the water heated up, I went to the cabinet housing my overzealous mug collection and rummaged around to find one of my favorites. After I set it on the counter and filled it with 3 scoops of my favorite mint cocoa, my shoulders rolled forward, and I braced one hand on the counter, sagging my weight against it as I turned and scoffed. Really? You're giving me the silent treatment? A pair of bright blue eyes swiveled toward me, slowly enough that it was reminiscent of a scene from a horror movie. I don't see how you have any right to be upset, I continued. You went behind my back, rooting around in Jane's personal property, and then made a plan with Checkers for this grand reveal, also behind my back. And then when your whole plan blows up in your pretty little face, somehow I'm the problem? Explain that one to me.
I already gave you my reasoning, Cora. I don't see any point in repeating myself.
The kettle clicked, and I shook my head as I filled the mug with steaming water, stirred the cocoa mix, and tossed the spoon into the sink with more vigor than intended. The loud clunk echoed through the nearly empty kitchen. I cringed, swiveling a glance toward the ceiling, hoping the noise hadn't reached the primary bedroom. When no footsteps sounded, I shifted my ire back to the cat. You're my familiar. I'm your guardian. We're supposed to trust each other.
I trust that you would have told me no,
Selene countered, her tone cool. I crossed my arms. Okay, fine. Yes, if you'd come to me with this half-baked plan, I would have raised my objections. But isn't that kind of the point of being paired together in the first place? Maybe some of my follow-up questions would have given you enough pause to go and gather more information before you went and made a spectacle of yourself. Selene's only acknowledgement was a tiny flick to the very tip of her tail. I know you think I'm some sort of de facto babysitter, and that you resent being tethered to me this way. But until we can potentially loosen those ties, we're stuck together. And when you go off half-cocked, it's bad for both of us. How many times do I have to say this? I waited a beat, doing my best to rein in the wild emotions threatening to escape from me entirely. I'd been angry with Selene before. That was hardly a new emotion. But this helpless feeling bubbled up hotter and faster than I could remember. And it wasn't just about tonight. Her performance at the fundraiser felt more like the final domino falling, following a long line of dominoes that already lay scattered. Every time Selene pulled one of her stunts, I thought I could talk some sense into her, and she would course correct. But now it seemed obvious that course correction was the last thing on her mind. And if she wasn't willing to compromise, where would this all end? What could I do?
You say this is about trust, but it seems you're forgetting trust is a two-way street, Cora.
Selene stalked over to the table, the tip of her tail continuing to twitch with each agitated step.
As though you've forgotten that you threw your trust in me out the window first.
I picked up my mug and carried it to the kitchen table. What are you talking about?
You thought I was the one behind what happened at the market. You don't trust me enough to know that I would never do something like that. regardless of how foul of a mood I'm in or who I'm angry at. The fact that you thought I could do something like that, even if only for a moment, tells me that not only do you not trust me, but you don't even fully know me. Which seems kind of important to this whole familiar guardian bond, wouldn't you say?
Guilt welled up inside my chest, struggling to find purchase among the tumultuous waves of anger still roiling there. I apologized for that already. Twice, if I recall correctly. What else do you want me to say?
Oh, well, if that's all it takes. Are you saying if I apologize for what happened at the fundraiser, everything's squared away and we can drink cocoa and braid each other's hair and carry on as if nothing happened?
I shuddered at the idea of Selene's murder mittens attempting to braid anything near my scalp. I wouldn't know, I fired back. You've never apologized for anything. It wasn't true, and I knew that. But it was how I often felt. Selene's vulnerable moments were so few and far between, I halfway wondered if they were all variations of some sort of fever dream on my part. Because even when she let her guard down long enough to have a sincere conversation, her walls rebounded back up half a minute later, and her sarcasm and biting humor were never far behind.
You accuse me of this terrible thing, and when I set out to find the truth, you shut everything down.
Okay, fine. I hear you, and I acknowledge your point. It was a mistake on my part to accuse you of something. And you're right. Ultimately, deep down, I know you wouldn't do something like that. Now, can we drop this whole investigation before it gets any further out of hand?
I'm too invested for that,
came Selene's flat reply. Exhaling, I slipped into one of the chairs and lifted my mug carefully with both hands. I had a bad habit of overfilling mugs, which usually ended up in the need for a wardrobe change midday. I didn't want to splash the scalding liquid onto my hands, and definitely not onto my favorite robe.
I'm solving this, Cora,
Selene continued, her tone picking up speed and becoming more insistent.
We still don't know for sure that Jane wasn't the one behind it. Sure, maybe she didn't do the dirty work herself, but that's not to say she didn't have a hand in it.
My frown deepened. You're changing the subject.
Yes,
I sighed, too tired to continue arguing with her. Even if she did, we won't be able to prove it. I paused to take a cautious sip, the rich chocolate and hint of peppermint warming me through and injecting some much-needed holiday cheer into my system. I set the mug down to let it cool further, my mind clicking into place the mental puzzle pieces from where I last left them. At least, not without a confession, or an eyewitness to something Jane did or said.
I didn't get a chance to search her whole office, Selene said. Just the folio, and a glance at her trash bin.
I bit my lip, holding back another lecture. If it was her, then maybe justice has been done in some small way. After all, we both know that by dawn, news of Jane's plans will be all over Winterspell. Her greed won't go over well with the majority of residents. Selene's eyes gleamed.
Is that your way of admitting that maybe I did something right?
I slid a sidelong glance in her direction. Don't push it, Cat. She flashed her canines in a fierce smile. I tapped my nails along the side of the mug, another thought brewing. You know what's bothering me? Is that Walter didn't even show up for his own fundraiser night. He's so persnickety about it, going around and harassing people for RSVPs, hiring and firing half a dozen caterers, spending hours discussing the logistics of the decorations and auction items. For him not to show up. I paused and shook my head. It just doesn't make sense. Selene considered this.
It's also weird how he apparently dropped the entire investigation.
She looked at me.
Why would he tell Templeton to drop it? Everyone knows Walter is the type of person liable to slap a postal worker with a lawsuit if they trampled the violets in his yard while delivering a package.
I grimaced. I'm pretty sure he did that 2 years ago. The local witch scouts troop was going around selling cookies and one of them stepped on his daffodils. Selene rolled her eyes.
Figures.
Maybe he just doesn't have the bandwidth to deal with it right now. Maybe he wants to sweep it under the rug until after Christmas is over. I mused aloud.
Perhaps,
Selene conceded, her voice sounding hesitant and halting. A long pause stretched through the kitchen, each of us lost in thought, until Selene's eyes lifted to meet my gaze.
You don't think Walter could be involved, do you?
But what would be his motive? Like you said, apart from his own fundraiser, the Christmas market is his pride and joy. What could drive him to almost destroy it?
I have no idea. But his behavior is peculiar, and that in itself now seems suspicious.
Selene's eyes took on an all-too-familiar glint.
Do you know what I think we should do?
Somehow I have a feeling I'm not going to like this.
Let's just say, for reasons, I happen to know where Walter lives. And I also happen to know where he keeps a spare key.
I groaned. Selene, you already know what my answer is going to be.
Oh, come on, Cora. What harm could come of it? He's most likely asleep by now. We could just have a little look around. The garbage hasn't been picked up since the vandalism. If he stole all that junk from the market, he would have had to stash it somewhere.
Absolutely not. I'm not spending Christmas in a holding cell. Besides, we just talked about Walter's litigiousness. He's the kind of person who wouldn't let something like trespassing, let alone breaking and entering, slide. Selene flashed her canines in a maniacal grin.
He'd have to catch us first.
I can't believe I let you talk me into this, I murmured, the beam of my phone's flashlight casting a pale glow before my feet as we slipped behind the privacy of Walter's 6-foot cedar fence.
It's because you know there's something afoot,
Selene insisted, her voice just ahead of me in the dark. Right, I hissed, skepticism lacing my tone. This from the cat who less than 6 hours ago was accusing someone else entirely of the crime, in front of roughly 100 witnesses.
When are you going to let that go?
With a flick of her paw, Selene toppled a small potted plant, cracking the ceramic in the process of revealing a hidden silver key. You're on a real streak this week. That's the second piece of pottery you've broken.
Yeah, add it to my tab,
she quipped. With a shower of pink sparks, the key levitated from its hiding place and inserted itself into the doorknob of a plain door along the side of Walter's garage. The soft click confirmed it was the right one, and the pink light faded, leaving the key turned in the lock. In truth, my gut was telling me we were on to something. Maybe something significant. Remember, we aren't touching anything, I whispered, as Selene slithered into the shadows. We kept the overhead light off, feeling our way around by the soft glow from my phone. Though as my battery crossed into the red, I knew we were on borrowed time.
You better come over here. There's a bunch of boxes,
Selene grumbled from a shadowed corner. Coming, I said, moving toward the sound of her voice. The garage was neat and clean, with an old car draped in a dust cloth taking up the bulk of the space. And by the way, I still want the backstory on how you knew where to find that key. Selene's snicker was low and mischievous.
Let's just say I paid Walter a little visit after a town hall meeting a few months back. The one where he said I'd make a better doorstop than a familiar. He had a new suede couch delivered that weekend, and, well, I added my own little design into the side.
Selene, I hissed, almost forgetting to whisper.
Don't worry, Cora, it's hidden. He won't find it until he tries to sell the thing, or move, she retorted confidently. And by then it will be too late to trace back to me.
I rubbed a hand over my face, doubting my judgment at agreeing to any of this for the umpteenth time. Okay, we'll handle that later. What's in these boxes?
Open them.
You're the one with the light. I swept my phone over the boxes and saw a stack of unmarked cardboard containers. They weren't sealed, just loosely closed, the corners tucked into one another. From the top box, a scrap of crocheted fabric peeked out, catching my eye.
"What is it?"
Selene whispered, straining to see. I ripped open the box, and a pile of crocheted goods tumbled out, cascading onto the oil-stained garage floor. Raising the flashlight, I found Selene and whispered back, "You were right." Chapter 16. So what do we do now? I asked, still staring at the piles of stolen merchandise scattered in a half circle around my feet. We'd unpacked all the boxes, opening each one just enough to verify that the contents were indeed stolen from the market. I photographed everything as best as I could, considering the dull lighting and the state of my phone's battery life. I don't think either of us wants to call Sheriff Templeton and explain why we're in Walter's garage in the middle of the night. Selene considered this.
We had a key, so technically, we didn't break anything.
Oh, yes, I'm sure Sheriff Templeton will see it that way, too. Selene flicked her tail.
Okay, so we bang on Walter's front door and settle the matter directly with him.
Sure. Then Walter calls the cops, and once again, we're stuck with Templeton. And he's going to want to know what we were doing in the garage in the first place. You know he's looking for any excuse to file paperwork and start the hexile process. We can't afford to give him one.
Then we say we were here to check on him after he didn't show up for the fundraiser. We're just concerned citizens, you and I.
She flashed a menacing smile. At almost 11 o'clock at night, I arched a skeptical brow. We could come back in the morning and try to shake a confession out of him.
Does that mean I can go to Lavender's place and get that set of thumb screws from the attic? I'm pretty sure they're replicas, but the vendor at the flea market insisted they were straight from the Tower of London.
I shuddered, more than a little disturbed by both the suggestion and Selene's apparent enthusiasm for it. No, we have to play this smart. If we tell Walter we know about the stolen merchandise, he'll report us to Templeton for breaking into his garage.
It'll be a case of he said, she said. We'll say Walter invited us in and we saw the merchandise. He'll say we broke in, but again, we used a key, so there's no proof. No busted locks, no broken windows. Case closed.
Somehow I doubted it would go over that simply. I shook my head, standing firm. There has to be another way. Come on, since when have you backed down from a challenge? How do we get Walter to confess, preferably with witnesses nearby, without showing him the direct evidence? The direct ill-gotten evidence.
Again, 2 words. Thumb and screws.
Selene. I smashed the palm of my free hand against my face.
Fine, fine.
Selene squinted up at me.
Is this that whole fruit of the poisonous tree thing lawyers are always yammering on about in those boring legal documentaries you make me watch? I always assumed they meant mangoes. I mean, have you eaten one of those things before? Yuck.
I sighed. I really have no idea. I just know that the last thing we need to do is give Templeton any more ammunition for his crusade against us. I began stacking the boxes, careful to organize them in their original order, or at least as close to it as I could remember.
Okay, but if we reverse engineer this?
Selene suggested. I nodded my head as I leaned forward and grabbed the last box, the one containing Jerry's hand-crocheted goods. I stacked it into place and closed the lid by tucking the flaps loosely. What do you mean?
What if we remove ourselves from the equation? We could come up with a way to get someone else in here to snoop around, someone Templeton doesn't have a vendetta against. That way, when they find the same evidence, they can report it, leaving us completely out of the line of fire.
Okay, but who would have a reason to come into Walter's garage and rummage through his stuff? Selene pondered this for a moment. Meanwhile, I scanned my flashlight along the far wall of the garage, sheer nosiness taking over at this point. I still couldn't understand what would make Walter snap and destroy the event he worked so hard to build. It didn't make sense. The back of the garage looked like nearly every other garage in the suburbs. A collection of organizational racks and shelves, a pegboard with tools neatly hung, and a large metal toolbox on casters. Somehow I had a hard time envisioning Walter as much of a handyman. After all, one wouldn't want to get grease on one's cardigan sweaters.
What about some kind of utility worker? Do you know anybody who works for the city? We could call in an anonymous tip about a gas leak or something, saying it smelled like it was coming from the garage. Then someone comes out, takes a look around, and while the garage door is wide open, someone could look inside and see all of this super high-quality merchandise just lying around.
Selene punctuated the end of her sentence with a scathing glance at the bits of crocheted fabric peeking out from the gap in the top of the box.
Maybe Liana? She posited. Or what about Julia? Surely she owes us a favor, after using us as her guinea pigs for all the disgusting food she's made us taste test over the years.
Julia, the small fairy who ran the cafe next door to Wicked Wicks, was as sweet as sugar cubes, but her culinary skills fell short of her ambitions to run a popular coffee shop in Winterspell. It was somewhat of a mystery how she managed to stay in business at all. Her latest creation, proudly advertised on the sandwich board out front of her cafe, a grilled panini with roast beef, garlic aioli, and a melted cotton candy garnish. She claimed it was the perfect balance of salty and sweet. But the idea alone was stomach-turning, let alone the presentation of the messy sandwich with blue sugar melting over the sides of the toasted bread. I don't know. It seems far-fetched they would be able to see into the garage from the sidewalk.
We could knock some of the boxes over,
Selene suggested, raising one paw, no doubt ready to send a bit of magic at the top box, toppling them all like pins at a carnival booth. There has to be another way, I murmured, looking over my shoulder. We wouldn't know when the city worker would get here to inspect. Logistically, it's too complicated. Selene shot me a frustrated scowl, but didn't argue, her mind already whirling into action, working on an alternative plan.
We could send in a raccoon,
she exclaimed. Shh, I winced. A raccoon? Okay, now I know you've lost it.
I'm serious. We could talk to Rosella Midnight. She can talk to raccoons and send a whole pack. Nest.
Troop? Selene's face screwed up with feline frustration.
A whole mess of them. And they can raid the boxes and drag the stolen goods out into the street. I can just see it. The ornaments around their necks, and these little abominations as scarves, she concluded, once more indicating the box of Jerry's sweaters. I frowned. It wasn't the worst idea, but it was far from the best. Suddenly, a loud car drove by Walter's house, its noise startling me. Let's figure this out at home. It doesn't do any good to hang around here. For a moment, I thought Selene would argue with me, but she acquiesced and followed me outside. We replaced the key under the now busted pot, locked the gate behind us, and booked it to the car, which we had parked several houses down, just in case, and headed toward home. It was a short drive, but just long enough for inspiration to strike. I chewed my lip as I drove past the sign featuring the name of our neighborhood and sighed. Someone had decorated it with candy canes, and a string of twinkling lights framed the sign. Wait. I think I have an idea, I said suddenly. Selene's grin glinted in the dark. I'm listening.
The following morning, Selene and I lingered in the kitchen, talking through our plan once more, ensuring we had all our bases covered before leaving the house. Clint was filling in for me at the store, and the house was quiet, save for Pippin's occasional barking at the various delivery drivers making their stops along our street. Even in a magic community like Winterspell, Delivery drivers clocked a lot of overtime during the holidays. Goods from the non-magic world had to be ferried in by one delivery company, while another handled local deliveries, and yet another brought in goods from other magic communities. Pippin didn't discriminate. He enjoyed barking at all of them. He started up again upon seeing a red and white truck park across the street from our house. Selene cringed.
"All I want for Christmas is for you to get rid of that mangy mutt," she said, shooting me a scowl.
I sipped my coffee, which had nearly gone cold. Who said I was getting you anything for Christmas? I chuckled and polished off the last few sips of my coffee. Then I took the cup to the sink, rinsed out the dregs at the bottom, and nestled it into a free spot on the top rack of the dishwasher. All right. Are we ready to go then? I asked. Selene shot another scowl at the dog, who was now wagging his tail, perhaps remembering that sometimes delivery drivers gave him milk bones.
"I think so. The dog walker should be here for Pippin soon, so he can go burn off some of this extra energy."
At the sound of his name, the dog turned, and I smiled, unable to resist his chocolatey brown eyes, even when he was being naughty. I patted the dog behind the ears and sent him off down the hall in search of his favorite chew toy. Then followed Selene to the entryway. I pulled on my winter coat and slid my feet into a pair of flat-soled rubber boots. They weren't particularly warm, but they kept me from sliding around on the slick sidewalks and frost-covered paver stones in the town square. Pippin returned with his prize, promptly dropping it at my feet, and gave me his best doggy grin. I grabbed the football-shaped toy, gently tossed it into the living room, and sent him bounding after it, distracted long enough for us to slip out. "Bye, Pippin," I called as we left. Guilt hit me as soon as I closed the front door. Poor guy. I feel like we've barely spent any time with him this month.
"Oh, spare me,"
Selene muttered, already taking off down the path, picking her way carefully across the cold stones. Earlier in the month, I had offered to buy her a set of cat-size winter booties, largely just to see the look on her face. Grinning at the memory of it, I hurried after her. Chapter 17. We made our way downtown to the town square and arrived at the Christmas market just as the vendors finished setting up their booths for another day of business. Being so early, only a handful of tourists and residents milled about the square. Most everyone was in a sleepy haze and sipping from cups of Dragon's Gold coffee. As expected, Walter stood in the center of it all, right outside Santa's cabin, speaking with the elf who had dragged Liana out of the market 2 nights before. My hackles, already on standby, rose to full attention at the sight of them together. I shifted a glance down at my familiar. Are you ready for this?
"What kind of question is that?"
Selene replied, already marching toward Walter.
"I'm always ready. It's called instincts, Cora."
At least she had stopped insisting we recruit a small army of raccoons to do the dirty work. Although, if my plan failed, I very well might have to give in and let her try it. At least the newspaper would get a nice story out of it. After all, who could resist a piece involving a fleet of raccoons? My plan was a bit more cerebral in nature, and all I could do was hope Walter took the psychological bait. Walter saw us coming and cut short his conversation with the elf. The latter offered a slight nod before stooping slightly to enter Santa's house. Santa himself, well, the person posing as Santa anyway, wouldn't be arriving until 10, when parents would line up with their children for a seasonal photo op. "Morning, Walter," I said. He clamped his clipboard to his chest. "Morning, Cora?" He gave Selene a glance, but offered no greeting. Maybe he knew about the damage she'd dealt to his sofa after all. "Have you changed your mind about your booth?" he asked. "Normally, I wouldn't make an exception and let you back in after you voided your agreement, but—" He glanced around the square and swallowed hard enough that his Adam's apple bobbed.
Perhaps I could be convinced to make an exception for a business such as yours."
"How touching," Selene said, with more than a sprinkle of sarcasm. Walter glowered at her. "Actually, we were coming to check on you. We were concerned when you didn't show up for the fundraiser last night." Walter frowned, the lines at his eyes and mouth bunching together.
"What fundraiser?"
I blinked. Your fundraiser." Walter chuckled.
"You must be mistaken. My fundraiser was last weekend, the night before the market was set to open, in fact." He sniffed. "I decided to host it earlier than usual, as once the market gets started, it becomes a bit all-consuming. There was no fundraiser last night, at least not one that I was invited to."
Selene and I exchanged a glance. "You're joking, right?" I asked Walter, my voice halfway stuck between incredulity and surprised laughter.
"Of course not. I'd never joke about charity. If you must know, no one showed up for my fundraiser. I was quite miffed about it, I don't mind saying."
He clutched his clipboard a little tighter.
"But it's in the past, as is what happened here. Now, if you're not here to open your booth, I'll kindly ask you to go about your business. I have other matters to tend to this morning."
"Walter, I'm serious. You can ask anyone." I gestured around at the other vendors. "We were all at the town hall last night. The band was there, the catering, the auction." My eyes narrowed as I considered the man in a new light. "No one called you?" Walter shifted nervously.
"My phone was stolen last week. I set it down on the bar at Dragon's Gold just long enough to get a napkin. They always overfill my drink, no matter how many times I tell them to leave room. Anyway, I looked away for a moment and some thief snatched it, and I haven't had time to get a replacement."
"And no one stopped by?" I asked. Walter frowned at me.
I wasn't home last night. I was at my son's house for my grandson's birthday. Yet another reason why the fundraiser last night wasn't mine. I had plans."
I blinked, at a complete loss for words. Without hesitation, Walter barreled past me and Selene and called for the attention of Jerry, who was hunched over his table arranging what was left of his merchandise, humming a bar tune under his breath. At the sound of his name, Jerry glanced up. Walter flagged him down, gripping his clipboard tighter to his chest.
"What day was my fundraiser?"
Jerry straightened, his gaze momentarily flicking toward me before returning to Walter.
"I'm sorry?"
"Walter thinks his fundraiser was last week," I supplied, by way of explanation. "Not last night. I saw you there, didn't I? Can you back me up?"
Yes. I won the auction for a whitewater rafting tour. Of course, I'm not sure I'll fit in the boat."
He shifted aside a stack of knits, then patted at the pockets on his large coat.
"I've got the paperwork somewhere around here."
Walter's mouth dropped open.
"But I thought no one said."
I shook my head. "Walter, if you showed up at the town hall a week ago expecting the fundraiser, surely you would have noticed the lack of, well, everything. How could you think everyone just forgot? The vendors, the people donating things for the auction, the band, the food."
"You know how it is,"
Walter exploded, flinging his clipboard out wildly.
"Every year it's the same old thing. I get heckled every time I bring it up at town council. Half the people don't even bother replying to the RSVPs, meaning I have to track people down one by one to get an answer out of them. It's highly inefficient. So you'll excuse me for thinking this was some kind of mutiny, a cruel trick, in an effort to make me stop bothering altogether."
My heart sank. "Oh, Walter." His eyes went beady as he paused to wet his lips.
"No one showed up, Cora. And when I called Lainey, she told me she was tired of talking about the fundraiser and told me to leave it alone.
Probably because she had it handled and wanted you to stop breathing down her neck, I exclaimed, throwing my hands into the air. Not because it was canceled, or some kind of prank.
She said, people will do what they want, Walter said, his tone deflating. Could she have meant the RSVPs? Jerry asked gently. You do tend to be a bit of a stickler. What about at the last town hall meeting? The one before the tree lighting ceremony? I said I wanted to discuss the fundraiser, and everyone groaned and jeered and told me to move on to the business of the Christmas market. Like that's the only thing that mattered.
Selene and I exchanged a knowing glance, as suddenly Walter's anger toward the Christmas market made sense. It was time to set the trap. The fundraiser was a success, I told Walter. I'm sure if you talk to Lainey later today, she'll be able to provide you with the amount raised from the on-site donation box and the auction items. You threw a wonderful event, even if you weren't there to see it. I swallowed, steeling myself. And as for the Christmas market, well, it seems that's been sorted too, now that an arrest has been made.
Yes, attendance is a bit down, but...
Walter stopped, his gaze darting to mine.
Wait a moment. What are you talking about?
Haven't you heard the news? Ned was arrested this morning. They got a full confession out of him. I think the police are still trying to figure out where he stashed the stolen merchandise. But the case seems pretty much closed. Justice will be served. I wonder how much time they'll put him away for. I looked to Selene, silently cueing her.
Well, given the monetary value of the theft, I'd say he's looking at 5 to 10 years. He probably won't end up in a maximum security facility. But even still, I've seen the inside of those correction facilities, and it's no picnic either way. But I guess he got what he deserved, right, Cora?
Oh, definitely. Imagine stealing the joy of Christmas. I shifted a sneaky glance at Walter and found horror stamped across his ashen face.
That's too bad,
Jerry said with a sympathetic nod.
I mean, it's good they caught him, but it's sad someone felt the need to try and take Christmas away from everyone. It wasn't him,
Walter burst out. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he shielded his face behind his clipboard, his narrow shoulders trembling. What do you mean? I said, leaning in, ready to grab his scrawny arm if he tried to bolt. Jerry's thick auburn brows knit together.
Walter? It was me,
he sobbed, still half shielded by the clipboard.
I destroyed the Christmas market. I was so angry about no one showing up for my fundraiser and no one caring. The entire event had been a complete failure, and all anyone ever talked about was the market this and the market that. Like my fundraiser. Like I didn't matter at all.
He paused to sniffle and peek over the top of the clipboard.
And then the next night, everyone was complaining about the low turnout on opening day, and I just snapped. Oh no.
Jerry ran a hand over his beard.
I saw red, and by the time I came to, the whole place was in disarray. So, I thought I would make it look like a robbery, to cover my tracks. I took all the inventory I could get my hands on, stuffed it into my truck, and drove home. It's all still in my garage. I haven't destroyed or sold a thing. Well, aside from some of the fragile items that got broken. But I'll pay for it. I'll cover the damages. Oh, please, don't let them arrest me. I'll make this right.
By this point, other people had gathered, witnessing the spectacle, and hushed, horrified whispers circulated the outskirts of the crowd. The plan had worked. But the victory felt hollow at seeing Walter so unraveled, especially when his motivations came to light. He felt everyone had abandoned him, and that must have been incredibly painful. I wasn't giving him a pass, but I did pity him at that moment. The minutes that followed were chaotic as the other vendors came forward and Walter repeated his confession, tears fully streaming down his face.
I promise. I'll go get everything and bring it back here, and I'll cover all the costs of anything that was broken.
I looked around at my fellow townspeople, considering it.
You can't seriously be considering letting him off the hook,
Selene snarled.
It's Christmas time, Selene. And other than a few broken tables and chairs and some knocked-down decorations, what harm was truly done?
These words came from Jerry. But as he lifted his huge arms, gesturing for others to chime in, his sentiments were echoed by many of the faces scattered around. He threw a temper tantrum and made off with thousands of dollars worth of merchandise. A voice of dissent cried out.
And what about the Christmas tree? We can't replace that.
I held up a hand, calling for a moment of peace. I've got a plan to fix that. I've been working on an illusion candle that can mimic the tree this year. It will be ready before the weekend rush. In a moment of pure irony, Jane Emberfall stepped forward and took a stand beside Selene, appearing as an unexpected ally. Walter held up his hands, one still clutching the shaking clipboard.
I'll bring it all back. You'll see.
That's not good enough, Jane snapped. I think we've had enough of your influence on these matters, Lainey McGregor said, directing an icy stare that could rival even that of the Ice Witch herself. Walter made a mistake, a terrible, horrible mistake, but he's human, like the rest of us. And if we can't give one another grace at Christmas time, then what good is it at all? Walter nodded at her, grateful and desperate.
I promise. I will make this right.
Well, then I want his gavel,
Selene cried out. That declaration sparked a fiery round of bickering and protests, and it was clear Selene wasn't going to win that particular popularity contest anytime soon. Not that I was surprised. An alarm chirped from the wristwatch of someone in the crowd. The market is opening, someone said. I glanced around at the crowd. Walter, we will go and help you bring the merchandise back. Everyone else can help restock the booths, and we'll deal with the rest after the market is closed. I lifted my chin, surveying the crowd to gauge any further objections. When even Selene and Jane grumbled their agreement a few minutes later, I nodded at Walter. See that you make this right.
I will.
With that, he hurried off toward the street, and minutes later, his old truck rumbled past the square, heading toward his house. By late afternoon, Walter had returned all the merchandise to the stallholders, giving his apologies anew and thanking everyone for their generosity at the fundraiser. In the time between Walter's departure and return, Lainey McGregor dug up the invitation and showed Walter his typo on the date. And while some tension still crackled, the matter was largely brushed off with some good-natured ribbing and jokes at Walter's expense, and the drama of the morning was largely forgotten. The scene of Walter distributing the stolen items from the back of his truck was reminiscent of the final montage from How the Grinch Stole Christmas, with Walter playing the part of the repentant Greenford Grump, handing out boxes to the eager townspeople, issuing apologies and Merry Christmases as he went. It was hard to say if the entire town would forgive him carte blanche, but I had a feeling, if he managed to retain his role on the town council, perhaps we'd see a Walter Peabody with a heart 3 times its original size by next winter. And that alone would make for a very Merry Christmas indeed. Chapter 18. Clint, Selene, and I arrived at Mom's house early on Christmas morning, with Clint and me still clad in our festive pajamas. I'd offered to buy a matching set for Selene, but she'd declined. I also had my suspicions that she'd managed to incinerate her Christmas sweater, too, after finding bits of yarn threaded through the ashes at the edge of the hearth. Emmy and Ruby were the first to greet us. Rushing up to embrace each of us with such vigor, I assumed they'd already gotten a head start on their Christmas morning sugar intake. "Did you bring it, Auntie Cora?" Ruby asked. Beside her, Emmy bounced excitedly, clearly seconding the question. I smiled and unzipped my crossbody bag. "Of course." With a flourish, I fished out the first of the twins' gifts and held out my hands, each one holding a glitter-adorned candle. One in pure white with silver accents, the other an evergreen, with red beads embedded into the wax crust at the top around the wick. "We have Frosty's Dream World or Santa's Toy Workshop." Offering twins a choice always carried the risk of each wanting a different option, with no one to break the tie, as my nephew wasn't quite old enough to weigh in. Fortunately, the girls agreed on their choice and scurried across the living room to present the snowman candle to where my sister-in-law sat, feeding Pierce his bottle. "Mama, can you light it for us?" they chorused. Cheyenne smiled, placing the candle on the small end table, and with a flick of her fingers, lit the wick with a brilliant blue flame. It didn't take long for the magic within the candle to unfold, transforming the front room of Mom's house into a snow-covered field, complete with a variety of fully decked-out snow people observing from the sidelines. The girls squealed with delight at the enchantment. "It's so pretty, Auntie Cora," Emmy exclaimed, stooping over to brush her fingers along the glittering snowbank. Though, as it was only an illusion, the snow remained untouched and perfect, sparkling silver and white under the rays of early morning light. "It's beautiful," Clint said, drawing me to his side and planting a kiss on my temple. "Nice work. I can see why it was one of our best sellers this year." "I don't know. I think the snow people staring at us is a bit creepy," Evan said, with a teasing grin in my direction. Cheyenne playfully smacked his arm, and he chuckled in response. "What do you want them to do, blink?" I asked, with a snort of laughter. Evan recoiled. "Goddess, no!" Grinning, I turned and wandered into the kitchen, to find Mom and Aunt Lavender deep in the throes of holiday meal prep. "What time did you two get up?" I inquired, as they shared a knowing smile over a bowl of bread dough. "Who says we went to bed?" Aunt Lavender quipped. "Where's Checkers?" I asked, placing my purse on a kitchen chair, my coat draping over the back. "He's out on the back porch, doing his new thing, trying to catch snowflakes on his tongue," Aunt Lavender said, nodding toward the back door. I laughed. "Can't wait to see what Selene thinks about that."
"See what I think about what?"
Selene inquired, as she strutted into the kitchen, her nose twitching at the medley of scents.
"Is that turkey?"
"Cornish hens," Mom corrected. "We're trying something new this year." Selene groaned.
"Something new? Oh, joy, Lilac, you know how much I adore change."
Mom ignored her and continued to work the dough into perfect balls before arranging them in a greased 9-by-13-inch pan. "I think you'll like them. And besides, you're the one who's sworn off salmon for some reason." "Anything I can help with?" I offered, rolling up the sleeves of my plaid flannel pajama top as I headed to the sink to wash my hands. From the living room, peals of laughter from the girls and the adults joined in a harmonious chorus. I'd gifted the girls an enchantment candle, but in truth, Mom's house on Christmas Day held its own special magic, no illusion necessary. After washing my hands, I couldn't resist grabbing a leftover sugar cookie from a plate near the oven and popping it into my mouth. "I'll put you on fruit salad duty," Mom directed, indicating the assortment of fruits ready for cutting. "Hold off on the apples, though, or if you cut them now, give them a lemon juice bath so they don't brown. Despite what we tell the girls, they'll pick them out if they look the slightest bit brown." Aunt Lavender chuckled softly. Selene stood by the back door, a quizzical expression on her face.
"What in the world is he doing out there?"
I laughed and stepped up beside her. watching as Checkers leaped into the air, his tongue extended, trying to catch one of the fat flakes drifting slowly down. The deck was coated in powdery snow, and judging by the scattered paw prints and skid marks, he'd been at it for a while. Now see, why can't you entertain yourself like this? He's so innocent and harmless, I asked. Selene scoffed.
I think the word you're looking for here is simple-minded.
Isn't that technically 2 words? I pointed out. Selene sighed and sent a flurry of pink sparks at the doorknob above her head. The door cracked open just wide enough for her to shout a couple of insults at the leaping cat.
You're a cat, Checkers, not a kangaroo. You look ridiculous.
At one time, Selene's scathing comments would have bruised Checkers' feelings. But he was older now, and under Aunt Lavender's tutelage, he had learned to let Selene's acerbic barbs roll off his fluffy back. You're just jealous because I'm having fun. I'm staying hydrated, too, Checkers called back, then wiggled his butt and leaped into the air to catch a huge snowflake. Selene shot another spark of magic at the door, shutting it with finality.
Honestly, Lavender, can't you do something about him?
Funny, that's the question people always used to ask me about you, my aunt replied, giving me a knowing glance. I snorted and picked up a ripe pineapple, considering its rough and prickly exterior. Yeah, I get that one all the time. As the meal cooked, we gathered in the living room to open our gifts. Ruby and Emmy took turns handing out the various packages. The girls carefully read off the names from the gift tags as they distributed the presents. And when the last one, a gift from Mom, was placed in front of Evan, it dawned on me that I was the only one with a package from Aunt Lavender. Even the girls didn't have any from their great aunt.
Showing a bit of favoritism?
Selene teased, sliding the comment toward her former guardian.
Not sure you even need to. After all, you inadvertently gave her the best gift she could ever receive.
Oh, don't start with that again, I interrupted before the cat could finish. Lavender's cheeks flushed pink as she glanced around the room and the small piles of presents at each person's feet. I thought we were doing Secret Santa. We were only supposed to buy for one person, weren't we? She asked, clearly flustered. Selene immediately burst into wild, unabated laughter, almost keeling onto her side, one hand pressed against her stomach as though she needed to hold in her mirth. You were my Secret Santa? I asked, blinking in surprise. Since the first present had arrived, 4 more had followed over the weeks leading up to Christmas. There was the package of gnome paraphernalia, the small hand-carved kayak ornament, then a bag of individually wrapped servings of trail mix, enough to supply a 747 for a week's worth of flights. And the final gift, a silver keychain with an engraved C, had arrived only last night. Mom assured me Roger left town long before Christmas Eve, so I'd already ruled him out and had a good laugh with Selene over my own paranoia. I told you that paper was old, Checkers said in a stage whisper. Then, blinking, as several pairs of eyes fell on him, he cleared his throat. She found a scrap of paper with your name on it in a shoebox we were going through, and thought it was from this year. I told her to ask, but she said it would ruin the surprise. Aunt Lavender popped up from the sofa and scurried to retrieve her purse. I'll just write everyone a check. Or, even better, it looks like I have some cash in here. The girls cheered. That's not necessary, I insisted, still grinning. I'd be happy to share some of my gifts. Selene snorted. Come on, Mom said, gesturing toward the piles of gifts. Let's get started. Then, as the girls tore into their first boxes, she patted her sister on the back of the hand. The girls received toys and clothes, candy and coloring books, and soon sat awash in gifts. Evan was already sporting the sweatshirt I'd purchased for him, bearing the name of his favorite NFL team, while Cheyenne had Mom help her put on the delicate bracelet I'd picked out for her to match the ruby earrings Evan bought to give her a complete set. "They're beautiful," she exclaimed through a watery smile. "Open this one next," Clint said, sliding me a small, square box about the size of a baseball. Curious, I tore into the paper, eyeing him as I dug my fingernail under the final piece of tape. I lifted the lid and found a Polaroid photo placed on a pile of paper shreds. "Clint, you didn't." My husband beamed at me as I plucked the photo from the box and waved it around. "It's being delivered tomorrow morning. I had the dealer snap a photo of it from the warehouse," he replied. "What is it?" Mom asked, snagging my wrist long enough to get a good look at the photo. "Oh, a kayak?" "Not just any kayak," I exclaimed. "It's from a company called Sorcery Sport Outfitters. Their premium model. It's loaded to the gills with enchantments, including a hidden compartment that stays cold like a mini fridge without taking up any space."
"So I guess you won't need the 2 metric tons of trail mix Lavender sent you,"
Selene quipped. Everyone laughed as I threw my arms around Clint and held on tight. The gift was perfect, but he was the best gift I could ever receive. Smiling through happy tears, I turned and considered my family and my familiar, and knew that the true Christmas spirit was something that could never be stolen as long as I had them. This concludes